So here we go again, Chase Miles, Penske side of the racetrack, Jillian Kleinfelter, Newmanstown, Pennsylvania. And Kleinfelter going to start out with a 46 light, 63 for Chase Miles. 798, 82 miles an hour from Miles. Kleinfelter 864, 73 miles an hour. Again, new entry time trials. We'll take you to 3 and 4. New entry time trials, 3 and 4, please. New entry time trials. We'll take you to 3 and 4. Next pair up, Michael Artem. Artem's Automotive sponsored ride on the Penske side, and Sam Harbenek out of Cheswick, Pennsylvania. Seen Sam run at Dragway 42 a few times. Harbenek 793, 81 miles an hour, 789 for Artem at 82. Daniel Spoots, Douglasville, Pennsylvania, and Jake Harbenek. Yep, the Harbenek family's out here. Jake, Lucas Oil side. .35 to a 37. A good side-by-side race here. Harbenek with a little more horsepower, probably a little more than he needed. 781, 83 miles an hour. Gonna have to adjust. 790 for Spoots at 82 miles an hour. Lucas Remick, Remick Racing 2017 half scale. Got sparkles on it. I like sparkles. Anna Willing out of Pennsburg, Pennsylvania on the Lucas Oil side. Again, we need to the staging lanes our new entry time trials. Anna goes for a red. 793 at 81, 794 for Lucas Remick at 82. Mason Artem, another of the Artem's Automotive sponsored rides. Artem's Automotive sponsoring our junior gamblers tonight. Abigail Martin, Eagleville, Pennsylvania on the Lucas Oil side. Mason Artem throws down all zeros. 792 with a 7 for Mason Artem. Abigail Martin, no slouch. That was a 14 light for Abigail. 8 flat, all zeros at 82 miles an hour, so lots of zeros there. Running out of them. Gonna have to open up a fresh box. Kali Kwitoski here on the Penske side of the racetrack against the high roller machine of Shane Connor. .908 at 73 for Kylie. Shane, 904 at 70. The Pernod Racing Pray Hard Racing Ride here on the Penske side. Aaron Willing, Pennsburg, Pennsylvania. Racer Unknown, Joe Fabich Jr. Five red to 9 red there. 9:15, 73 miles an hour, 894 at 72 for Willing. Dylan Taylor, Moulton, Pennsylvania, the Taylor Belt Ride. The family putting together their own hot rods. Logan Anderson, the Nitro Fish Machine, York, Pennsylvania. Time trial. Dylan gets a little bit of the better light. And 794 at 82 miles an hour, 797 for Logan at 80. Andy Anderson is now the busiest man in drag racing. Paisley Anderson out of York, Pennsylvania, 2006 half scale. Again, we have called new entry time trials to 3 and 4. New entry time trials to 3 and 4. You should be in the lanes and ready to go. New entry time trials, lanes 3 and 4. Paisley 61 at the hit. Their little hot rod goes 901 at 72. Blittersdorf Racing, big part of our event this weekend for the juniors. 15 light for the Blittersdorf Racing Machine. 786, 83 miles an hour, 780 to 83 as well. So a couple racers. It might have to add a little weight there. Jordan Denny, Two-Toe Joe. Wild looking junior there on the Penske side. .24 light for Denny. 802, 83 miles an hour. Landon Anderson, York, Pennsylvania, 2017 Haskell. Another one of the Anderson, York, Pennsylvania based Nitro Fish rides. Levi Narr. Cross Racing. Penske side of the racetrack against the monster. Paige Doney. A 22 at 80 miles an hour. And 1185 at 54. So going to do a really quick little bit of track maintenance before we get things going with our new entry time trials. Got a bunch of them out there. Again, we saw a lot of folks coming in overnight. A lot of folks coming in this morning. And we are going to have a great day. I want to welcome those of you watching on Motor Mania TV, powered by Weldon High Performance. Motor Mania TV being brought to you this weekend by Dick's Radiator and Sachs & Sons Incorporated. Those of you watching on Motor Mania, you are currently watching from beautiful southeast Pennsylvania, sort of near Reading. Not really near anything because of the roads it takes to get here, but we are at Maple Grove Raceway in southeast Pennsylvania. Beautiful, beautiful day for racing. As we are getting ready here to do the B&M Performance Saturday at the second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout, presented by Sachs & Sons Incorporated. Again, here at Maple Grove Raceway, we had a great day of racing yesterday with Dave Dissinger getting the big check last night in his win over Jeremy Stoker on our Darrell Tillman Realty Group Friday. $5,000 to win warm-up. B&M Performance is located in Parkersburg, Pennsylvania, owned and operated by Kevin and Vicki Mendenhall. Kevin's got over 20 years of experience in engine build, rebuild, repair industry. Covered, radio, be quiet. Repair and covering all types of different combinations, with primary focus being race motors, which includes junior dragster engines. B&M Performance also handles everyday vehicle engines. Kevin takes pride in his work, ensuring all assemblies and specs are extremely accurate and dead on. Not only does Kevin and Vicky invest a lot of time into their business, but they spend most of their weekends traveling to different racetracks. Really find them racing alongside their daughter Rebecca, son Nathan, as well as a huge fleet of friends made along the way running those stout B&M Performance motors. B&M Performance strives for customer service and will be available for any customer's needs, not only at the shop but at the racetrack as well. Kevin's employees will go out of their way to assist any racer in need, regardless of whether they're a B&M customer or not. Check out some of the highlights of B&M Performance offers. For information, look them up online at bnmperformanceandmachining.com or contact them at 484-643-3787. New engine builds starting from complete scratch, complete engine freshen-ups, engine upgrades, ability to start any fresh builds up, proper break-in time, leak-down tests, complete junior dragster engine builds and freshen-ups. They do machine work as well, born hone, deck, line hone, sleeve. They clearance blocks, recondition and inspect rods, cook, clean, check blocks, resurfacing cylinder heads, complete cylinder head restoration, 357 angle valve jobs, valve guides, adjusting valve spring seat pressures, repair damaged chambers. They do it all at B&M Performance. Don Garloff. Garloff, the One Sky Media resurrected Vega. Ride 560, 122. My buddy Yard Dart goes to 638, 107. Bill Wackerman, 2002 Camaro. Wackerman 704, 98 miles an hour, 677 for the S10. Todd Toman, York, Pennsylvania. Guy I've been watching over the years. He's traveled a bit down south and then get to see him up north here. Toman up against Gary Butler, Norristown, Pennsylvania, 1985 Ford Ranger. Toman, look at the little Ranger. 613, 111 for Butler. Moving on out. Toman, 633, 108. Amy Ferranelli. Ferranelli out of Southampton, Pennsylvania, 1986 Mustang. And Donald Metz out of Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. Again, this is new entry time trials. If you're a new entry time trial, and you have not yet gotten to the staging lanes, I would do so. Ronley, 614, 110, the little Ranger, 738, 91 miles an hour. Here's the first sled I've seen in a long time. Big money race. That's J.P. Lanker, York, Pennsylvania. John Cera Jr. in the Chevy pickup truck. Lanker, 16 on the light of the sled. 610, 109 miles an hour, 696 at 98, and an 18 light for Cera. Looks like Ted Miley, maybe the wagon wasn't acting right. One home got this ride. We've got a Chevelle down there on the Penske side. Jamie Cologne. And we'll take juniors. We'll take you back to the lanes for round 1. 6 to 9-year-olds, we'll take you to lanes. Junior 6 to 9, take you lane 7. Lane 8 for 10 to 18. Juniors, need you back to the lanes for round 1, please. Juniors, back to the lanes for round number 1, please. Once again, we have called juniors back to lanes, round 1 of eliminations. 6 to 9-year-olds, we need you to lane number 7. 10 to 18-year-olds, lane number 8. Let's go, juniors. Alice Williams, 2023 Hellcat. Dan Northrup out of Maple Grove, 65 Nova. 718-103 for the Hellcat, in case you were wondering. 665 for Northrup at 104. Layla Gockley, Moulton, Pennsylvania, the 92 S10. Dave Razor, one of my favorite cars whenever I see it out here. I mean, it's not as good as a wood-sided Volare or Aspen wagon, but it's close. 1984 Ford LTD wagon. Sporting the wood grain. .001 to Trip Zip. Layla, get down. Razor said, look what I can do. Layla said, I can do better. 725, 93 miles an hour, 845 at 80. My goodness. A little attitude there, young lady. Wonder where you get that from. Boy, and Anthony Todaro having an issue. Woke up there. 738 for John Dixon, 88 miles an hour. Bo Reeves. Now there's my buddy over there in the El Canova. .641, 106 miles an hour. Bo a little bit red, 613 at 110. Again, want to shout out to those of you watching on Motor Mania TV. Powered by Weldon High Performance and brought to you by Dick's Radiator and Sachs & Sons Incorporated. Out there, see the Bass Knuckler, G. Michael, Rapid Transit, MGB Truck, Doug P., and Barn out there helping running the zoo. Jordan Smickle, 754, 90 miles an hour. Brent Long, 741 at 92. Again, we need our juniors back to the lanes. Our Blittersdorf Automotive and Grinders Heating and Cooling junior dragsters need you back to the lanes, please. Lane number 7, we need our 6 to 9-year-old juniors. Lane number 8, we need our 10 and up at 10 to 18. Harry Bartman in the 91 Dakota. Good looking, low flying Dakota right there. Brandon Kerguizen, 78 Malibu. 7:18, 93 miles an hour, and a 005 light for Kerguizen. Bartman, 6:10 at 1:12. Robert Dames in the big, huge by large, 61 Chrysler. The big four-door beast with Robert Smith coming back out from Westchester. They haven't seen Robert yet. Good to see him. 586, 117 for Robert. Comes Nikki Adams, 67 dart out of Duncannon, Pennsylvania. $684 for the Mustang, 102. 850 at 82 for Nicky. Don Garloff back for his second hit. It's the car called Raggedy Ann. Disco Nova. Mitch McKenzie, if you're watching on Motor Mania, I think I found your twin. Although that is a rather nice door. Late Raggedy Ann, Missouri. 557, 122 for Garloff. Again, we need our juniors back to lanes for round one. Juniors, back to the lanes for round one, please. 6 to 9-year-old juniors should be in lane 7. 10 to 18-year-old juniors should be in lane number 8. Tina Orth Lisley. Tina in the black. No, that is a good looking ride up against a little love truck. Love truck left a little early, 19 down on the red side. Tina 578, 119. 662 at 102 Penske side for the love truck. Not the love truck, that's Kevin Pollard's. It's the love truck. Emily Core, Myerstown, Pennsylvania. Is that a Core and a Chevy? Hope it's Mopar powered. Issue right off the start line. Monte Carlo 577, 112. But she is pulling over. That's neat. Take the Napa Auto Parts delivery S10, turn it into a race truck. Looks of the period, to be honest with you. Again, juniors, you should be in the staging lanes ready to go for round number 1. Lane number 7 for our 6 to 9 year olds. Lane number 8 for 10 to 18. John Serra Jr. has been 16 and now perfect. 691, 99 miles an hour. James Horton. Jamie from Tompkins Cove, New York. 66 Pontiac. Connie Walkerman, Stewartville, New Jersey, in the 99 Camaro. Horton's going 675, 102. John Hedenberg. Hedenberg Racing Mustang. It's the Gordon Newman Rawlings Racing Maverick. Scott Franks. That's a good looking ride right there. Looks very purposeful. A couple of quick Fords at the starting line. Let's see. But they got Hedenberg knocks the top bulb out. And the Maverick does indeed move. 612, 111. 658 for Hedenberg at 106. Chris Smolensky. Jewelry hanging out of the hood of the 84 Camaro. Two-tone Nova here. And we do believe we've got a mess on our hands. Yeah, folks, that is a full track mess. So once again, folks, we do have a pretty much looks like a full track cleanup that we're going to need to do. So we'll be back with you as soon as we possibly can here. We had called our juniors back to the staging lanes. Y'all could get to somewhere shady and quiet for a minute. Also, did want to remind you that Team EFR does have water available this weekend in the staging lanes. We want to thank them very much, the Embley Family Racing, Team EFR. Look, Scott and Sharon Embley and Jordan, Sage, and Jana, and all of Team EFR, and it's a big family. They bleed drag racing. They become very well known, not just the Northeast, but in the South as well. If you know Team EFR, you know they travel in a pack as their team grows, and more every year. They're beyond, we're grateful for them, for a team like them. They're not doing this. They don't have a business to promote. They are promoters of drag racing. That's what Team EFR is. They love drag racing. They love the sport. They do everything they can do. They encourage other youth to get involved. They encourage folks and do everything they can to get them in the sport and down the racetrack. Again, Team EFR isn't here donating water to promote or do anything. They're here because they absolutely love this sport and love the people they race with. And thank you very much for Team Emily and Team EFR for all that they do for drag racing. Anytime I go to a racetrack and Team EFR is on property, I know it's going to be a good weekend. event shirts, go on down and get yourself an event shirt. $20 will get you in shirt. Make sure you get down there while we got your size and your color available. If you just got here last night or today and you have not yet purchased the event shirt, they look really, really good. And again, I've said it 1,000 times, I'll say it again. You can never have enough drag racing t-shirts. In spite of what my wife tells me. Hey, by the way, big shout out, big props. Our first junior dragster prize vault winner is Mason Artem, who won trips on his time shot. So congratulations, Mason Artem. Laid down all zeros in the junior time shot. The Blittersdorf Automotive, Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling junior dragster time runs. They will be. No, we still have new entry time trials to go. Again, those racers have been loading up. And then after new entry time trials, we'll take a breath. We'll do our invocation and anthem and go into round number 1 of junior eliminations, and then round 1 of eliminations of our B&M Performance Saturday main event. Right now, we're in cleanup mode. We have a rather lengthy cleanup that we are taking care of, I believe. Basically, Billy would know. Billy, how long's the racing surface here? I'm talking before we get to the road, not the crossover to the kitty litter. It's over 4,000 feet of racetrack, and I believe we have 4,000 feet of racetrack that needs help. And as you can see, Team Maple Grove throwing out all sorts of equipment at this mess. "4,000 feet of yuck."
Perfect girl, she's from another world. She puts a smile on my face and takes me to outer space. She takes me higher, now I'm losing ground. Starlight shines over you tonight, oh tonight. 'Cause in the city night, she makes me see that I see the light. 'Cause in the city night,
Hey, juniors, by the way, courtesy of the good folks, I believe Brink Motorsport had some. Artem's Automotive. Artem's Automotive had some candy bags down there for our juniors. They've got some Welch's fruit snacks, candy, Oreos, all sorts of good stuff. Juniors, anytime you want to walk over to the base of the tower and get yourself some candy, they have that for you down there. I see Michael Beard is doing good things with his free time. Never leave a graphic artist alone with free time. Just redecorating the car. Folks, looks like we're about 10 minutes away from getting back at it. About 10 minutes away from getting back at it. Those of you in the staging lanes, the new entry time trials, we are about 10 minutes away of getting back at it. And juniors will be following with round one of eliminations. Also a standby call for doubles. This will be a standby call for our doubles because we will, as soon as we get the new entry time trials out of the staging lanes, we will start calling our doubles up to the lanes. So it's a standby call for our doubles. Be ready to go. Looking about 10 minutes, racers, till we are ready to go again. Track crew has got, I believe, all the schmutz off the racetrack. Now we'll do a quick re-prep and get ready to go.
Leaving this place, the sun's about to break. You're riding shotgun. The feeling we chase. I'm wide awake. Take me away now. 'Cause I won't go down the same old path again now. No, I've been running out of air, so let me catch my breath. Feeling I've got's making me crazy. If I'm having a good time, don't you blame me. If it's feeling I've got's making me crazy, making me crazy. So I'm just gonna drive. I'm just gonna drive. I'm just gonna drive. I'm just gonna drive.
All right, racers in and buckled up. Those of you watching on Motor Mania TV, presented by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Sons Incorporated, and powered by Weldon High Performance. Automotive, Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragsters, and then into our B&M Performance Saturday main event here at the Dick's Radiator, second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout, presented by Saxon Sons and brought to you by JBrothers Promotions here at Maple Grove Raceway in Pennsylvania. See, some more folks have joined the live feed. Super Dave, Shirley Martin, Scott Hazelton, Bill Danner, all out there. Good morning, everybody. Rapid Transit. George Orwell, 1984, really? Had some issues his first time down. Let's see if he got her figured out. Paul Tim Jr. and his familiar Vega. Tadaro got her figured out. 665, 105.
Junior dragsters, can we please have you roll down? Junior dragsters, please roll down.
Bo Reeves, Brent Long, Reeves in the Nova. $19 to the good for Bo. Brent Long, 3,000 red in that beautiful Duster. 746, 91 miles an hour for the Center Valley PA Duster. 614 at 110 for Reeves. Jamie Colon. .001 and .006, 585, 116, 671, 101 miles an hour. We'll take doubles to the lanes, please. Doubles, lanes 1 and 2, please. Doubles. We'll take you to 1 and 2. Doubles, 1 and 2 at this time. So round 1 elimination call. B&M Performance Saturday main event. Doubles. We'll take you to 1 and 2 at this time. As Barry Van Scoten, our last time trial. Getting ready to do our invocation and anthem here. Juniors are getting ready to get suited up and getting their hot rods and go racing. Barry, 45. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for the show of support. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for supporting our second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout presented by Saxon Sons Incorporated. Thank you for making your way here to Maple Grove. An absolutely beautiful weekend. Tons of cars, lots of great racing coming at you here on B&M Performance Saturday. And we have cars in the lanes ready to rock and roll. And we have our Blittersdorf Automotive and Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling juniors ready to go, as well as we have called our doubles to lanes 1 and 2. But before we start, as always, we will start with our invocation and our national anthem, and giving the invocation once again today. Again, he's normally the voice of Maple Grove, and you heard him for a little while yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, Billy Kleinspan. Billy?
Thank you, Ron. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this beautiful Saturday of racing on this beautiful sunny Saturday. Lord, we continue to thank each and every single one of our racers for your continued support and for a safe day of racing. We thank each and every single one of the armed service, past and present, for providing the great free country that we have to experience the freedoms that we enjoy every day. Lord, we continue to thank and bless all the people up in Canada for all the wildfires that they're going through right now, and for a safe recovery for all the victims up there. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. And ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Ivy Brannon. Love that version of the national anthem done by the lovely Ivy Brannon. Racer as well, by the way. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go with our round number 1 of our Blittersdorf Automotive Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragster. Doubles, we need you to 1 and 2. Doubles, 1 and 2. This is a round 1 elimination call for double. So here we go. Tell you, we already the sportsmanship, you like to see it. In the first pair of juniors, there was a junior having an issue with a front tire that they were working on, and their pair said, you know what, we're cool, let's wait, we'll wait out and move to the back of the line so you can get that fixed. So we're going to go to our next pair of juniors. And our first pair you're going to look at is going to be Jordan Denny, the Two-Toe Joe. Junior out of Nakesville, Virginia. Penske side of the racetrack. Against the high roller ride, Shane Connor, Elkton, Maryland, B&M Performance sponsored ride. This is round number 1 of Blittersdorf Automotive, Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling, Junior Dragster. And again, we have called doubles. Doubles, we've called you to the lanes. Doubles, we have called you to the lanes. .805 dial for Denny, 905 for Shane. A 2 light head start, but Shane Connor turns it red. Juniors, by the way, buybacks will be available at $30 to get you back in. Michael Artem Automotive, who, by the way, are sponsoring the candy bags for the juniors because we need to keep them nice and sugared up. Have them bouncing off the trailer wall later on. Artem dialed 790, Penske side of the racetrack against Sam Harvinek. Harvinek dialed 793. And the start line advantage going to go to Michael Artem. Sam Harvinek needs to make a little magic happen, and Sam does. Double breakout win light. Michael takes too much finish line. 787 at 81 miles an hour with a 3, so he's 27th thou under. Harvinek was 15th thou under the 793 dial-in. Sam will continue on. Chase Miles, Honeybrook, Pennsylvania, are the Pray Hard Racing Team, One Sky Media. Racing in memory of Evelyn Rose. Jake Harvinek. And on the true start, the true start didn't help there for Chase Miles. Harvinek was 5 thou red. Chase Miles was 84 red. Must have had them fruit snacks. Next pair, Lucas Remick, the Remick Racing ride here on the Penske side of the racetrack against Jillian Kleinfelter. Kleinfelter on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Finish line comes up, it's going to be Lucas Remick. 29 light, 801 on the 790. Kleinfelter a little late on the let go. We'll have to think about the buybacks. Canonsburg, Pennsylvania. Kylie, 9 flat on the dial-in board, hanging off the back of that little hot rod. The Cross Racing sponsored ride, 810 out of New Jersey. 2016 Mike Boss chassis. 2006 half-scale chassis, that is Paisley Anderson. Andy Anderson's going to be a busy man today. He is doubled and got 3 kids running juniors. Gets the win light. Dialed in 890, goes in 899. Ludwig breaks out by a bunch. Heating and cooling spot on the Lucas Oil side. 915 dial-in for the 915 for the Mannheim, Pennsylvania based Griner. Spoots got the 790 here on the Penske side. Finish line comes up, win light gonna go to Spoots. Griner gave up a bit at the start line. Spoots 36, 792 with a 4 on the 790. Sees the win light come on. The Purnell Body Shop, Pray Hard Racing. Sponsored ride of Aaron Willing, Pennsburg, Pennsylvania, against another one of them Nitro Fish kids. That's Logan Anderson. 797 dial in for Logan. 894 for Aaron Willing. Logan all over it at the start line. Got almost a 10th in his pocket, gets down near the finish line, makes it work. 8 flat at 78 miles an hour. Getting the win light over Willing. Charlie Blittersdorf, the guy they call Cue Ball. Charlie, 2022 half scale on the Lucas Oil side. So cue ball getting ready to bump in that bottom bulb. Michaela Woodward already in, set, and ready. And lots of womping down there. Charlie Blittersdorf will be your winner. Michaela might have had one womp too many, or two or three, two womps too many. Blittersdorf will move on. Michaela have to think about the buybacks. Again, junior buybacks are $30. And our 10 to 18-year-old buy, Mason Artem, who was trips. Went 000 in his time trial. Again, we've called doubles and blue. Doubles and blue. Need you to the lanes. Doubles and blue. Need you to the staging lanes, please. And Mason went after it again that time, like 17 red. But it's a buy run, so it don't matter. 788 with an 8 at 82 miles an hour. Now we move to our Blittersdorf Automotive Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling 6 to 9-year-olds. Our younger racers, what will happen is, just got a few of them today, but they will run each other, and then when we have one left, they'll move over in with the other kids. Paige Doney, Full Crop, Pennsylvania. 1190 dial in for Paige. Landon Anderson, another one of those Nitro Fish Anderson kids. 1201 dial in for Landon. Win light going to go to Anderson. Had the worst light, but made it work. And Levi Narr. Eight red for Levi. $11.85, 51 miles an hour for Levi. So that'll be round one. Blittersdorf Automotive Junior Dragster. Blittersdorf Automotive and Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragster. Again, we will have buybacks are available for juniors. They will do a buyback. $30. Yep, and folks, those of you that did not win round one of the Junior Dragsters, courtesy of Half Skill, you get a choice of either Rice Krispie Treats or Cheese Puffs. Oh, here we go. With round number one. Run number one, day number two. B&M Performance Saturday. Coming at you from the second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout, presented by Saxon Sons. John Serra Jr. and Pete Bushnell. And 6:44 down. Finish line comes up. It's going to be John Serra Jr. running dead on 3, getting the win light. Mark Swall on the motorcycle. 5:59. Gonna go a little bit red. Win light for the Dakota. Yesterday's winner, Dave Dissinger. Dissinger, Double D Staging Controllers. Down in a 6:28, 5:85 for Matt Richeza. Dissinger, Richeza, finish line comes up, you hear the whomping down there. Richeza on the double breakout gets the win light. Hey, no-box racers, make sure you're coming all the way to the bottom of the lanes. When you come in the lanes, those of you in 5 and 6. And I got my cord tangle around everything here. Marty Flegel. Reese Garage 6 Nova. He was going rounds yesterday in everything we were doing. Up against that awesome 38 Chevy of Mike Licata down in at a 577. Licata leaves 2,000 too soon. Win light for Flegel, 566 with the 4 on the 65. Again, we've called doubles and we've called blue. Need you to the lanes, please. Jamie Talbert, Taneytown, Maryland, the 85 Chevy S10. 843 on the winder. Mike Nessinger, Stevens, Pennsylvania, the wagon, dialed in 615. Greg Leifkin. Leifkin's Nova, 664 dial in. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack at 598 for Dan Casey. 1985 Mercury Capri out of Thompson, Connecticut. Go 34, should be Casey, and it will be. 6 flat 109 for Dan Casey. Again, racers, if you're in 5 and 6, we need. Vince Guzmano and Evan Powell. The Vega wagon, 300s in his pocket, and getting the win light in the Lucas Oil side. 648 with a 5 on the 45. Guzmano dead on with a 7, but his 46 light got him a thou behind at the finish line. Terry Sachs, the Sachs and Sons Incorporated. Camaro dialed in 652. $586 dial in for Bob DeYoung. Todd Toman and Jeremy Stoker. Yesterday's runner-up. I already saw the winner, Dave Dessinger, a little bit earlier, get beat on his first shot. It's all right, he has buyback money. Re-entry money, as it were. Remember, if round 1 doesn't go the way you want to, re-entry can be purchased at the base of the tower. Same place you get the t-shirts. Todd Toman, uncharacteristically already on a departure for Todd. He breaks out trying to get there, and Stoker gets the W. Brandon Skelly now coming up in the Blazer. Brandon coming up against Keith Lehman in the Hammer Time. $15,000 on the side of Brandon Skelly. He gets the win. I knew it was him. Why did I say it was somebody else? How about dead zero for Lehman, but 53 light won't get it done. Kyle Core. 68 dart dialed 627. Love watching this thing leave the start line. Going to be chasing after Bill Wackerman's 4th gen Camaro, dialed in at a 702. .004 to the good for Kyle Core, and the win light as Bill Wackerman's 2,000 early. Corey up the graph, and Amy Ferranali. Ferranali's dialed in at a 614, Southampton, Pennsylvania. Up the graph, 608 in the boo. Amy's a little early leaving. Win's going to go to Corey. 6:08 with a 7 on the 6:08 and a 58 light. Amy, 28 red, 3 thou under the 614 dial. Michael Block, 763 dial in for the Connecticut native. Against the 1992 vet piloted by Ernie Zagars. Double 04 wrong side for Ernie. Michael Block, 765 with an 8 on the 63. I tell you, here's a guy yesterday in this 65 dart. Jonathan Gagnon could not get a win light yesterday, and he was deadly on the tree, and just nobody cared in the other lane. He pulls up in round number 1 against Mike Franek, who was going an absolute ton of rounds. Gagnon, car number 38, you need 178. Nick Beeler in the El Camino. 728 dial into a 699 for Kevin Core. Beeler's $8 Core will be your winner. Robert Reinert. Reinert dialed 653, Penske side of the racetrack. Reinert against Kyle Robb in the A1 Mulch, A1 Motorsports ride. And the first win light of the day for Kyle Robb comes up. 009 light, 604 with an 8 on the 05 for Robb. Double breakout win light. He is 2 thou under. Reinert was 8 thou under. 23 light, no good. Stephen Dickey's 69 Camaro, 625 dial-in, Penske side. Steve McMillan, Oxford, Pennsylvania, 603 dial-in on the Lucas Oil side. Just a thou between Dickey and McMillan. Finish line comes up, win light going to go to McMillan, 05 with a 3 on the 603. Gets the win. Dickey has 400s over. 629.0 on the 625, and going to have to think about hitting re-entry on that entry. Kevin Spencer, Coahingo, Maryland. Coming up against Andy Anderson, York, Pennsylvania, base 2002 S10. Defending national champion in NHRA Pro. Went to Vegas, won it all. Got a few of those folks on property this weekend. It's a tough bunch up here off the bottom. Anderson, though, 2 thou early. .636 with a 6 for Kevin Spencer on the 634. Gets the win light. Anderson, 2 thou red, 5 thou under the 572 dial. Joe Dukin is having some issues yesterday, keeping this thing clean. Changed out the transmission yesterday. Coming out against Frank Monfiore Jr. from Edison, New Jersey, dialed in at a 662. Dukin wrong side of the ledger there, 526, 132. 664 for Frank Monfiore Jr. at 104. Gets the win. Again, folks, we've called doubles and we've called blue. The run order is doubles, blue, red, green, and yellow. That's the run order for our main event. No-box racers, doubles, blue, red, green, and yellow. We have called doubles and we've called blue. Brent Long in the Duster. Good looking ride down here on the Penske side. Long Gone Racing coming up against Denny McCloskey, 1970 Firebird, another beautiful ride. Sometimes you come to a drag race and it's like a car show broke out. A lot of beautiful, well-kept rides at this race. Advantage for the Long Gone Racing Duster. McCloskey trying to get around him, and he does by 0.02 of a second. 663 with a 2 on the 660 at 96 miles an hour. Brent, 500ths over the dial, did not get it done, even though he had a 200s advantage at the starting line. Bobby Pipp, 1966 Mustang, dialed 740 against the 724. Ted Miley apparently having issues with the wagon yesterday, so he brought out this Chevelle Malibu. Gonna get your winner. Bobby Pipp turned it red. Jamie Colon. Colon dialed in 671 to a 649 for C.J. Ketterer. C.J. jumps into the Maverick today. Colon, 11 to the good, 672 with an 8 on the 671. Ketterer, dead on with a 1, but a little late getting off the starting line on the Penske side. Let's follow a Maverick with a Maverick. Wade Kubicki, 1972 Maverick, 621 dial in. Going to be chasing Jordan Smickle. Out of Saylorsburg, part of Team EFR, who's got the water down there for us. Kubicki in the Maverick has about 500s in his pocket, gets the win light, moves on. Smickle runs dead one, but again, gave up a bit much at the starting line to make that work. Tyler Weicker, Columbia, New Jersey, 1989 S-Dime, 615 dial in. Jimmy Sachs, 550 dial-in. And the no-box 660 shootout ride. Waker runs a few tenths over. Did not sound good off the starting line for Weicker in the advanced care ride. Rocco Ciccone Jr. in the Mustang. Identical reaction time with Rob Zetterberg, both of them. 34 at the hit, finish line comes up. How about that? 34 dead 1 for Ciccone. Zetterberg was 34 dead 6 and gets beat by 5 thousandths of a second. Good driving job down there at the finish line by Ciccone. 8:48 at 86. Scrubbed off a couple mile an hour. Next up, Dennis Kessler, Coatesville, Pennsylvania-based Duster. You're getting ready to come up against Scott Embley, dialed in at A651. The truck they call Side Piece. So Team EFR. Embley trying to stay ahead of the Duster. You can see Kessler down there pacing him. Kessler will be your winner. 582, 101 miles an hour over Scott Embley. Napa Auto Parts pickup truck, the S10 out 749. Scott Smith, a 745. Three to a 23. Napa truck way out in front and breaks out in the process. Scott Smith eases through 748 on the 45, gets the W. Seidel reels him in, gets the win light, 571 to the 5 on the 570. 113 miles an hour, 20 thou margin to finish line, 742.9 on the 39, and a 27 light for Foley. Doesn't get it done. Mike Tell started to get in a pretty good groove in yesterday's Krins Automotive Gamblers race. 708 dial in for Tell. 685 for Tom Scrifignano in the S10. Script down there doing work at the finish line, 689, 96 miles an hour. Tell was late then early. Bo Reeves Nova. 6:14 down against Kurt Holland, 6:06. Holland puts 11th down in his pocket, lights up them 6 floodlights on the Penske Lucas Oil side, gets the win. 6:07, 6:110 on a 6:06. 10th down margin of victory at the finish line for Holland. Anthony Tadaro. 6:65 down for Tadaro. Toms River, New Jersey, the home base for the 1983 Camaro. Double the white Mustang of Barlow with the start line advantage, but Barlow taking kind of a '86 gets the W. Jeff Hollenbach, Hollenbach Family Racing, S10. Roy Krupp against Jeff Hollenbach. Krupp in the turquoise powered ride. Gets the win light on Hollenbach's machine, turns it 36 down wrong side. Remember, folks, we do have a bake sale happening down at the Junior Dragster Turnoff. Juniors are selling baked goods to help finance their trip to Bristol. Coming up actually pretty soon, I do believe. I think they're about a month and a half away from that. All the help you can get, they'd love it. Here comes the El Canova, Barry Van Scoten. 6:38 dialing, coming up against Chris Gagne. Van Scoten running into an issue. Not sure what happened to Barry. Meanwhile, Chris Gagne got the win, 6:26, 111. Tony DiLeonardo and Don Garloff, your next pair. Garloff No Resurrected Vega One Sky Media ride. Down 558, 665 for Tony D. Leonardo. And True Start win light for Tony D. He was 6 thou red. Garloff was 31 thou red behind him. So D. Leonardo get a little True Start love there. Scott Carpenter, Poughkeepsie, New York, 584 dial-in. Going to have the ever so slight weight on Kyle Gockley, Moulton, Pennsylvania, home-based S10. His wife and daughter looking on. He's got both photographers aiming at him like maybe he's going to do something. Kyle's got 300s in his pocket. Double breakout win light for Kyle Gockley, 3 thou under. 86 with a 7 on the 587, gets the W. Carpenter was 4 thou under. His 584 dial-in on the double breakout. Kenny Garofalo, 631 dial-in for Kenny G. Wait, did I just say that? Mark Ketterer dialed in 738. And Kenny's playing the blues. 13th thou wrong side. Mark Ketterer, another True Start win there as he was 4 red, but Garofalo was 13 red behind him. Ken Bossett. Bossett and Jim Young. Young double 08. 674 on the 64 is Bossett. It was 42 and about a tenth over. I think Jim Young might get the flag thrown for excessive strike tightening there. Kyle Murray in the Dakota, sharing the ride with his ride with brother Cam this weekend. Kyle dialed in 641, 593 for Wyatt Kubicki. Wyatt turned it red and the car immediately shut off on him. So the win light will go to Kyle Murray, who ran it full tilt boogie and gets himself a 640 with a 9 on the 641. A 009 light. Again, why it's quiet. If you're getting hungry, it's sitting lunchtime, getting near that point, might want to head on down to the concession stand. They have lots of good stuff down there to eat. And I know premium sausages are listed. I might send somebody down there a little bit later. Hook me up with one. But the concession stand is open. If it's getting lunchtime for you, head on down there. Lots of good food to be had down there. Also the bake sale, the junior bake sale, financing their trip to Bristol this year. If you could head on down there. They are stationed up by the junior turnoff. So if you want to go down there and check it out what they are selling, and help support their trip to Bristol this year for the Eastern Conference Championships. B&M Performance is located in Parkersburg, Pennsylvania, owned and operated by Kevin and Paul. Kevin's got over 20 years experience in the engine build, rebuild, and repair industry, covering all types and different combinations. Primary focus of not only does Kevin and Vicki invest a lot of time in their business, but they spend most weekends traveling to different racetracks with their daughter Rebecca, son Nathan, as well as a huge fleet of friends and family, make their way along all these running stout B&M Performance motors. B&M Performance strives for customer service and will be available for any customer's needs, not only at the shop, but at the track as well. Kevin and his employees will go out of their way to assist racers in need, regardless of whether they are a B&M customer or not. Check out they do everything, folks. New engine builds, freshen ups, upgrades, starting up a fresh build for break-in time, leak down tests, complete junior engine builds and freshen ups, machine work. They do it all. Gleason's going to take a red light, and my buddy Yard Dart's going to get the win light. Oof. Nick Bauman, the Gibsonia, Pennsylvania. 17th out, wrong side. Dylan Moyer going to get that win, but you know Nick will be back over for re-entry round. John Nugent, 1972 Chevelle out of Sinking Spring. 1972, that's a sweet ride. That's a heavy Chevy that drove the car here. Yep, in fact, I saw him parked over there. There's no trailer attached to that ride. 702 dialing for the 72. James Horton, Jamie, 66 Pontiac out of New York, 674 dial-in. Seen Jamie race for years at various big money races. Tompkins Cove native. Has the start line advantage, gets the W, 680 at 94 miles an hour as Nugent gave up a little too much of start line. Jamie closed it to 11th out at the finish line. The silver ride of Connie Walkerman, Stewartsville, New Jersey, 744. Slapped on the window. Up against the 654 for Jenna Yarnall from Kennett Square, Pennsylvania.
How's Trish? Yeah, good. South Mountain's doing great. Yeah. Yeah, so in fact, I was going to call one right in. I got so busy with everybody else.
Walkerman in set. Here comes Jenna Yarnall. And Connie turns it red. Jenna says, thank you. Take that win light, 652 with a 406 miles an hour. Next up, Denny Renninger. Up against Mark Pettit Demange out of Oxford, Pennsylvania. Love watching this car leave because it leaves Purdy. The Nova on the Lucas Oil side. Renninger, again, Maple Grove royalty. This car and this driver have been winning rounds and winning races for a long, long time. It's been on a t-shirt, I believe. And Mark turns it one thou red and shuts it down early. Renninger, 44 with a 4 on the 743, gets the win light. Marquez McClure. Marquez, Limerick, Pennsylvania, the home base. Kind of 80s vibe with the pink and purple stripes going on the Lucas Oil side. Up against the Disco Nova of Dan Wally out of Reading, Pennsylvania, the 1976 vintage ride. Oh, yeah. One thou red for Marquez McClure. Oof. 29 to the good for Wally. 601 with a 1 and the 598. Folks, remember, we've called doubles and blue. Have not yet called anything else. Or did you want me to? We'll take red. Yay. Doubles, blue, and red. You have been called to the staging lanes for round number 1. Doubles, blue, and red have been called to the lanes. Next pair at the start line, Gerard Hamlick. Boy, our Gerard won a lot of rounds yesterday, and he had the distinction, and it's not always a distinction you want, of actually getting 2 best losing packages in one day. Andrew Percuto, South Plainfield, New Jersey, 1983 Firebird. I've interviewed him in a winner's circle. Pretty bad dude in that Firebird. Top ball, bottom ball, he don't care. He's going to care about that 5 red though. 13 to the good for Gerard. 615 with a 5 and the 14. Man, always right on it. Again, we have called red run stickers. That's doubles, blue, and red. Jana Embley, Sailorsburg, Pennsylvania, 1992 Blazer. She's won a lot of places with this. Mike from South Mountain up here telling me she's won at South Mountain. I know she's won a bunch at Atco. One here. Scott Franks from New Jersey in the Maverick trying to make something happen. Not going to happen. She's 009. 5 over, closing the 12th out at the finish line. That young lady, well, if the last name's Embley, you know they're driving. Soggy Dunn. Soggy dial in 624. Pottstown, Pennsylvania, 68 Camaro, and Nathan Mendenhall. This is a pretty rough first round matchup right here. Soggy, I've watched him win a $75,000 check, big check down south. Nathan Mendenhall out of Parksburg, Pennsylvania, the 84 S10. He has had a great season already. Oh, Dunn goes negative James Bond. He's 007 wrong side. Nathan Mendenhall. Former junior dragster champ at South Mountain. And folks, remember, re-entry can be purchased at the base of the tower. Re-entry can be purchased at the base of the tower. Dan Northrup, 65 Nova down with 66, going to get the win on the double red light. Bob Hoffman was red-er. 714 with a 9 for Hoffman on the 11. Northrup, 15 red, dead, 4 on the 666 dial-in.
All right, we got Bronowell out there in that orange Nova. He's a South Mountain racer. Randy is.
Randy Bronowell, Smolensky had 10th out. The star line took just too big a chunk. He took a lot.
Yeah, Randy's one of our regulars, South Mountain. What a great day to be here, this big dollar race by the brothers.
Folks, those of you listening on Motor Mania TV, brought to you by Weldon High Performance and again, Dick's Radiator, as well as Saxon Sons. You are listening also to Mountain Mike from South Mountain Raceway has joined me up here at the tower. Mountain Mike.
Thanks for having us. What a
hey.
beautiful day to be out racing.
Yep. South Mountain, a great little racetrack. I have not yet been there, but Mike Beard tells me I need to get there.
I just gave you a free pass. Show it to the lady at the gate.
Mike Greiner and Jeannie Northrup. And the win light going to go to Jeannie Northrup and green run stickers. Green run stickers, doubles, blue, red, and green have been called. You start, oh, well, that explains a lot sometimes. The Raggedy Ann car. Again, I got a buddy named Mitch McKenzie back home in Ohio that those two Novas would look good together, side by side. Well, let's just say that. Raggedy Ann out in 742. John Alloway from Columbus, New Jersey. What a beautiful El Camino. But Raggedy Ann's going to be your 9th out, wrong side. On the Penske side for Alloway. Raggedy Ann moves on. Everybody knows the guy in this lane.
Ryan. Yes, he's our guy.
Yep, folks, this is B&M Performance main event Saturday. There's Mr. B&M Performance right there. Kevin Mendenhall. 66 Nova coming against John Alloway in the 80 Boo out of Columbus, New Jersey.
Yeah, what a great family, racing family, and Nate and Vicky and
Yep, 7 to the good. Mendenhall dialed 609, goes 610 with a 2. Easy win light.
Kevin puts it on, puts the win on. Nice, 007.
Yeah. Alloway, not a bad pass. 36, dead 3. That'll win a lot of rounds,
Yeah,
just not that one.
Nice package. Could have been. Up, here's the John Pataki car. The former John Pataki. You know who John Pataki was? Steve?
I do remember the name. I think that's John Cera Jr. Oh, nope. Let's see here. I'm trying to read.
That should be Emily, I think.
Oh, Emily Allenbach. I'm looking at the car in this lane. John Cera Jr. in the pickup truck. Ooh. Emily just a tad late letting go. When light will go to Cera. 18 light. 93 with an 8 on the 688. Emily 611 on the 610. And we'll have to adjust the let go a little bit there. Marty Flegel, the Marty's Garage, 67 Nova. John Hedenberg out of Spotwoods, New Jersey, in the 86 Mustang.
We know a blue car's going to win it.
Yep, absolutely. And the blue Chevrolet gets the win over the blue Ford. 568, 112.
Here's a
Flegel.
sled. Nice sled. 608. That thing's fast.
I'll tell you, we haven't seen a lot of sleds out here. You go up in Michigan, they got a ton of them.
We get them up the mountain. We got a bunch of sleds. West Garmin actually won the championship last year.
Yep.
Over Danny Boyer.
Watched him earlier. Let JP Lanker pretty solid at the tree in that ride. He's up against Trish Witt. Too Tall Trish driving Jed Nar's ride. 7th thou between them. Good, solid drag race. Win light going to go to Trish Witt. JP was 400s over his dial, couldn't get there. Trish Witt will continue on to round 2. JP going to have to think about hitting re-entry.
Yeah, Paul Werner, him and Dale, they stopped down at the track last weekend, and good to see them. Beautiful.
He won a bunch of rounds yesterday, and every time I'm here, Paul's going a bunch of rounds. That's just what he does.
I love that Monza too. That
Yep.
Monza's awesome.
That's John. That's Joe Theodore, part of Team EFR. Paul Werner down there doing Paul Werner things. 726 with a 3 on a 724.
I don't see Dale. She's usually wearing a bucket hat. Tried to tell her to buy a South Mountain bucket hat. We got some new ones. Deb's got them all in the truck.
Tony Ludwig, I'll tell you, there's a lot of cars. I love coming here because I'm a Northeast Ohio guy. I love coming seeing new cars. Always see different stuff. And it's tough down here off the bottom. Paul Tim Jr. on a Moulton, Pennsylvania, right down the street. That beautiful black Vega. He's got 16th down in his pocket. Got the win light on his side. Double breakout W going to Paul Tim Jr. as Penske side, the Mustang, broke out by about a week.
Yeah, it took a bunch. Is that Todd? Todd
Yep,
Dolman?
that's Todd.
Yeah, he's a points racer at South Mountain. Chaser said, always giving him money. Always giving that Todd Dolman guy money.
Seems like he's collecting more than often than he's not, is what you're saying. Yeah, he's actually done very well. I've seen him traveling over the years. I remember the white car, the white Malibu. Yep, Aaron Tim,
Yep.
right over next to him in that Camaro.
Pretty car.
Todd's got to make some magic happen down there. He doesn't. Tim breaks out by 1 thou. Toman under by 3 thou. Almost got behind enough.
Looks like a nice Yenko-looking Camaro. We
Yep.
had Motion Performance where I grew up. Was
Yep.
New
A
York.
couple New Jersey guys here. Greg Myers, the Myers Heating and Cooling 69 Camaro. He just redid this car, and it is spectacular inside and out. I know the Nar Brothers has been through this thing. We got a Best Appearing Award we're handing out. This is one that might be in the running. It is a slick ride. He's up against one of the baddest dudes off the bottom, Matt Richeza, Cherry Hill, New Jersey, in that 93 Mustang. He's already won one. He doubled up today. Going to win that one, even though he was characteristically late, as Greg Myers got a little trigger happy at the start line.
Yeah, well, Matt Richeza, I used to race with him in Englishtown back in the day. And this car was broken at the purple wagon.
Yep.
He blew his tranny up last, converter up, and he's back out. He got it back together, and he's back out here today.
Yeah, I tell you, there's a lot of work that goes on these cars. You'd be surprised. I know Joe Duke, in fact, had a transmission change overnight last night. Mike Nessinger in the wagon. Stevens, Pennsylvania, coming up against Harry Bartman, 91 Dakota.
I like those Mopars.
Yeah.
I'm a Mopar guy.
Oh, you're standing next to another one. 008 wrong side for Nessinger. Bartman will get the W.
Yeah, you Google my name, Mike Natoli Duster, you'll see. I got a little 71, it's beautiful, a lot of fun. I was going to turn it into a demon like that white one over there. But,
You know that's a Core custom car, so you know that thing's a sweet ride.
those guys, that's a good family for Mopars, let me
Yep.
tell you. They know how to build them.
Kevin Core, Myerstown, Pennsylvania, 71 Demon, and it is Purdy. Coming up against another Team EFR racer, Sage Emily out of Saylorsburg. Sage dialed in at a 616 in the Krins Automotive Camaro. Looking pretty good for Sage at this point. Start line advantage and the win light going to go to Sage Emily. Tanner Kutseris, the other Crins Automotive run. 588 dial-in. Stacy Shooty Orr. There's his 2 thou between the start line. Great side-by-side race. Win light by 8 thou. I mean, they were door handle to door handle, front to back, and Win light going to go to Tanner.
It was almost a heads-up race. Here's Kyle in his dart. That thing is beautiful, too. That's a nice. 2 blue cars, blue and silver. 2 blue and silver cars. What's the chances of that? You see that?
And this 38 Chevy, like I said, it's like you go to a racetrack and the car show breaks out. This thing screams hot rod to me. You're talking jewelry hanging out of the hood, wheelie bars, shoot. It is what it is. It's absolutely a hot rod. And he turns it red. Kyle wheels up, 623 on the 626.
Yeah, that car leaves beautiful. Perfect every time. Same way every pass Kyle does.
That's the thing. If you look at Kors Customs, and we'll talk about them a little later as they sponsor our re-entry round. Kors Customs, they do it all. Not only do they do the ridiculously great body work, but mechanically they make all those cars work as well. I mean, they're an amazing group.
Yep, dads, brothers, the whole. A lot of brothers, a lot of families. That's what drag racing's all about. Family.
Yep, you got Tina Orth-Lisley, Nick Beeler coming up next, another really pretty El Camino. Little hesitation there right off the line.
Well, yeah, he's whomping him early.
Yep. Win light going to go to Tina Orth-Lisley, 11th thou margin of victory at the finish line.
Hammer time. Up against one of my races, Corey Updegraff in Malibu.
Hammer time, that's Keith Lehman, Halifax, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, me and Keith, breakfast buddies. Him and Brad Adams, we're always hanging out, and his son, Connor.
So this looks like a South Mountain starting line to you at this point with these 2 guys down there.
Well, one South Mountain, one Beaver Springs.
Oh.
South Mountain is Corey, and then Keith is Beaver Springs.
They both want red. Corey Updegraff's going to get that true start red light win. He was 14 red. Keith was the hammer time over-hammered.
South Mountain luck there. That's what it was, South Mountain luck. Corey. Yeah, we you know what we get? We get everybody from Beaver Springs, from Mason-Dixon, from Maple Grove. People say, who's my biggest competition? I say, everybody comes to my track, as long as there's that big round thing up there.
Yep.
That's the main thing, is the round thing.
That beautiful sunshine sitting up there right now?
Like we got today. You know, you don't have that round thing, we're not racing. So what a great, spectacular day to be here at Maple Grove. I'm loving it. I got chills standing next to you, brother. I don't want to say that, but actually I do.
Emily Core, Shannon Fordyce, your next pair. A couple young ladies going at it, and Shannon. I tell you, a lot of folks being a little antsy today. 13 wrong side for Shannon Core. 58 dead 4 gets the W.
Another South Mountain car, red Corvette.
That's a little red Corvette.
Yeah.
Ernie Zagars.
Another brother team.
Yep, he's 625. He was doing some laps yesterday in that hot rod.
Had a couple issues with it, but I think they got it figured out.
Amy Ferrali from
She's
Southampton.
something else. Yeah, she's good.
13th thou advantage for Amy. Win light. Amy, 17 dead 3. Nice pass.
Wow, what a nice package. All right, here we go. The old Shane Swigert car. There's Shane's brother out there on the starting line.
Yep, Andy Anderson driving. I know
Yep.
it says Tricia on there, oddly enough. You guys are funny. Y'all try to
Trish
mess
is
me
driving,
up.
huh, Trish?
Yeah.
Alfred Bo Reeves. Brookhaven, PA.
Pulls the trigger early. Andy Anderson, your NHRA national champ, defending champion, gets the win light.
Yeah, that truck came out the first maiden voyage, came to South Mountain. He won bottom bowl and super the same day. Yeah, first day out with that truck. Shane did.
It is a good piece. Yellow run stickers, yellow run stickers. That means we've called everybody. Oh, Trisha's singing again. We have called everybody to the staging lanes for round one. If you have not yet run round one, and you should, need to get to the lanes. Trisha's singing, Billy's dancing.
Yeah, we got a disco up here. Deb's coming up here with Dino. We'll start dancing around. Deb's out there.
Yesterday's runner-up, Jeremy Stoker, coming up against Ray Barlow, and Stoker going to get another W as Barlow a little early letting go. Although he did straighten it out. He did kind of a scenic route on his first pass. He got her straightened out that time.
Yep. I'll tell you, this is a great race you guys put on here, Diedrich. Great race, man. You guys really know how to do it. The Gnaw brothers, I love it. I call them the Maple Grove Oilers when they come to my track. Yeah, Mark brought me a bag. No, Mark brought me a bag of Speedy Dry. We went through 24 bags last weekend. 2 weekends ago. 2 weekends.
Dennis Kessler, 570 dial-in in the Barney-colored 72 Duster.
And so we don't have a quarter-mile track. I've been going through 48 bags.
This is when you're glad to have an 8th-mile track. Bobby Pitt, that little red Mustang went a bunch of rounds yesterday, but he's going to need a little help. And he's going to get it. Kessler did not get there. I think Kessler might have let him go a little bit. Bobby Pitt will get the win, like 3 thou margin of victory.
Wow.
Regrettable decisions at the finish line sometimes.
Been there, done that.
We've all done it.
Yeah, you got to enter the quarter mile, it makes it even worse. You know, you really have time to think.
Scott Smith, the 80 Boo, 745 dial in. Ed Bendekovitz. I'll get it eventually. I told her I'll get it right by Sunday night, then it'll be time to go home. 6 red, dead 0 for Scott Smith.
Bendekovitz.
And congratulations, Scott Smith. You are the winner.
There's another guy who takes
Could be
my
dead
money.
0. So
It's big Don Garloff. Don Garloff's here. In the
So Scott Smith, you do have a prize coming to you, courtesy of ATI Performance Products. That's, I believe, Jordan Smickle over there. Against Don Garloff. Smickle, too quickle. Win like going to be Garloff.
all right, so Don's moving on. Now look at this. Was that a Super Bee on the other lane? I can't see it.
Yep, that is,
You
and
know
that's
who built that, right?
This will be shocker to know that that's a Core Customs car.
So that the Drag Fest. What a beautiful job they did.
And amazing. I love the old school paint jobs, and the amount of time and detail that goes into something like that is stunning. Yeah. Tom Skriffignano goes 19 red. Dennis Core will be the winner in the Hee-Haw car. Tom might be looking for re-entry on that, folks. The re-entry round can be purchased. Re-entry buybacks can be purchased at the base of the tower. The re-entry round is like round 1.5. The winners of the re-entry round go back into round 2. The non-winners of the re-entry round get a head start on the cooler.
Here's the Maple Grove Oiler.
Jared Kissinger and the Maverick going to be your winners. James, forever young, goes a little red.
Oh, that's Gerard Kissinger. Sorry, mistake. My bad.
Well, you know, it might be one of the cars. It's just the boys are busy today. They can't race.
Make sure you buy back in, because this is a great race, good opportunity. Many, many times I see people buy back or re-entry, whatever you want to call it. And it's nice to be at the end of the day with the money in your pocket.
Yep, re-entry's $100 to get you back in for the chance at 10,000. Oh, yes. I'd hug you, but you'd probably punch me in the face. Dave Miller and Steve McMillan, your next pair. Dan, 7th hour, wrong side. First James Bond gets Steve McMillan. Dave Miller will be your winner.
There's a Skelly out there.
That's Brandon.
Yep. The whole Skelly family, good races, good people.
Brandon's actually doubling today. Wayne was racing yesterday, but now they say, like, we're going to put Brandon in both entries today.
Good move. I do that with my son.
Mike Tell in the 5th generation Camaro, dialed 707. Skelly, big time start line advantage down there doing the womp womp, working those throttle return springs, getting the wind light, 658 with an 8 on the 56. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take over. I'll take a little break here. I'm going to watch him eat the sausage and pepper sandwich. 2 red lights, best red, worst red, or whatever. He's going to go to Bill Wackerman on that 02 Camaro. Wow, that's a good looking sandwich. All right, up next. That car worked well. That's Jeff Albach. Just bought that, set it all up, man. He was going rounds at South Mountain. And Vince Cusimano. Well, Cusimano's here in his 86 Cutlass. I know the Cusimano family very well on Long Island. I wonder if he's related. Jeff Albach on the Tower side. In that beautiful 99 S10. What a beautiful car. Well done. This is going to be a tight race. And Albach's going to take the win. Cusimano breaks it out by, oh my God, 4/10,000ths of a second. 4/10,000ths goes Jeff Albach. All right, now we got a bike here. Love watching. Oh, that's a nice looking Suzuki. That's Frank Mafori in the truck, and Harvey. Oh, Phil Amali. He's a good racer. 85 Suzuki. I love bikes. Bikes and sleds. Another one of my passion. My cousin Philly Niosi was champion many years. Here's another good drag race right here. And it's going to go to Frank. He looks like Harvey broke. So he's back on it again. So Frank takes the win. Just got to wait for him to get off. Looks like he's got to run it again. Spicer. It's not Spencer. It's not Spencer, not Spicer. Kevin Spicer with the 89 Mustang up against Kurt Holland in his 79 Camaro. Kurt's dialed in at a 605. Spencer's dialed in at 637 on the Tower side. That's silver. Nice looking Mustang. 2 good looking cars. Both races are green. Let's see what happens at the other end. It's going to go to Kurt Holland. Takes the win in the Camaro. 2 blue cars again. Looks like a Mustang. Oh, looks like a Maverick, 72 Maverick. What did I say, Mustang? Did I say that? 69 Camaro of Ken Bossett up against Wade Kubecki. Cubic? Is it Cubic? Kubecki. All right, and he didn't come up here and punch you out saying you're not pronouncing my name right. All right, he's dialed in with the Maverick 621, 673. You can all see that. Ken turns on the red light. Now gives the win to the Maverick of Wade Kubecki. Hey, listen, if you want to get something really good to eat, I'm watching him. The aroma of that sausage and peppers is killing me, making me hungry, Deb. Making me hungry. All right, got to advance this up. Chris Gagne. Oh, wow, Chris Gagne. What's he driving now? Oh, and Michael Block. All right, we got a Michael Beard in the 80 Valari up against Barry Van Scott. Barry turns it on red, and Michael has a 018 light and goes 688 on a 689 dial. Pair of Novas out here, pretty cars. That silver one, that's a real nice looking machine. Kenny Garofalo from Jackson, New Jersey, in the 72 Nova. Tower side, dial in 634. Greg Lifkin, 669 from Andover, New Jersey. And the other 270, a pair of 72s here. Kenny Garofalo turns the street red. And Greg's going to get the win. Goes a 670 on a 669. We got a looks like a Monty and a Camaro, 68 maybe. Oh, I gotta keep switching this. Did it switch all right? Steve Dickey? Yeah, I'm not used to this. Zetterberg in the Monty. Dialed in a 599. Steve Dickey, 628. In the 69 Camaro Tower side, the white one. And the win's gonna go to Rob Zetterberg. Did I say it right? Well, whatever. 86 Monty takes the win. Up next. Oh, look. Alan Yutt in the Roadster. Saw Alan. First person I saw when I came up here was Alan. And Richard Seiden in the 67 Chevelle. Nice looking car. Down in the weeds, that one. Let's see how this goes. Good drag race. Let's see what happens. And the Chevelle takes the win. Goes a 576. Almost 571. Had 013 reaction. Over the 036 of Alan Newt. All right, couple Pontiac Firebird looks like up against that Corvette plastic toy there. Ronald Metz dialing at 740 from Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. George Dallas from Pottstown, PA, in the 73 Corvette. Dial 651. Donald put the light on 9,000. Gives the win to George Dallas. Oh, what'd I do? Oh, okay. Here's another South Mountain racer, Dave Racer, with that 84 long roof car, 84 Ford LTD wagon, up against Tyler Weicker in his pickup. Running these cars through here today, good. They put the red light on. This car's been in my track too. The blue one, the Chevelle. Yep. 64 Chevelle, nice paint job, nice, good running car. Up against Mike Franick with the Dodge Dart, 70 Dodge Dart, down on 622. Jimmy Stack, that paid driver here is going to be chasing down, dialing 557. Double red, first win. Jimmy Stack. So Mike Brannick takes the win. All right, well, I want to thank you guys for letting me come here and watch some good racing. And Father's Day race, Ron Wallace race next week. Tomorrow's SBRA races. That's cool. We do
Fun stuff.
SBRA. Ever been to any SBRA races?
Have not been to one.
It's the only thing, there's no entry fee. That's the best thing about an SBRA.
That's my favorite kind of thing.
Yep.
So Mountain Mike Natoli, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Give me a couple minutes. Let me eat a sausage sandwich way too quick. Jeremy Kleinfelter, Layla Gockley. Win light going to go to Kleinfelter. 76 of the 9 on a 674. Anytime you get a chance that you can head to different racetracks. I mean, of course, this weekend we want you here at Maple Grove, but me, myself, I always appreciate the chance to go to a different racetrack every once in a while. And have to see if I can get myself to South Mountain one day. I've heard great things about it. Fun little track. Jamie Horton. And Nathan Mendenhall, your next pair. Nathan dialed in a 614, 674 for Jamie. Couple of tough young racers right there. Start line advantage gonna go to Nathan. Win light gonna go to Nathan. 8-thou margin of victory. Again, we've called everybody for first round. If you have not yet run first round, and you shoulda, need to make your way to the staging lanes at this time. Well, Mopar versus Mopar. Now you're looking at, you're kind of a standard Mopar race car, Everett Foley in the Duster. Robert Dames in that 61 Chrysler. Robert turned it red. Red light for Everett Foley. Scoots on through. 48 dead 5 gets the win light. Robert Dames, 963 at 72 in the moving zip. South of Massachusetts. 721 dialed heads up with Tanya Sprague. Take a good look. You might be able to see who gets the advantage right away. Or not. Oh, yeah. Start line, I think it's going to go to the green Camaro. Finish line, though, going to go to Brandon as Tanya ran 0.3 off the dial. She had a 10 light, just car would not get there for her. A couple of our newer entries. Love Truck here, dialed 669. Going to be chasing the 678. Again, thanks to the concession stand. If you have not tried the sausage, peppers, and onions, premium sausage, peppers, and onions, get to the concession stand and get one of them. Outstanding. When going to go to the Love Truck by virtue of the red light. Couple more Mopars heading up here. Brent Long, Long Gone Racing, Duster out in 742. Almost heads up with the 1978 Dodge Aspen of Mark Ketterer. Ketterer's ride. Again, Gen 3 Hemi powered in deep already, ready to go. Long turns at red. That'll be a win light for Ketterick. Turns at 13, good. .742 with the 5 on the 741 for Ketterer. 743.9 on the 42 for Brent Long. The base of the tower as well. Juniors can be purchased at the base of the tower as well. Rick Lawrence turns it red. Jamie Talbert. So juniors, $30 gets you back in for your race. $100 gets the big cars back in. That can all be done. All financial transactions taking place at the base of the tower. Dan Casey. 598 dial in for Casey. Penske side of the racetrack. Jamie Colon, 671, Reading, Pennsylvania. Seen Jamie race at a few races here at Maple Grove that I've been a part of, and it's a bad man over there in that Camaro. Casey turned it down red. Cologne 4 to the good. He was ready. 672 101 gets the W. Kyle Robb. Purcell gets the win late. 576 on the 575. Robb got there first by 5th out to break out by 15th out to make that happen. Butch Weinrich, another NHRA champ out of many that are here on the property. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. 74 Dart being piloted by Butch. Against Mike Greiner's 587 in the Chevelle. Greiner gets the win light. 32 dead 3, moves on. Mark Schwalm. Schwalm dialed in 515 to a 655 for Terry Sachs of the Saxon Sons Camaro. One Sky and Media Webmasters round number 1 coming at you here at the Dix Radiator. No-Box 660 Shootout presented by Saxon Sons Construction. Fastest vehicle on the property so far this weekend has been Schwang. 521, 135 gets the win as Terry Sachs takes a little too much finish line. Since 2006, Chris Culp at Dix Radiator's been building the coolest radiators around. They can build any custom copper brass radiator you'd like from scratch, or you can repair your old unit. Not only that, they do more than just cars. Dix Radiator also can do motorcycles, farm equipment, industrial equipment, heater cores, and even airplanes. Running an aluminum radiator and got a leak? Don't freak, man. Dix Radiator can repair your aluminum radiator too. Best yet, they're race your own business. You can catch Chris in the lanes, one of his cars, either the Cooter or the Arrow. So if you need help staying cool, give Dick's Radiator a call, 610-323-0860. C.J. Ketterer getting the win light over Zach Zimmerman as Zach turned it red. Okay. Re-entries on standby. Junior re-entries on standby. Ben Northrup and Pete Bushnell. Win light is going to go to Northrup. Hey, we have a racer in need. Nick Bauman needs a tire tube. Nick Bauman needs a tire tube for a 29 by 11.5 by 15 tire. Nick Bauman needs a tire tube for a 29 by 11.5 by a 15 tire. If you can help out Nick Bauman with that, check down with the Baumans or the Embleys. Check down with Bauman or Team EFR. That's a tube. Melanie Sue, Dow 627, Scott Dreyer in the Chevette, 577, 8 to a 12 at the hit. Finish line comes up, win light is going to go to Melanie Sue. Final call for round one. Final call for One Sky Media round one. Need you in the lanes. If you have not yet run round one, we need you there. We've called all cars, all colors for round one. Robert Reinert back up against Evan Paust in the Vega wagon. Evan Paust with a killer light. Should be and will be Paust in the Vega wagon getting the win light. .652 with the 4 on the 650. 652 with the 4 also for Robert Ryder on the 653. Broke out and was still behind. So again, juniors, your buybacks are still available at the base of the tower. Hey, we did get the tube for Nick Bauman. We got the tube for Nick Bauman. Thank you, everybody. Kevin Mendenhall getting the win light over a red lighting Wayne Buckwalder. Next pair up, Marquez McClure and Jenna Yarnall. Juniors, we need you back to lanes. If you won first round or you bought back, we'll take you back to lanes. 6 to 9 year olds, we need you to lane 7. 10 to 18 years old, lane 8. 6 to 9 year olds, lane 7. 10 to 18 year olds, lane 8. So if you bought back, juniors, you're in second round. If you bought back, you're already in second round. It's not the re-entry like we're doing with the big cars. It's a buyback. Win light there going to go to Marquez McClure as Jenna Yarnell turned it red. So again, juniors are working off of a buyback. So if you bought back, you're in second round. It's unlike the big cars, which are re-entry. So again, they did get a tube. They did get a tube for Nick Bauman's car. Thank you very much for helping out a fellow racer. Nick has been winning rounds, but he's been struggling keeping that thing inflated the whole weekend. Bob DeYoung and Tex Miller. DeYoung, part of the Tex Miller turned it red. Win light will go to Bob DeYoung. Nikki Adams out of Duncannon, Pennsylvania, 67 dart. 849 dial in, 659 for David Wolfinger. Nikki Adams, all zeros. David Wolfinger turned it red. Adams lays down a one pack. Nikki Adams, one pack. $849 with a one on an 849 and all zeros in that 67 dart. Scott Carpenter and Jeannie Northrup, your next pair. First gen versus third gen. Camaros, Jeannie dialed 592. Bug is out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. Scott Carpenter, Poughkeepsie, New York. Again, we'll take our juniors back to the lanes. If you won or bought back in round one, if you won in round one or bought back, we'll take juniors back to the lanes, 7 and 8. 7 for our 6 to 9 year olds, 8 for our 10 to 18 year olds. Win light there for Scott Carpenter. Over at Jeannie Northrup. Dan Wally. Wally dialed at a Dan Wally dialed in 6 flat, 722 for Paul Werner. And win light will go to Werner. Joe Dukin, Rocco Ciccone Jr. Ciccone dialed in 844, Eastport, New York. 526 for Joe Dukin out of New Jersey. Great Meadows, New Jersey. Rocco always tough in that Mustang, but lets him by this time. 8 down margin for Joe Duke and 529 with a 9 on the 526 is Rocco. Probably just a touch too much brake pedal down there. Alice Williams. Alice, the 2023 Hellcat. Get ready to match up against Denny McCloskey's Firebird, dialed in 659. And McCloskey 671, 87 miles an hour as Williams couldn't run the number. Tom Monty. 693 dialing, coming up against Robert Smith. Smith into Vega. Gonna get the win as Monty turns it red. Andrew Bacudo, South Plainfield, New Jersey, the Firebird out 694. Going to be chasing after Kyle Gockley. Or getting chased by Kyle Gockley. 586 dialing. Gockley's S10 will be moving out second. Gockley was 2 red, that's right. Bacudo was just trip zip. 92 with a 1 on a 94. Had many trip zips already. See my buddy Michael Beard going for lunch. Evan Hartraft out of Denver, Pennsylvania in the Napa truck. Coming up against Trish Witt. Re-entry for big cars can be purchased at the base of the tower. Again, re-entry for the big cars at the base of the tower. Re-entry round is like round 1.5. If you win the re-entry round, the re-entries will come up separately and run separately. And if you win the re-entry round, that puts you in round 2. If you do not win the re-entry round, that puts that entry down until maybe later today if you get yourself into the C2 competition converters and machining gamblers tonight. Trish Witt getting the win light. Cam Murray and Tim Allenbach, your next pair. Allenbach, Reading, Pennsylvania base, 68 Camaro, no-box 660 shootout ride. Murray in the Dakota, sharing with brother Kyle. And the red light for Cam. Maybe have to hit the re-entry window. Allenbach lets her eat, 549 with a 9 on the 551. Again, juniors, we've called you to the lanes. Juniors, we have called you to the lanes. Tony DiLeonardo, 667 dial in, and Gerard Hamlick. Again, final call for round 1. Final call for One Sky Media round 1. Saxon Sons is a family-owned and operated construction company. Has been in construction business for over 50 years, specializing in providing services for the construction of new residential, commercial, and industrial projects, as well as for existing infrastructure maintenance. They also provide asphalt paving services for road, driveways, and parking lots. If you need a new septic system involved, they can do it all and take out any job, big or small. Saxon Sons, dedicated to providing quality services to customers and earns a reputation as one of the most reliable, dependable contractors in the area. Racer-owned business. Terry Sachs is out there racing with us today. Give him a call for your construction needs today. 610-287-7393 as DiLeonardo turns it red and Gerard Hamblick gets the W. Eric Ott, 59 GMC panel van. Sedan delivery. Not sure what you'd call that. I think panel van. Pretty sweet ride. 658 dial in. Fourth out too early. The Monte Carlo going to be your winner. 574 with a 1 on the 576. Ted Miley and Gary Butler coming up next. Butler's Ranger dialed 613, 724 for Miley. 300s in Miley's pocket at the start line. Win light is going to go to Ted Miley. Eric Bendikovich, Zach Rothenberger, your next pair. Bendikovich dialed in 671 to a 715 for Zach Rothenberger. Bendikovich turns it red. Win light going to go to Fort Gen. Zach Rothenberger will be your winner. Angie Moyer and John Dickinson. Dixon in the 66 Chevy 2. Rockaway, New Jersey. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Moyer in the Duster, dialed in a 685. Doing the chasing. Angie gets the win light. John Dixon turns it red. Looking to enhance your online presence? Look no further than One Sky Media Webmasters. They offer a wide range, top-notch services designed to help your business thrive in the digital realm. Web design and development. They give you need a stunning website to captivate your audience. Their talented team of designers and developers will create a visually appealing and user-friendly website that aligns perfectly with your band. One Sky Media will optimize your website structure, content, and keywords to improve your rankings and drive targeted business to your site. They also offer professional content services, including blog posts, articles, graphics, and more to help communicate your message effectively. You can always find owner John Oppenheimer zooming around the track on his scooter, or maybe in the 77 wagon in the lanes. Go to oneskymedia.com today to get your website built as Scott Embley gets the win over his red lighting opposition. Chris Culp, Dick's Radiator sponsored 78 Aero. Big part of what we're doing this weekend. Mopar on Mopar versus the 65 Darter Jonathan Gagnon. And the red light for Culp. Gagnon will get the win light in the Dart. And your buy run, yesterday's winner, Dave Dissinger, Landisville, Pennsylvania, 75 Monza. We'll take our re-entry doubles to the lanes. If you're doubled up in the re-entry round, we'll take you to the staging lanes 1 and 2 at this time. Doubled re-entry will take you to the lanes. So here we go with round number 2 of our Blittersdorf Automotive, Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Juniors. Aaron Willing out of Pennsburg, Pennsylvania. 894 dial-in on the Penske side. Lucas Oil side, Jake Harvanek from Cheswick, Pennsylvania. Again, we've called re-entry doubles, re-entry doubles, re-entry only doubles. Willing and Harvanek. You're a womp. See win lights. Jake Harvanek, 17 dead, 7. Nice pass. 47 dead, 2 no good for Aaron Willing as we continue on. Again, we want to thank everybody that's contributed to the snacks, the prizes, and everything else. Portatree, B&M Performance, Brink Motorsports, Artem's Automotive, FCP Racing, and Half Scale Junior Dragsters. All doing something to help out the juniors this weekend, and we really appreciate it. Now Sam Harvanek trying to keep the family going. 790 dial in for Sam. Heads up with Lucas Remick. One thou between them. Great side-by-side race, and Sam gets behind, gets the win. Remick breaks out by 7 thou. Sam Harvanek is your winner. Michael Artem Automotive, dialed in 790 on the Penske side. Lucas Oil side. Haley Ludwig, dialed in 8 flat. Wrong side there for Haley Ludwig, turns at 27 red. Michael Artem goes to round 3. Kali Kwitowski dialed in a 894 against Jillian Kleinfelter, 865 out of Newmanstown, Pennsylvania. Six thou between Kwiatkowski and Kleinfelter. Good drag race. Win light going to go to Jillian Kleinfelter. Folks, as you're pulling in, go to the cones. We've called re-entry double. We'll take re-entry blue. Re-entry doubles, re-entry blue. Is Jake dragging it? Because please tell me that's Jake. Oh, Jake drags things. Battery chargers, headsets. Oh my gosh. I love you, Jake. You are a content creator in and of yourself. Paisley Anderson, Chase Miles in the Nitro Fist car goes. Too quick, Chase Miles. 41 dead, 1 gets the job done. Next pair up, Shane Connor, Lucas Oil side against Daniel Spoots. Douglasville, Pennsylvania on the Penske side. So Spoots and Connor in the pre-stage beams. Double 01 to a 24. Connor on point. Gets the win line on the double breakout. 898.1 on the 901. 786 of the 2 on the 790 for Spoots. Too quick. By a little bit more. Mason Artem, the Artem Automotive ride dialed in 790. Penske side, Jackson Greiner. 2 of the folks involved in the junior class this weekend. Greiner Brothers Heating and Cooling, Jackson Greiner, Artem Automotive, or Mason Artem. We are sponsoring our junior gamblers tonight. Win light they're going to go to Mason Artem. 11 and a 10th and a half over. Get the win light over Jackson Greiner. Again, we take re-entry double, re-entry blue. Let's do re-entry red as the win light on that last pass going to Logan Anderson over Dylan Taylor. Re-entry double, re-entry blue, re-entry red. Our re-entry buy and getting a certificate courtesy of One Sky Media Webmasters, as well as a free re-entry. John C. Alloway, car J115, had the best losing package in round 1. So John C. Alloway, you'll get the $500 certificate towards gift card towards One Sky Media. You'll also get a free re-entry and the re-entry buy if there is one for John C. Alloway, J115 in the Malibu. Abigail Martin and Charlie Blittersdorf. Blittersdorf Automotive out of West Grove, Pennsylvania, $790 down to the $790 for Abigail. Abigail queued him up on the start line. Now she's got to play that finish line game, right? And she does. Abigail Martin with the win light. Michaela Woodward and Jordan Denny, your next pair. The two-toe Joe ride on the Lucas Oil side, dialed 803, $790 for Michaela Woodward. Again, this is re-entry only, re-entry doubles, re-entry blue, and re-entry red. 20 to a 33. Great side-by-side drag race. Win light on the double breakout. Going to go to Jordan Denny as both racers way under the dial and nobody wanted to grab the whoa pedal. Bye run there for Anna Willing. Now we go to our 6 to 9 year olds. Paige Doney and Levi Narr. Levi and Paige both on 1190s. Jake, some last words of encouragement. And the red eye coming on for Levi. So Paige Doney will be your winner. And your 6 to 9 year old bye. Six to 9 year old by Landon Anderson. A Nitro Fish car. And Landon Anderson, 1188, 54 miles an hour. So again, we have called re-entry. Re-entry only doubles, re-entry only blue, re-entry red.
spiral and I'm a dinosaur. Don't wanna grow another day. Now I miss you and I want you to be there again. Don't wanna grow another day. Say forever young. Fall in love with the rest unsung. Please hold my hand and ask me out to prom. And we can stay forever young. Now I miss you and I want you to be there again. And we can stay forever young. And we can stay forever young.
So we are in track prep mode before we go into our Coors Customs re-entry round. Best losing package in round number 1 getting free re-entry and a $500 gift certificate towards services from One Sky Media Webmasters is John C. Alloway, card number J115 in the boo at the best losing package in round 1.
We can stay forever young. Keep thinking that I could have done something, but now I'm left with an empty heart. No making amends, no waking up beside you.
Hey, Aaron Willing, you had the best losing package in round 2. We have a prize package for you at the base of the tower. And again, we want to thank everybody who's gotten involved in the juniors, but Aaron Willing got yourself a prize package. So Aaron, again, thanks again to all involved in it.
Why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when
So Aaron's got something coming from a bunch of folks, but again, thanks to B&M Performance, Brinks Motorsports, Artem's Automotive, all the folks helping out. So your next pair are going to start up our re-entry. Todd Toman and Pete Bushnell. Bushnell dialed in 646. Toman dialed 633. Again, we've called re-entry doubles, blue and red. And to the finish line they go. It's going to be Todd Toman. Better light for the Mustang, but he took too much. Finish line took 64, needed to take 62 or less. Mike Licata coming up next. Vince Cusimano on the Lucas Oil side. Cusimano dialed in 664, 578. The dial for Licata in the 38 Chevrolet. We'll take re-entry green. Re-entry green. We will take you to the staging lanes. Re-entry green. Let's go. Re-entry green. And the red lights, both sides, but the wind light going to go to Licata. He was 4 thou less red. His 33 red is better than the 37 red of Cusimano. Ray Barlow's 96 Mustang, Peach Bottom, Pennsylvania. 601 dial in to a 706 for Mike Tell. Tell turns it red. Wind light going to go to Ray Barlow. He brings one back in to round two. Next up, Ernie Zagar. Zagar against Jordan Smickle. Smickle out in 753. 7 to a 15. Should be a good race here. Brake pedals down the top end. Wind light is going to go to Jordan Smickle. And red light, Lucas Oil side. Going to give Brent Long an entry back in. 45 with a 0 on the 744. Very red for the Nova. Very, very red. Course Customs, third time the Charm Award, going to be going to the best losing package in the re-entry round. They'll get them an entry into tonight's C2 competition converters and machining gamblers race, courtesy of Course Customs. Zeros. Bobby Pipp tried to stay out in front there, but it was a moot point. Dickey will be your winner. Pipp actually had room, as Dickey was not going to run the number. Nathan Beeler, Scott Carpenter, your next pair. Beeler's Elko, dialed in 733, 583 for Carpenter. Carpenter, big red. Get Beeler a win light. Kyle Murray dialed in 643 to 654 for Terry Sachs. Sachs and Sons. Camaro 12 to a 24 as the hit. Lots of whopping going down there. Wind light going to go to the Penske side. Sachs couldn't get there. 658 with a 0 on the 54. 400 slow. Wind light going to go to Murray. 644 with a 4 on the 43 and a 24 light. Bob Hoffman down in 716 to a 612 for the sled. I believe that was J.P. Lipke, maybe? Sled dialed in 612 to a 716 for the Camaro. hurt reaction time-wise. But the Camaro breaks out, taking a 10th and a half. Oh, that's going to leave a mark. Yep, that one will get crumbled up and tossed to the breeze. Wind light going to go to the sled. It gets one back in. Next up, the beautiful El Camino. John R. Alloway against the Mustang dialed in 613. Mustang 5 thou early. Alloway gets the Elko back in. 776 on the 779. 740 dial in for Everett Foley and the Duster. Going to have Scott Franks from New Jersey chasing him down, dialed 615. Lucas Oil side, Franks, the Maverick, bumping in. $13,000 advantage for the Mopar. Finish line comes up, and it will be the Mopar getting the win light as the Maverick way off the dial. Bill Wackerman. Wackerman dialed in 705. Fourth gen Camaro against the third gen Camaro, dialed 665 in the Penske side. And fuel just pouring out of the back of the Camaro. Must not have put the cap back on. 673. He gets the win, but he left about 200 feet of fuel. So, yeah, it's time consuming for us, but I bet you that was pretty expensive for him. There's a couple of gallons of high-end race fuel on the racetrack right now. Re-entry round of the No-Box 660 Shootouts brought to you by Kors Customs. If you're in need of a top-notch restoration for your Mopar muscle car, look no further. Kors Customs, based in Myerstown, Pennsylvania, specializes in Mopar muscle car restoration, but also caters to any other muscle car enthusiast out there. From painting to engine repairs and tuning, Kors Customs have got you covered. Don't miss out on the chance to see their incredible work. Check them out on Facebook or reach them directly at 717-933-8486. Get your beloved muscle car looking and performing its best once again with Kors Customs. Or if you're here with us, you can see the three spectacularly beautiful cars that they have done out here that they are driving. The Hee Haw Super Bee, that super clean white and black Demon, as well as the Wild and Woolly 68 Dodge Dart that reminds me of an old Hemi Super Stocker. Back at Keith Lehman in the Hammer Time machine. Lucas Oil Solid dialed 592. Soggy Dunn dialed 624. Soggy going to be your winner. 1203 to the good. Keith Lehman 18 red. Soggy 623.7 on the 624. 18 red, dead 0 for Lehman in the Hammer Time car. Loses that entry. Bo Rains. Chris Malinsky in the third gen Camaro. Bo Rains in the Nova. Bo Rains got a 10th in his pocket and a win light shining on the Penske side. Tom Scriff-Nano, Mark Pettit, Demange. Scriff wants him back in really, really bad. Win light is going to go to Scriff-Nano, 86-3 on the 684. Tony DeLeonardo, the Lose Toy ride, or excuse me, the Mustang against Dan Wally and Lose Toy, the Disco Nova. Louis, a longtime fixture here at Maple Grove. Out here watching his car getting raced right now, a little worried as his driver missed it a little bit, the tree. Win light going to go on the Lucas Oil side to DeLeonardo. Kevin Core, Steve McMillan, your next pair. McMillan out 603, 699 for Core in the Demon. Again, re-entry doubles, re-entry blue, re-entry red, and re-entry green. If you're doubled up in re-entry, make sure you are getting back. Millen has the starting line advantage. Going to get down there, womp, win light. Lucas Oil Side for McMillan, 605.9 on the 603. Bug Northrop, Genie dialed in at 593 to a 613 for Gary Butler in the Ranger. Bug going to be your winner as Gary Butler turned it red. How about a couple of NHRA world champs, former world champs sitting at the starting line? Dan Casey. Casey out of Connecticut dialed in a 598. Butch Weinrich, Rosedale, Maryland, dialed 746. Weinrich, as always, old school, backs up, does a little quick dry hop. Looking pretty good for Casey. He's out early and getting the win light, as Weinrich a little late getting off the starting line. Harvey Philomé gets the win light after waiting a while at the starting line as his opposition turns it red, and Harvey's still having issues with the bike. He had trouble with it earlier, but gets the win light. Robert Reinert down in 652 to 660 for John Edinburgh in the Mustang. Win light there, going to go to Reinert. 4th out margin of victory. 11 light, 655 of the 9 on the 52. Heddenberg was 37 and 17th out over. No good on the 660 dial in. Rick Lawrence. Lawrence dialed in at a 546. Kevin Spencer, 635. Very clean Fox body here on the Penske side. A couple of great looking race cars. Spencer's got the advantage. Spencer's got the wind light. 636 with an 8 on the 35 and a 15 light. Wind light going to Spencer. Chris Gagne and Eric Ott. Ott turns it red in the panel ring. Gagne and the Isuzu Hombre gets the win light. Shannon Fordyce, Brandon Carguizen. And a red light for Fordyce by reverse James Bond. Marquez McClure and CJ Kidder, 17 to 0s. And McClure will get the win light by 0.02 of a second. Trip Zip, 89 with a 3 on the 85. 17 and 652 with an 80 on the 650 for CJ gets behind. We'll call yellow re-entry. Yellow re-entry. That means we've called all re-entry. If you should have run the re-entry round and you have not yet done so, let's go. If you are doubled up in re-entry round and haven't come back for your second one, this is your cue, as if you needed one. Kyle Gockley, Evan Hartraft. Hartraft out 740. Battle of S10s. The 585 for Kyle. Kyle hoping for a miracle. He gets one because Hartraft goes too quick. Win light will go to Kyle Gockley. 2 thou under his dialing versus about 300s under for Hartraft. Dave Razor, Oxford, Pennsylvania, the home base. It's Kenny Garofalo. Kenny G dialed in 635. Kenny G is going to be playing smooth jazz into round 2. Gets the win light as Dave Razor turned it red. Kyle Robb. Rob Lucas Oil Side dialed 603 to a 552 for Jimmy Stack. Course custom re-entry round, moving on. Rob gets the win light. Jimmy Stack pulls the trigger, a little early. 8 thou too soon. Win light going to go to Kyle Robb. Next pair up, Tanya Sprague, Sellersville, Pennsylvania. The Camaro dialed 722 for the second gen. Up against that beautiful ride of Greg Myers. Donnell, New Jersey dialed in at a 664. And Myers heating and cooling. Sprague pushed it through the beams. You can see the car moving forward. That'll give Myers the easy W into the next round, into round 2. Duster dialed in a 571, turning up in full Barney mode up against the Pepto-Bismol shaded ride of Stacy Shitty Orth. Two to a 32. Advantage Mopar. Win light Mopars. Nice little 9-pack. 2 dead on 7 Penske side. Stacy 32 light, 4 thou under, or 6 thou under, and still 17 thou behind. Jim Young going to get the win light 674 on the 67 as his opposition is a 10th off the dial. Jamie Horton. Pontiac out of Tompkins Cove, New York, dialed 675. Jamie Talbert out of Taneytown, Maryland, dialed 845. going to go to the New York native. Win light goes there too. Jamie Horton. 677.7 on the 675. 15th down margin of victory at the finish line, 14th out the starting line. Andrew Bracuto dialed in 693. Going to be chasing Layla Gockley's Mountain, Pennsylvania based S10, dialed 727. Layla turns it red. Andrew Bracuto 16 to the good, dead on 1 in the Firebird. Nice pass for him. Layla bows out, 15 red, 29 with a 5 on the 727. Mark Schwall and Rob Zetterberg. Zetterberg dialed in at a 5.99. And the Advanced Tree Care Monty. Schwall looking to get that entry back in on the bike, and he does. 5.59 with a 4 on the 55. Wayne Buckwalter, Jenna Yarnell. Jenna dialed in 654. Finish line. And one light will go to Jenna, getting that one back in. Hey, juniors, we'll take you back to lanes for round 3. 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 7. 10 and up to lane 8. 6 to 9-year-olds lane 7. 10 to 18 lane 8. Juniors, we'll take you back. Mike Greiner, the Greiner Heating and Cooling sponsored. Chevelle dialed in 587. Vince Cusimano dialed 663. Greiner gets the win light and the trip back into round number 2. Coors Customs round 1 continuing on. Todd Toman, 635 dialing against Zach Zimmerman's Camaro Roadster, dialed in at a 677. Boy, both guys on it at the start line, 5 to a 16 advantage. Zimmerman, win light, gonna go Penske side to Toman as Zimmerman 5 and 21 thou over his 26 pack, no good to the 23 pack, 3 thou margin of victory. Ray Barlow. Barlow 12th thou in the hole. Gets beat. Win light gonna go. Lucas Oil side in the 5th gen Camaro. 27 dead 6, 33 pack. Good for the W. Barlow got down there, tried to get behind, to no avail. Look out of the 38 Chevy, dialed in 579, going to get chased by Andy Anderson's 574. 17th out, advantage for Anderson, win light for Anderson. 76 of the 7 of the 5, 74. Andy gets back. Mike Licata gets beat in the 38 Chevrolet. Tyler Weicker, 615 dial in for Tyler. Eric Bendikovitz. And when light gonna go, Bendikovitz again. Juniors round 3, need you back to the lanes. Juniors round 3, need you back to the lanes, please. 6 to 9 year olds that are left in round 3, we need you to lane 7. Lane 8 will be our 10 to 18 year olds. Joe Dukin dialed in 527. Joe Theodore dialed in 591. Dukin in the fast, low-flying Chevy S10. The Monza of Theodore dialed 591. Team EFR. Sixth out wrong side for Theodore, and Dukin got that thing flying. 528 with an 8 on a 527, 132. Jordan Smickle, Dave Dissinger. Dissinger dialed 627. Now Nick Beeler back up. Beeler out 732 against the Mustangs, 644. Again, we've called our juniors back to the lanes. Juniors, need you back to the lanes, please. Juniors, need you back to the lanes. Advantage for Bushkill in the Mustang, and the Mustang gets the win. 10th out margin at the top end after 15th out at the starting line. Scott Embley. Embley dialed in 660 to a 745 for the long gone racing Duster. And the Duster gets the win light. Nick Bauman. Bauman, who's been having some issues. Ernie Zagar and Scott Dreyer. Dreyer dialed in 577 in the Chevette. 624 Penske side. And the win light will go by virtue of the red light. The 624 dial goes 623, 8 and a 53 light. Dreyer turned it red by 10 thou. Goes dead 4. Steve Dickey dialed in at a 628. 617 dial in Lucas Oil side. Shooting for the wagon. Dickey gets that entry back in. 629 with the 2 on the 28 and a 48 light. The wagon. 2 thou red, dead 9. Terry Sachs dialed in 654. Sachs, Lucas Oil side against Bo Reeves, dialed in 614. Sachs gets down there, gets the win light, 658, 104 miles an hour. He'll continue on. Bo Reeves loses that entry. Next pair, John Gagnon. Gagnon dialed in a 742. Robert Reichert dialed in 653. Reinert, Allentown, Pennsylvania. Again, we've called juniors round 3 to the lanes. You should be in ready to go. Juniors round 3 in the win light by virtue of the breakout for Reinert. Juniors round 3 should be in the lanes ready to go. And he's going to get the win. Lucas Oil side. His opposition never looked over his shoulder. 695 with a 1 on the 96 and a 22 light. You saw these. So a couple more pairs coming at us. Rocco Ciccone and Nick Bauman. Bauman having issues with the Duster. Couldn't, I believe he's been fighting a tire issue the whole week, or a tube issue. Jumps into another vehicle. Don't know if he's ever driven this before, but, well, we're about to find out. He's going to get the win as Rocco Ciccone went red. So Bauman gets a much-needed freebie there, 778 on the 81, 89 miles an hour. And your final pair, John Alloway. Come up against Chris Culp, the Dix Radiator Aero, and it's going to be the Aero getting the win. As Alloway went 2,000 too soon. Wow, 2 red, dead 5. Culp shut down early in the Aero. And at this time, to the staging lanes, we need round 2 doubles to lanes 1 and 2. Round 2 doubles to lanes 1 and 2. Let's go. Got to be staying alive, staying alive. Michael Artem, Boyertown, Pennsylvania, 2023 half-scale Penske side of the racetrack. Jake Harvanek on the Lucas Oil side. Couple of your basic black junior dragsters. Kind of see the Harvanek racing ever so slightly on Jake's right ride. So a heads-up leave. I know both these are capable of going below that 790 index, and Harvanek does. Artem doesn't. Gets behind, gets the win light. Both of them out of the throttle at the finish line. Artem playing the finish line game better. 91 with an 8 on a 790. Harvinek breaks out by 6. Thou on his 790 dial in. So Artem goes to the next round. Next up is Sam Harvinek. Got to uphold the family name in the Lucas Oil lane. Coming up against Chase Miles. Miles dialed in at a 796. Harvinek 790. Chase all over it. Harvinek around at the top end, just couldn't make it happen. Win light going to go to Chase Miles. Two-Toe Joe, Jordan Denny, Nakesville, Virginia. 8 flat on the dial-in board against the 790 of Anna Willing. Round number 3 of the Blittersdorf Automotive Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling Junior Dragster class. Little fist bump there for Willing, or for Jordan Denny. And that is a wild, wild ride. There's a lot going on in that machine. And the win light going to go to Two-Toe Joe, Jordan Denny. Willing turns it 7th thou red. Jillian Kleinfelter, 873 dial in for Jillian, up against Mason Artem, 790. Jillian's on the Lucas Oil side. It's the right lane if you're watching on Motor Mania TV, presented by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Sons, and powered by Weldon High Performance. And win light going to go to Jillian Kleinfelter. Logan Anderson, Nitro Fish ride dialed in 8 flat to a 793 for Abigail Martin. And it's going to be Logan getting the win, 802 on the 8 flat. Hey, Zach Zimmerman, you did not win in the re-entry with your white 4th gen convertible Camaro Roadster. However, you did have best losing package in that re-entry round, so you will get the Coors Customs re-entry round 3rd times the charm award. That means you get a free entry in tonight's C2 competition, Converters and Machining Saturday Gamblers. So Zach Zimmerman, congratulations. You've won a free entry to that tonight. The 3rd times the charm award. Want to thank Coors Customs. 790 as well out of York, Pennsylvania. Again, we have called doubles, round 2 double, round 2 blue, round 2 doubles, round 2 blue. Landon Anderson, Paige Doney. To the finish line they go. Win light's going to go to Landon Anderson as Doney could not run the number. And Anderson moves into the big kid side of things. He was the last 6 to 9-year-old left. So that's going to do it. We're going to do a little bit of track prep, boys and girls. So again, we are going to do some track prep and take care of the surface for a little bit. So those of you out there, again, we have called round 2 doubles and round 2 blue.
It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone
Once again, we've called round 2 doubles and round 2 blue. Round 2 doubles, round 2 blue. Take you to the lanes, please.
Gotta get away now, but I can't seem to take the lead. Oh baby, how could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. Still, I find myself hoping that you'll find your way back to me. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here. So come home. Why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. fell into a big black hole. You got me stone cold. 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 Got me stone cold. Can you hear the words I'm saying? Can you read the thoughts I'm thinking? Hey. I'm not looking for your consolation. Just wanna know I'm not
So again, we've called at this time doubles and blue for K&R Performance Round 2. K&R Performance Engineering holds a distinguished position as the global front runner in auto racing electronics. Their comprehensive range of products is tailored to enhance your car's performance, encompassing Pro Cube delay boxes and dial boards. All their cutting-edge offerings are meticulously designed, developed, and manufactured in-house at their state-of-the-art facility in Cleveland, Tennessee. To explore the exceptional lineup of products or to place an order, I encourage you to contact K&R Performance Engineering at 423-614-7778 or visit their official website at www.krperformance.com. That's K&R Performance Engineering bringing you round number 2 here of the second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout presented by Saxon Sons Incorporated. If you've ever watched the Harry Potter movies, I'm pretty sure that's the noise they use for the mermaids. Jeremy Stoker, Marty Flegel going to start out K&R Performance round number 2. Stoker out of Elkton, Maryland, 648 dialing in the 69 Camaro. Marty's garage ride of Mart Flegel, dialed in at 567. And Stoker turns it red, losing one of his entries. Flegel moves on, 565 with a 5 on the 67. 122, Stoker, 7 red, 2 thou under. His 648 dial in. John Serra Jr., Rochester, New York, home base. 94 GMC pickup truck. Coming against Wyatt Kubicki. Kubicki dialed in at a 545. We'll take round 2 red. Round 2 red. Let's go red. Round 2 red. Kubicki trying to chase John Serra Jr. and Kubicki gets around him. 545. He's 42 dead 3. Serra with the better light but could not run the number. James Young and Kyle Core. All over at the start line, 004. 673 on the 69 gets the win light. Core, 43 and 300s over, 26 thou behind. Corey Updegraff and Matt Cheza. Rich Cheza dialed in 583 to 607 for Updegraff. Red for Corey. Win light over on the Lucas Oil side for Matt Richeza. 18 dead, 7 on the 583 for Matt Richeza. Going to round number 3. Todd Toman and Joe Dukin, your next pair. Dukin's 87 S10, 528. Fastest four-wheeled vehicle on the property. $633 dial in for Todd Toman out of York, Pennsylvania. Rolling up in the little Nova. Finish line comes up, and it's going to be Dukin getting the win light. Both guys 300s over their dial-in. Dukin with the 10th, with the 100th at the starting line and 800s or 8,000s at the finish line. Decimal points are hard. Evan Poust and Brent Long. Brent out of Center Valley, Pennsylvania, the Long Gone Racing 73 Duster, dialed in 744, 650 for Evan Poust. The little long roof Vega wagon. Powell's turns at 11th, Al Red. Red light, Brent Long. 7:46 on the 44. And a 25 light for Brent Long gets the win light. Powell bows out, 46 with a 5 on a 650. Brandon Skelly and Jamie Colon. Skelly dialed in 657 to a 672 for Jamie in the Rally Sport Camaro. Again, doubles, blue and red, you've been called. Doubles, blue and red. Jamie Colon, another 004 light and another win light. Brandon Skelly was late and early. Mike Franik's Dodge Dart dialed in 622. Battle of Mopars with Everett Foley dialed in 742. Just fourth out between them. Foley and Franek to the finish line, and there's going to be a win light for Mike Franek as Foley took 21, need to take 17 or less. He did have the starting line advantage, but Franek will get the win light, 623 with the 3 on the 622. Frank Maffiori Jr., 664 dial in. 765 for Michael Block. $13 in the hole for Block will cost him win light by 4 thousandths of a second. Frank Maffiori Jr., 670 on the 664. Steve McMillan up in the Nova again. Oxford, Pennsylvania, the home base. McMillan dialed 603 up against the fastest vehicle of any kind on the property today. Mark Schwallen. Schwallen out of New Ringgold, Pennsylvania, 85 Kawasaki, 515 on the dial-in board. Got room to make up right now. Can't get it done. McMillan will be your winner. 607, 111. Moves on. Kyle Gockley, Moulton, Pennsylvania, the home base right down the road. $585 dial-in for Kyle. He'll be leaving second, chasing Denny McCloskey, 659. You know, on the way home last night, I saw down the road on Maple Grove Road, they had a big tent and chairs set up. Looks like maybe a wedding reception or something like that. I hope y'all can hear me if you're there. That's all I'm saying. Win light, gonna go to Denny. 14, dead 9 on the 659 for Denny. Gockley got down there, tried to cut him loose, but Denny had it all handled. 27 light for Kyle. 2 over 9 on the 585. I just anchored Angela and Scott. Dave Dissinger, Daryl Tillman Realty Group Friday winner. And Richard Seidel, one of the nicer, there's a ton of nice vehicles here. This thing's just a wicked fast Chevelle. 002, 005. finish line comes up. Win light will go to side L. Lays down a 7-pack. Dave Dissinger, 2. 28 with a 1 on the 27, 13 pack. Thanks for playing. You know, I keep track of best losing packages, and I love when one like that comes up because now I won't have to look look too hard for the rest of the time. Oh, it's Kyle versus Kyle. Pick your favorite Kyle. Is it Kyle Murray in the Dakota or Kyle Robb in the Chevy 2? It's Kyle time. 8 to a 19. Both guys on it pretty good at the start line. Win light will go to Kyle Murray. Gets down there and gets behind. Does the old Casper move on Kyle Robb. He was 19 and 18th out under, took 31, had 13 to play with, and got greedy. Or might have got fed, let's just say. Granite Caragweezen, Marquez McClure. Marquez, 690 dialing, will be doing the chasing in his Nova, and he's going to get the win light because Brandon pulled the trigger 8th out early. Andy Anderson, the Nitro Fish ride. 575 dialing for Andy. Steve Dickey, 628, 1969 Camaro. Just sticks down the this time. Good drag race. Anderson down there whomping and winning. 17 dead, 2 on the 575. 23 dead, 7 on a 628. Dickey, pretty good pass, not good enough that time. Guys tightening things up a little bit here in K&R Performance round number 2. Rory Krupp, Reading, Pennsylvania, 621 dialing to 668 for the 4-eyed Mustang at Tony DiLeonardo. Just realized I had 2 microphones up here. Forgot Mountain Mike was up here a little bit early. Rory Krupp getting the win light, 620 with an 8 on the 21 and a 46 light. DiLeonardo bows out on that entry. 24 red dead 5. Ted Miley out of Chalfont, Pennsylvania, 724 dialing. Put the wagon away. Brought out the Malibu. Dan Northrup in the Chevy 2. Good side-by-side race, 2 thou difference, and Miley will get the win light. 7 thou margin at the finish line for Ted Miley. Kevin Spencer back up. Spencer out of Conowingo, Maryland. Still the funnest name I get to say all day. Conowingo. Jeannie Northrup, Pipersville, Pennsylvania, 594 dial in for Jeannie. Win light there on the double breakout for Bug. As her and Spencer both pretty far under the dial in. Scott Smith gets the win on the True Start green, or True Start red, as he was 1 red, 3 thou under. Ethan Kitchen very red and a little further under. And one light there, going to go on the Lucas Oil side. Next up, Mark Ketterer. Ketterer down a 744 in the Aspen. Nathan Mendenhall, Parksburg, Pennsylvania, dialed in a 614. Too soon. Going to hand the win light over to Nathan Mendenhall. Mendenhall moves on. Chris Gagne, the Isuzu Hombre. So it looks like an S10 and a Ford Ranger, had a baby. Dialed in 613 to the 605 for Kurt Holland. 003 to 007. Great race by a couple of great races. How about the margin of victory? 2/10,000ths of a second. Gagne, 003, dead 9. Thanks for playing to the 007, dead 5 of Kurt Holland. Next pair, JP Lanker rolling up on the sled, dialed 615, 622. Wade Kubicki in the Maverick. Up to the center line to get a good look and get the win light. As Kubicki will be your winner. JP close to the dial but further from the reaction time. Andrew Bacuto and James Horton. Horton dialed in. Jamie dialed in at 675, 694. And win light will go to Bacuto. Kevin Mendenhall. It's all Kevin getting the win light there. Neil a little late letting go. Gerard Hamlick and Dylan Moyer, your next pair. Gerard dialed in 615. 664 for Dylan Moyer in the Hamlick's going to get another win light as Moyer turns it red. 616 with a 5 on the 615. Mike Griner, Griner's Heating and Cooling. Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling, sponsored Chevelle dialed 587. Going to be chasing Mike Tell's Camaro dialed in 706. Tell's got him by a couple hundredths at the start line and by 2/10,000ths of a second again at the finish line. Mike Tell gets the win. Mind you, Griner had to break out to be that close, but man, they are getting tightened up in K&R Performance round number 2. Amy Ferrari out of Southampton, Pennsylvania in this 86 Mustang, coming against the 85 Capri of Dan Casey. A couple of fast Fox bodies getting ready to battle. Casey wasn't as good as normal, but that's all right. He still has a big start line advantage, and he'll be your winner over Amy. Mike Licata, Blue Point based 38 Chevy, dialed in 580. Twin carbs sticking up with a big old chrome scoop on it. Only thing that thing's is missing is a wing. Coming against Paul Werner in the long roof, 80 Malibu. Werner gets down there, puts the stop he's on, and gets the W. 727, 92 miles an hour for Werner. Bobby Pips, 66 Mustang out of Palmer, Pennsylvania, 740 dial in. Bobby going to be doing the chasing. Going after John Alloway, 777 out of Columbus, New Jersey. $18th thou advantage in win light. Bobby Pitt, 42 with a 6 on the 740. 20 light gets the win light. Jenna Yarnell. Yarnell dialed in 655. Little Red S10. Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, the home base for the Penske Lane Occupier. Against the man from Robisonia, Pennsylvania, driving the Raggedy Ann Nova. That is Joshua Hack, dialed 744. After a couple of weeks ago in Terre Haute, every time I see a T-tops or a hatch, a sunroof, I get concerned. And the Mitch McKenzie doppelganger to the top end gets beat. Win light going to go to Jenna Yarnall. 620 gets a 20 light. 59 with a 0 on the 655. Hack 48 and 25 thou over, 35 thou over to be 23 thou behind. Denny Kessler, 571 dialing for Kessler, 635 for Kenny Garofalo. 009, 006. Garofalo. Kessler, it's going to be Kessler. 9 and 10 thou over his 571, so 72 with a 0 on the 71. Gets the win light by 6 thou. 6 light for Kenny Garofalo. 19 thou over his 635 dial, 25 pack. No good. So something wrong with Rob Zetterberg's car, and that thing's a solid ride 99.9% of the time. Tough break for Rob. Anthony Tadaro going to take the freebie. Anthony was back there waiting in the water patiently too. He's like, I got you folks, but Tadaro. .009 for Tadaro, 668 on the 65. Nice pass for him. But again, tough break for Zetterberg, and they're pushing the car. Terry Sachs, the Saxon Sons Incorporated ride. Down 657 to a 624 for Stephen Dunn. You know him as Soggy. Soggy and Terry. Win light gonna go to Soggy Dunn. 626 to the 3 and a 624. Andy Anderson up here roasting his kids. Bill Wackerman and Trish Witt. Witt here on the Penske side. Driving the first gen ride with the jewelry hanging out. Hood free. 1,000 difference between her and Bill Wackerman in the fourth gen. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Trish Witt. 16 dead 3. Let's go with green, round 2 green. Need to take you to the lanes, please. Round 2 green. So we call it round 2 doubles, blue, red, and green. If you've doubled and haven't come back for your second one, you could do so. Randy Bronowell and Marty Flegel. You're going to hear the trial return springs getting a workout down there. Flegel will be your winner. Boy, you got to love this car. Greg Myers, what a beautiful ride in that Myers Heating and Cooling 69 Camaro. Coming up against Scott Carpenter's third-gen ride, and it's going to be Myers going to round 3. Yeah, we call round 2 green. And again, if you were doubled up and have not yet come back, I would do so. Denny Renninger, Leesport, Pennsylvania, 84 Oldsmobile. Renninger dialed 746 to a 662 for Jared Kissinger, Burnville, Pennsylvania based 70 Maverick. This thing used to do good wheelies. Kind of miss it. Well, oh, Denny knows what to do with that. Denny does what Denny does. Actually, Denny took a lot. Win light's going to go to Denny Renninger. 009, 47 with the 1 on a 46. Kissinger was late and early. Ernie Zagars, Manheim, Pennsylvania, the 1992 vet. Big wheels up lead for Kyle Core, 8 to a 13. You heard Mike talk about Zagar's crew been working on getting that thing right. That's much better. However, his 18-pack just got put away by a 15-pack for Kyle Core. 13 dead, 2 for Kyle Core on the 627. Zagar's 008, 25 with a 0 on a 24. Thanks for playing. That is the 13-pack this round to get beat. It's rough out there, kids. That's not the best one yet either. Emily Core in the Nova, coming to Robert Reinert Jr. Reinert turns it red. Team Core gets another one. 654 with a 5 on the 56. I still can't believe I've seen a Core in a Chevy. Seems weird. Now Kevin Core, they just keep coming. The Demon, Myerstown, Pennsylvania, 701. The car's a Demon. Kevin, I'm not sure of, don't know him that well. Lucas Oilside, Rick Lawrence, 547. Gotta love this Massachusetts-based 67 Chevelle. That is a sweet looking ride. Again, it seems like every time we come out here, a car show breaks out amongst this drag race. There's some spectacular looking rides. (17 to not to 17). Core gets the win. He wasn't even looking. I think he had 10 and 2 going on in the car. 17 dead, 4 for Kevin Core, taking 73. Rick Lawrence was a little late. He ran dead 9, but missed it a little. Jeff Allenbach, Boyertown, Pennsylvania, 641, dialed up. On the Penske side, coming up against Jeremy Stoker, yesterday's runner-up, dialed 648. Jeremy he's down to 1 already, so he's just trying to keep her moving. Right now he's got a 12-pack in his pocket versus Allenbach, but Allenbach gets the win by 4 thousandths of a second, gets around him at the top end. Jeff Allenbach, 32 dead, 2, your winner. 649 with the 8 on the 648 and a 20 light. Stoker bows out on that one. Bob DeYoung. Bob's early second generation Camaro, dialed in 590 to 598 for Paul Tim Jr. in his Vega. Bob DeYoung, 005, 91 with a 2 on a 90. Your winner, 28 dead, 3 for Paul Tim Jr. Nope. Hashtag I love my dad. Father-daughter battle, Jana Embley, 770 dial-in. On the Penske side of the racetrack, up against Scott Embley, dialed in a 663. Oh my, she loves her dad all right. She just laid all zeros on him. 771 with the 3 on the 770. Dan Wale in the Louis Toy Ride. Coming up against Tyler Weicker. 2,000 difference between them. Finish line coming up. Win light for Dan Wale. Hey folks, remember you can sign up at the base of the tower. Excuse me, that was Jordan Smickle getting the win light. Excuse me, getting beat. Mike Nessinger. Nessinger dialed in 617 against the Love Truck, piloted by Jay Woodward. And the win light will go there by virtue of the red light to Mike Nessinger in the wagon as Woodward might not be real happy about that one. Next up, Jimmy Sachs, 550 dial in for Jimmy. He's in the No-Box 660 Shootout. Chevelle gonna be chased by the motorcycle. Harvey Philamali, there we go. I got it. Philamali Jr. Harvey, been having some trouble with the bike. It just doesn't want to run all the way down the racetrack at this point, but he's managed to get a couple of W's. One thing, it's really hard to spot them. Boy, Harvey was great. And that will cost him. The bike ran good that time, but he couldn't get off the start line. Jimmy Sachs will be your winner. 552 with a 5 on the 550. Nick Beeler and Tina Orth-Leisley. Tina turns it red. Nick was very green. Tina will Next up, Aaron Tim. Tim dialed in 647 to a 691 for Michael Beard. And Beard going to get the win. 9,000 red for Aaron Tim. Beard goes to round 3. 23 dead, 2 for Michael in the staging light ride. Aaron 50 with an 8 on the 647 on her red light. The Hee Haw Super B, that is Dennis Core, Myerstown, Pennsylvania, 684 dial. And again, the detail on this thing has to be seen up close to be appreciated. Coming against Dave Miller's Mifflinburg, Pennsylvania based Chevy Nova. And it's going to be Miller getting the win light as Dennis turned it red. Again, folks, we do have sign-ups for our corner hole tournament. Maple Grove Speed Shop will be closing at 3. Maple Grove Speed Shop will be closing at 3. And the concession stand and tech are closing at 4. Concession stand and tech. Sandwiches that I had earlier, you better head that way now. Someone coming out of the back of the Camaro or Corvette. Yep, piece of the exhaust. He needs some Drag Race Solutions collector tethers. Todd Tolman and Brandon Caragweezen. $4,000 difference between the start. Tolman, Caragweezen, it's going to be Caragweezen going too quick by $4,000. Took 26, need to take 22 or less. Tolman will be your winner. Now Trisha Gockley. Got me again, Sage Embley. Don't embarrass her, Andy. Oh boy. The Embley girls are on it today. Sage Embley, 10 dead 8, takes out Andy Anderson. Take that, champ. 35 and 3 thou under. He's still 14th out behind. Sage was 10 and 616 with an 8 out of 616. Get the win light. Tanner Coots Saris, 590 dial in with a Krenz Automotive Camaro. Coming against Matt Richeza, dialed 583. So Richeza and Coots Saris. Three to a 30. Finish line comes up. Win light gonna be Tanner Coots Saris. Getting the win over Matt Richeza. 10th down margin is Richeza got down there and tried to get behind. Good Saris, your winner. Corey up the graph, dialed in 608 to a 669 for Dan Northrop. That really pretty clean 65 Nova out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. Eleven red for Northrop. Corey. Jamie Talbert. 847 dialing for Talbert to a 528 for Joe Dukin. Long wait for Joe Dukin. Made good use of it. Look at this. Distance made up. Dukin gets the win light. 531 on the 528, 127 miles an hour. Jamie, 800s over the island. John Cera Jr. in the pickup truck. 94 GMC. 693 dialing, almost heads up with Andrew Bracuto in the 83 Firebird, dialed 694. Cera pulls the trigger early. Andrew Bracuto will be your winner. Elitzerik gets a 691 with a 6 on his 694. Cera bows out, 12 red, 300s under. Dave Dissinger. Dissinger get beat up a little bit today, 627 dial-in. You won yesterday, yeah, we're going to pound on you a bit. He's going up against Steve McMillan out of Oxford, Pennsylvania, 604 dial-in for McMillan. Double D staging controllers. Bumped in, ready to go. Just a little street car. Turns it 5 thou red. And yesterday's champ, I do believe, is out for the day until maybe our C2 competition converters and machining gamblers. Do you know we also have to finish up our Tri-County Speed Shop Friday High Roller as well. Today we have that going on. Again, we have the Artem Automotive Junior Dragster Gamblers tonight as well. Eric Bendikovich dialed in 670. Jamie Horton 676. Pontiac has the start line advantage. The Pontiac gets the win light, 682 at 93 miles an hour. Bendikovich was a little slow at the start line in relation. 400's over. Horton eases into the W. Bo Reeves dialed in 615 against Kurt Holland 606. 79 Camaro Holland. Lucas Oilside. Bo turned it red. Holland 15 to the good, 605.1 on the 606 at 110. Brandon Skelly, Mount Wolf, Pennsylvania, 656 dial-in for Brandon in the Blazer. Getting ready to light the bottom bulb. Paul Werner's going to knock the top one out, dialed 724. Skelly late. Paul Werner will take that one right to the house. 25 with a 3 on the 724, taking a bunch. Paul Werner knows his car. You might be thinking, man, that guy takes a lot of finish line. He knows the car. He knows what it's going to do. He is not concerned with what you're doing over in the other lane at all. Richard Seidel, West Springfield, Massachusetts, dialed in 570. Going to be chasing Kyle Gockley's 585 dial in. With the better light. Pretty good side-by-side race. Gockley lays down an 8-pack. 685 with a 2 on the 585. Gets it done. 19 dead, 9 on the 570 dial-in from Richard Seidel. Great pass. Thanks for playing. Marquez McClure dialed in 688. Lucas Oilside getting ready to move up in the Nova. Frank Maffiori dialed in 664. Edison, New Jersey, in the pickup truck. Maffiori is 20 red. Marquez McClure 20 green. Marquez rolls through with a 683 on the 88. Jeremy Kleinfelter, 676 dial-in for Kleinfelter's S10 against the four-eyed Mustang of Tony DiLeonardo. Let's take yellow round 2. That means we've called all of round 2. We have called all of round 2. If you have not yet run round 2, you should be in the lanes or headed that way. Round 2 yellow. If you have not yet run round 2, you need to be in the lanes or headed that way. It's called doubles, blue, red, and yellow. 13th thou advantage. Tony DiLeonardo, 11th out at the finish line. 72 with a 0 on the 668 and the 21 light. Kleinfelter 34. 79 with an 8 on a 676. Pete Bushnell, Manchester, Connecticut. 645 dial in for Bushnell. 615 from Nathan Mendenhall, Parksburg, Pennsylvania. The 84 S10. Mendenhall all over at the start line. And the win light will go to Nathan Mendenhall. Next pair up, Chris Gagne in the Ombre up against Jeannie Northrup. Gagne goes high gear only in this hot rod a lot. He's low gear in it today. That thing's leaves pretty nice. 23 dead 5 gets the win. Jeannie Northrup, 25 and 11th thou over her 591, 8th thou behind, bows out on that entry. Chris Culp, Dick's Radiator, Pottstown, Pennsylvania, 582 dial in, 684 for Tom Scrifignano. In the S10, so the arrow goes red. Scrifignano gets to go to round 3. So again, we've called all of round 2. If you should have run round 2 and you have not yet done so, need to make your way to the lanes for K&R Performance round 2. Next pair at the starting line, Andy Purcell. The Willies dialed in at a 576, 673 for Jamie Colon. Colon's going to be your winner. The Willies turned to 9th thou red. 671 with a 4 on the 73 for Jamie Colon and a 31 light. Next up, Denny McCloskey, 658 dial in, Neptune, New Jersey. 746 for Scott Smith in the Malibu. Too soon for Scott Smith. Bows out on that red light. Denny McCloskey, 57 with a 5 on the 658. 102 miles an hour. Melanie Sue dialed in, 628. Turquoise S10. Getting ready to rock and roll Penske side of the racetrack up against Evan Paust in the Vega wagon. Dialed 650. Melanie Sue, 5 thou early on her departure. Win light going to go to Evan Paust. He was a little later than he'd like to be, but that's all right. W's on his side of the track. Greg Leifkin, Andover, New Jersey, 1972 Nova, coming against Don Garloff's Vega. One Sky Media ride. And Garloff with the starting line advantage. Garloff will win. 558 with a 9 on the 557, 115 miles an hour over Leifkin. 32 thou margin at the finish line. Greg Eachus. And the red light for the Vega. Red light going to go to Kevin Spencer in the Mustang. 633 with a 0 on his 635. Each just bows out on the Vega. Once again, we made the final call for K&R Performance Round 2. If you have not yet run Round 2, and you should, make sure you're getting there. If you are doubled up and need to be back, make sure you're also getting there. Cam Murray, Michael Block, and Cam turns it 11th out red. Ends his day in the main event here, the B&M Performance main event. Speaking of B&M Performance, here comes Kevin Mendenhall. 608 dial in for the B&M Performance. 66 Nova coming up against Tim Allenbach. Reading, Pennsylvania, dialed 549. Gets the win light. Mendenhall takes 2 thou too many. He took 12 thou, needed to take 10 or less. 607 with an 8 on his 608 and a 6 light for Mendenhall. 15, dead on with a 1 on the 549 dial in for Tim Allenbach. Long Gone Racing Duster, that's Brent Long dialed in a 745 to 603 for Kyle Robb. Finish line coming up. Kyle Robb gets the win light, 604.6 and a 33 light on the 603. Grant Long, it's 46 on a 745, but a little late letting go. Everett Foley. Going to go to Mike Franick. So we have our juniors. We need you to lane 7, juniors to lane 7 for pairing. Logan Anderson with lane choice over Jillian Kleinfelter. Michael Artem with lane choice over Landon Anderson. Jordan Denny with lane choice over Shane Connor. And Chase Miles sitting on the bye. We need those racers to the rear staging for pairing. Do need those racers to the rear staging for pairing. Again, Jordan Denny with lane choice over Shane Connor. Michael Artem with lane choice over Landon Anderson. Logan Anderson lane choice over Jillian Kleinfelter. Chase Miles sitting on the bye. And the win light will go to Mark Schwall. Mark Ketterer, 3 red. Zach Rothenberger, Morgantown, Pennsylvania, out 715 in the 4th gen Camaro. Ever so slight weight for Ted Miley, 725 dial in. Chalfont, Pennsylvania, the 60 Chevy wagon. Win light there, going to go to Zach Rothenberger. Great race there. 4 and dead 9, 13 pack for Rothenberger. Ted Miley was 8 and 15 thou over 725, 23 pack, no good. Angie Moyer in the Duster, dialed in 688. Robert Reinert, 654. Really close, just 3 thou between them. Finish line hits. It's going to be Reinert getting the win light. Moyer was 500s over the dial in. Reinert just backs on it, gets next to her, and gets the W. Stephen Dickey, Mike Greiner, Dickey's Camaro dialed in 628. Greiner Brothers Heating and Cooling, Chevelle of Greiner dialed in 586. Again, need our juniors to the rear for pairing. Juniors to the rear for pairing. And win light will go to Mike Greiner. 587 with a 0, 115, 629 with a 6, 110 for Steve Dickey. Bows out. Gave up 15th out the starting line and then 17th out the starting line, 23 at the finish. Wade Kubicki. Kubicki dialed in 625 in the Maverick. Against the Dakota of Harry Bartman, dialed 614. Wade Kubicki throws down a James Bond in the Maverick and gets the win. Harry Bartman broke out trying to get there, and he still wasn't there. 007, 26 with the 7 on the 25 for Wade Kubicki. Dan Casey, 598 dial in for Casey, the 85 Mercury Capri. Gets the 65 darter, Jonathan Gagnon. Gagnon going to be your winner. Casey, 3 thou early. .40 light and 42 with a 5 on the 742 for Jonathan Gagnon. Jenna Yarnell, 655 down into an 803 for CJ Ketterer. In the dart. Finish line comes up. Jenna's got 10 thou in her pocket, 20 thou at the finish line over CJ Ketterer. Dennis Kessler. Kessler dialed 571 in the Duster. Coming up on the Penske side, Gerard Hamlick, Lucas Oil side dialed in 616. 002, 001, Hamlick, and Kessler. It's going to be Kessler. 2 and 72 with an 8 and a 571. Fourth down margin of victory over Hamlick, who is 001, 618 with the 3 on the 16. Trish Witt, 577 dial in for Witt. Coming up against Rocco Ciccone Jr. dial in 847. Rocco in the Street Mustang. Again, he loves racing this thing. And a double red light win light going to go to Trish Witt as Rocco pulled the trigger a bit early. 45 red to an 18 red for Trish. Justin Hackley in the Monte Carlo. Dialed in 573. Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. Nick Bauman out of Gibsonia, Pennsylvania in the borrowed ride. Win light going to go to Hackley. Nikki Adams, your bye. Nikki Adams, not only was Trip Zip in the first round, she was one pack. And at this time, we need round 3 doubles to 1 and 2. Round 3 doubles to 1 and 2. Round 3 doubles. Jana Embley, you're going to be... Once again, we have called doubles, round 3 doubles to the lanes. We're also going to call round 3. Let's get round 3 blue going as well. Our juniors coming out here shortly. Round 3 doubles, round 3 blue. Let's go at this time, please. So Jillian Kleinfelter turns it red against Logan Anderson. So Anderson goes to the semis in our Blittersdorf Automotive. Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling juniors. Up here, Scott Embley. Come here a second, Scott. We want to thank you, honestly. We all joking aside, the water down there that everybody's drinking down there this weekend, thank you for donating. You've done that at other races before, and we really appreciate it.
Yes, sir. We just love the sport and everything. Support all the juniors. Try to get the young people into racing and watch them beat up on their parents, like my daughter just did to me this year. So it's actually great, Ron. We love having you here from all Team EFR. Good luck to everybody today, and be safe. And I'll see you in the Gamblers race when I donate some more money.
Thank you, man. Side piece is getting a lesson in how to go down the racetrack today. So Scott's getting some work in. It's an expensive testing tune. Shane Connor and Jordan Denny, Two-Toe Joe. Wild looking at. Can you tell this dragster sponsored by a graphics company? It's 8 flat dialing. The Shane Connor and the high roller dialed 930. Connor and Denny. Jordan Denny to the finish line they go. Win light is going to go. How about an 8-pack for Jordan Denny? 5 dead 3. Again, we need round 3 doubles, round 3 blue. Round 3 doubles, round 3 blue. Let's go round 3 red as well. Round 3 doubles. Round 3 blue, round 3 red. Let's go racers. Round 3 doubles, blue and red. Round 3 doubles, blue and red. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Hey, Sam Harvanek, you didn't win last round, but you did win courtesy of all the good folks contributing to juniors. You did have a prize package coming to you. Sam Harvanek, if you could make it down to the base of the tower, as Michael Artem and Landon Anderson. Artem Automotive goes too quick, and Landon Anderson is in the semifinals. And your bye run's going to be Chase Miles. Round 3 doubles. Round 3 blue, round 3 red. Let's go, racers. Round 3 doubles, round 3 blue, and round 3 red. Again, Sam Harvanek, congratulations. You were the best losing in round 3 in the juniors. Round 4, Michael Artem. Michael Artem, our best losing package in round 4, Michael Artem. So again, we've called round 3 doubles, round 3 blue, and round 3 red. Let's go, racers. Also, those of you that want to sign up for our C2 competition converters and machining Saturday Gamblers, we are taking sign-ups at the base of the tower. If you're still in the high roller, see what we can do there. But C2 competition gamblers, C2 competition converter and machining Saturday Gamblers, we are starting to take sign-ups. There, you can double, but there will be no buybacks. $80 to get in per entry. $2,000 to win and paying to the quarters. So once again, that's the C2 competition converter and machining Saturday Gamblers. You can sign up at the base of the tower at this time. So round 3 doubles, round 3 blue, round 3 red will take you to the lanes. Folks, looks like starting line's ready to go. Again, we have called round 3 doubles, round 3 blue, and round 3 red to the lanes. So here we go, the Marchand Motorsports round number 3. So local racer owned and operated business, Marchand is your ultimate destination for top-notch safety and performance gear that'll make your racing experience to new heights. At Marchand Motorsports, they understand that safety is non-negotiable when it comes to racing. That's why they offer an extensive range of premium safety gear, ensuring you're protected every step of the way. From reliable seat belts and helmets to cutting-edge fire suppression systems, their products are meticulously curated to provide maximum safety without compromising performance. Not only safety, they're also passionate about helping you maximize your performance on the track. With their carefully selected performance gear, Marchand Motorsports has the tools you need to reach new speeds and conquer new challenges. From high-performance tires to suspension upgrades and Jessel belt drives, Marchand Motorsports has got you covered from start to finish line. Ready to gear up and elevate your racing game? Visit their website at marchandmotorsports.com. So we're going to start out with Marty Flegel down in 567 and Andrew Bacuto 692. And we'll take green run stickers. Green run stickers, please. Green run stickers. Marty goes red. Win light for Andrew Bacuto. 1790 with an 8 on a 692. Marty shows he was holding a little over 4 there. Wyatt Kubicki, 545 dial in for Wyatt. 612 dial in for Nathan Mendenhall. Mendenhall gets to the pre-stage beam. Ten to a 14. Good, solid side-by-side race. Finish line comes down. It's going to be Mendenhall getting the win light. Jamie Colon and Anthony Todaro. Todaro, 667 down into a 672 for Jamie Colon. Colon was late. Anthony was later. And Colon will be your winner. 1 thou margin at the finish line. 72 with a 4 and a 672. 51 light. Not his best work, but Todaro was much later and then much earlier at the finish line. Steve McMillan and James Young, your next pair. James Young, the Advanced Tree Care Camaro. James Forever Young doing the Jersey slide in deep. Goes in. 006 to a 32. James Young goes too quick. Took a bunch too much. McMillan got down there and got gone at the finish line. Congratulations. Good job there by Steve McMillan. Good job of driving. Your next pair at the starting line, that is Marquez McClure in the Nova against Bob DeYoung's 590 dial in out of Connecticut. Marquez needs a little help. Not going to get it. Win light will go to Bob DeYoung. Kurt Holland 6:05 dial in for Kurt Holland. Always double tough in that second gen Camaro against Trish Witt piloting the No-Box 660 Shootout. Starting line advantage on Holland. Finish line comes up and she'll be the winner. 581, 115 on the 577 and a 10 light. Kurt Holland 28. 608 with a 1 on a 605. 4 thou behind. Joe Dukin and Jenna Yarnell, your next pair. Dukin dialed in a 528. Yarnell a 654, moving up in the Little Red Ride. Or Yarnell in the Little Red Ride on the Penske side. Start line advantage, but takes too much finish line. Had that rocket ship coming on her and could not let go of the throttle. Breaks out by 100th. The win going to go to Joe Dukin. He goes to round number 4. Wade Kubicki in the Maverick dialed in 624, 660 for Dennis McCloskey. Denny on the Lucas Oil side. And McCloskey gets the win light. 661 with an 8 on the 660. 18 light. 3,000 margin of victory over Kubicki. Soggy done, 624 dial in for Soggy. Gets Matt Richeza's 583. Soggy was a little late, but luckily for him, Matt Richeza was early. Soggy Dunn gets the win light over Richeza. 10 red, dead 1 on the 583 dialing for Richeza. Soggy 57 and 12th thou under the 624 dialing for a 622.8. Michael Block, the 95 Mustang dialed 768. Coming up against that purple ride, the Grimace colored machine out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania. 572 dialing. Finish line comes up, win light, gonna go to Block on another double breakout. Block was under by a thou. Kessler under by 2 thou. We'll take yellow round 3. That means we call all around 3, and if you're doubled up, make sure you're hustling back. If you're doubled up, make sure you are hustling back. Emily Core, Greg Myers, Course Customs Nova. A couple of beautiful hot rods out there on the racing surface, and Greg Myers gets the win light in that one. 25 light, 67 with a 4 on a 665. Emily Core bows out. 57 with an 8 on a 54 and an 85 light. Kyle Core, Jeff Allenbach, your next pair. Core, Myerstown home based. Core's custom 627 dial-in. Going to be yanking the front tires up high in that dart, chasing down the S10 of Allenbach dialed 641. So again, we've called all of round 3. Need you to the lanes at this time. Doubles, blue, red, green, yellow, and doubles need to come back. Boy, the Core family, a little rough at the tree for them this pass through. Allenbach gets the win. Another .08 something light there for Core. Team Core, Jeff Allenbach, 642 with a 9 and a 41, and a 41 light gets the win. Next pair, Scott Smith, the Malibu dialed 746 to the 701 for Kevin Core, trying to hold up the family reputation here. It's up to you, man. Well, he was better than the other ones, but Scott Smith gets down there, and the win light will go to Scott Smith as Core had to break out to be close. Smith was 7/10 thou over his 746 for a 747-0. Nice 17 pack for him over Core. Corey up the graph. Edders, Pennsylvania, 78 Malibu. Rolling up on the Penske side of the racetrack. Michael Beard, the staging light. Mosier, Hot Shot Secret. Mickey Thompson sponsored ride. Beard's got 5 hundo in his pocket. He'll get down there and do what he needs to do. 691 with a 6 at 99 miles an hour. Up the graph, broke out by 100th to be behind by 24 thou. Beard into round 4. Mike Nessinger's 65 Chevy wagon down in 617. Going to be chasing Todd Toman's 68 Nova down in 635. Separate him this time. Should be Toman getting the win light, and it will be Todd Toman. 636, 105 miles an hour. Todd Toman moves on. There's a couple of guys that probably looked across the start line at each other a lot here. Paul Werner, Sinking Spring, Pennsylvania, dialed 724. Ted Miley dialed 725, although to be honest, Paul probably never knows what car Ted's going to be in. That was an almost heads up dial in, but certainly not a heads up leave. Miley ran dead 0 and still 58 thou behind. Paul Werner gets the win light. Jamie Horton, Nick Beeler. Beeler's El Camino. Going to be your winner. Horton turned at 13th thou. Red Beeler dials 732, goes 733-1. Jimmy Sachs. Sachs and Sons. No-Box 660, sponsored Chevelle. 552 dial in for Jimmy. Tony DeLeonardo, 79 Mustang dialed 669. $11 to a 10. DeLeonardo, Sachs. Win light gonna go to DeLeonardo. 10 dead, 4 on the 669 for Tony DeLeonardo. Jimmy Sachs, 54 with a 7 on the 52 and an 11 light, 24 thou behind. Next up, you got Mike Tell, the 2012 Camaro out of Franklin Township, New Jersey. Going to get chased by Frank Maffiora Jr. from Edison, New Jersey. 8 light. Does not get it done for Frank. 2 thou behind Mike Tell, who gets the W, as Frank might have handed that one back. Dan Wally and Richard Seidel, your next pair. Seidel driving the 67 Chevelle. Loose Toy being piloted by Dan Wally, the 76 Disco Nova. Five thou wrong side for Wally. Richard Seidel moves to round 4 in the Chevelle, 71 to 2 on the 570, 115 miles an hour. I think Wally might have just made a quarter-mile pass with it. Evan Paust, 652 dialed in on the Lucas Oil side, 745 for Brent Long in the Duster. Again, Paust getting the win on that last pass. Now we have Marty Flegel back up again. Ephrata, Pennsylvania, coming up against Dave Miller's Mifflinburg-based Nova. Folks, we are going to be, we watch this. Miller versus Flegel pass. Miller gets beat. He had Flegel on the ropes at the start line, but could not get rid of enough at the finish line. Marty Flegel gets the win light. We're going to be having a 50-50 drawing for our juniors to raise money for Bristol. That's going to be done right around our Mission Barbecue Racer Appreciation Dinner. That's going to be happening later on, right around 6:30, I think they said. It's just short of 4 o'clock. So that will be happening around there. We'll be doing a 50-50 for our juniors. Andrew Bracuto and Everett Foley. Everett's got 400s in his pocket. Dead on with a 1. Gets the win light over Andrew Bracuto. Gene Northrup and Andy Anderson, your next pair. We'll take juniors, our junior semis. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Junior semis, lanes 1 and lane 8. Juniors will take you to lane 7. Juniors to lane 7. Juniors will take you to lane 7. Continuing on, Marchand Motorsports, round number 3. Identical reaction times for Anderson and Northrup, and Northrup gets behind, gets the win. 31 dead, 3 On the 592 dial-in, Andy Anderson dialed 574, went 5738. Ray Barlow and Nikki Adams, your next pair. Barlow dialed in at a 602. 849 for Nikki. Again, Nikki earlier ran down, and she had the best package so far this weekend with a 1-pack. And round 1 of eliminations here on this B&M Performance Saturday. Turned it red this time, though, against Ray Barlow. Barlow goes to round 4. He dialed 602, goes 6019. Kevin Spencer, 634 dial into the 742 for Jonathan Gagnon. Jonathan Gagnon in the 65 dart gets the W. Kevin Mendenhall and Kyle Robb, your next pair. Couple of nice looking, very quick 66 Chevys. Mendenhall's is a Nova. Kyle's is a Chevy 2. I have no idea what the difference is. I'll look it up someday. Kyle dialed 603, Kevin dialed a 607. B&M Performance. Again, that's B&M Performance Saturday, and there's Mr. B&M Performance himself on the starting line. Looking to get a W. He'd probably like to win his own day. Have it on the big check. It'd look pretty. That's the way to do it. Kyle Robb's got some space to make up. Not going to happen. 5 dead, 9 for Kevin Mendenhall, 14 pack. So apparently something exiting Kyle Robb's vehicle. He's trying for a little weight reduction. So the offending object has been removed from the racetrack. She looked disgusted when she took it from him. So Bobby Pipp and Denny Renninger are going to head back up here. Should be a good side-by-side race. Renninger dialed in 745, 742 for Bobby Pipp. Again, final call for round 3. Final call for round 3. And again, we've called our juniors to lane 7. For pairing juniors to lane 7. They're going to get down there and do a little drop. Gets the wind light, 749, 90 miles an hour. He got 600s advantage at the starting line. Chris Gagne. Gagne dialed in 613 to a 590 for Robert Smith. Again, we are taking gamblers sign-ups at the base of the tower for our C2 competition converters and machining gamblers race. $2 difference between Gonyard and Robert Smith. Win light going to go to Robert Smith. 31 dead 4 beats the 33 10 thou over 8 thou margin of victory. Sage Emily and Kurt Holland. Holland back up, dialed 606. 616 for Embley. Sage going to hand the win light over to Kurt Holland. He'll take it. 6:05.6 on the 6:06. Gets the freebie. Tanner Koutsaris and Steve McMillan coming up next. Koutsaris dialed in 592. Penargle, Pennsylvania. Steve McMillan out of Oxford, PA, dialed in at a 6:03. Koutsaris turns it full red right behind his teammate. Win light for Steve McMillan, 6 flat with a 9 on the 6:03. Zach Rothenberger, the 94, Camaro dialed 717. Getting ready to get chased by Kyle Gockley. 585 for Kyle in the S10. Kyle's got to make some magic happen. Gets to the finish line, gets it done. 585 with a 6, 36 dead 6. Gave up 200s at the starting line, but made it up at the finish line. Mike Franek and Tom Scrifignano, the battle of the silver cars, or gray cars from New Jersey. Franek, the dart dialed 622. More silvery than gray. The black vinyl top. Coming up against Scrifignano, dialed 684. Eleven, 2 and 8. Finish line comes up. How about Scrifignano laying out Franek, a 19 pack. Thanks for playing for Franek. Scriff, 11, dead 5 on the 684. Franek, 8 and 23 with a 1 on a 22. Gets beat. Rory Krupp, 621 dial into the 549 for Tim Allenbach. Difference. Win light going to go to Allenbach. 27 dead 4 gets the win over the 26 dead 6. 1 thou margin of victory over Rory Krupp. Mike Greiner and Sons Heating and Cooling. Chevelle down in 586 to a 672 for Jamie Cologne. Again, we are taking gambler sign-ups. We are taking gambler sign-ups at the base of the tower for our C2 Competition Converters Saturday Gambler. And I'm going to assume also for our Artem Automotive Junior Gambler. Just a thou between them at the starting line again. Just 2 thou difference between them at the finish line. Win light going to go to Mike Greiner. 1987 with a 7 on a 586. Beats Jamie Cologne 20. 73 and 8 on a 672. Kyle Murray, Southampton, New Hampshire. 95 Dakota down 643. A big blue DAC is going to be chasing Denny McCloskey, 70 Firebird. He's actually 78 Firebird. Out in front of Murray. Double breakout win light will go to McCloskey. 003 light, 4 thou under his 660, gets the win light. 34 light and 17 thou under his 643 dialing for Murray. Bows out. Paul Werner, just like yesterday, still doubled. 721 dialing for Werner. 554 for Mike Schwall. Schwall, New Ringgold, Pennsylvania. He's been a bad dude on these motorcycles this weekend. But he turns at 11 red against Werner, who was 008 to the good. 22 with a 6 on a 721 for Paul Werner. Nathan Mendenhall, Marquez McClure, your next player. Big time start line advantage. Nathan down there working the throttle return springs and getting the win light. 003 light, 618 with a 5 on the 616. Mark McClure broke out by a bunch and was still behind. James Young and Joe Dukin. Advanced Tree Service. Advanced Tree Care, the 668 dialing for James Young and Joe Dukin. 528. Turned it red. Win light for James Young. Dan Casey, Robert Reinert, your next pair. Casey to the finish line, 598 on the 598, runs dead on with a 9 and a 15 light, take 38 at the finish line. Reinert, the 49 and 13th thou over, will not cut it in that situation. Wade Kubicki, the Maverick, down 624 for Wade. Justin Hackley's Monte Carlo down in 573. All zeros. See if that gets him a win light. Yes, it does. Wade Kubicki, your winner. All zeros, 25 with a 6 and a 624. 20 light for Justin Hackley, 574 with a 0 and a 73, still 14th out behind on a pretty decent pass. Jenna Yarnall dialed in 655 out of Kennett Square. Jenna riding the red pickup truck. Trish Witt. Trish, 581 down the yellow Camaro. Tall Jed dialed in at a 581. Oh, Trish missed it. Win light going to go to Jenna Yarnell. Yarnell, your winner, 658 with a 3 on the 655, 100 miles an hour as Trish swung and missed at the tree that time. 62 light will not cover it for her. Don Garloff. Don Garloff, Lidditz, Pennsylvania, 557 dial in for Garloff. See John Oppenheimer, One Sky Media down there. Looking on as Gerard Hamlick from Hampton Bays, New York, dialed in 616, going to get chased. Difference between Hamlick and Garloff, and it's going to be Hamlick. 21 dead, 2 getting the win light. 28 dead, 7 for Garloff. Gonna be parking it. Your final pair. Dennis Kessler dialed 571 in the Duster. Coatesville, Pennsylvania, the home base for Kessler. Jana Embley, Saylorsburg. Got here because she destroyed her dad last pass. Although I see the hashtag I love my dad was taken off the side of the window. She is big red on that one. Win light is going to go to Dennis Kessler, 572 with a 5 on the 71. That'll do it for round number 3. Your junior semifinals. Chase Miles and Logan Anderson. The Nitro Fish car dialed in at 8 flat to 797 for Chase Miles. Miles has been on the tree brutally all day long. Finish line comes up. Win light is going to go to Chase Miles. 6 dead 9, a 15 pack after an 8 pack last time. We'll take doubles to the lanes, please. Doubles. We'll take you to lanes. Round 4 doubles. Let's go. Round 4 doubles. Now it's Landon Anderson trying to uphold the family name, dialed in at 1190 against Jordan Denny. Jordan in the Two-Toe Joe sponsored ride. Again, round 4 doubles. We'll take you to lanes, round 4 doubles. So Anderson down on 1190. Denny is 795. So Jordan Denny trying to catch up to Landon Anderson and gets it done. 8:08 on the 795. Jordan Denny ends the day for Team Anderson. Great job by Landon. Got down to the semis. But it'll be Chase versus Jordan in the final. Hey, Logan and Landon Anderson, we have prizes at the base of the tower for our semifinalists that did not win. Logan and Landon Anderson. You go to the base of the tower, we got some goodies for you. Folks, and again, if you have not yet signed up for tonight's C2 Competition Converters and Machining Gamblers race, you can do so at the base of the tower, and our Artem's Automotive Junior Dragster Gamblers also. That can be signed up for at the base of the tower. Our best losing package in Marchand Motorsports Round 3 was Mike Franick. Mike, sorry for your loss, as it were, but you did win a prize courtesy of Marchand Motorsports. So we get ready to go into Marty's Garage Round 4. And we have called our Round 4 doubles. We do need you to the lanes, please. Round 4 doubles. Got 4 of you that we spotted. If you're doubled, we need you in the lanes so that we can call everybody else. Round 4 sponsor for the No-Box 660 Shootout, proudly presented by Marty's Garage. Many of you are familiar with Marty Flegel. Seasoned drag racer, has been part of the racing community for years. That's just because they didn't want to say decades. They don't want to, But did you know that Marty also owns a reputable mechanic shop conveniently located in Ephrata, Pennsylvania? Whether it's routine maintenance for your daily drivers or specialized work for your race cars, Marty's Garage is equipped to deliver top-notch quality service. However, Marty's true expertise lies in the extensive knowledge and exceptional craftsmanship when it comes to carburetors. Take a moment to observe the cars at the Grove, and you'll notice that a significant number of them feature carburetors tuned by Marty himself. If you're in need of any automotive assistance for your vehicle, or if it's experiencing stumbling issues that are holding you back at the track, don't hesitate to reach out to Marty. Give him a call at 717-859-3862, and he'll ensure your car receives the attention it deserves, allowing you to confidently conquer the track. And at this time, to the staging lanes, we need the rest of round 4. Round 4. Need you to the lanes, please. That's all, y'all. Round 4 will take you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Round 4. If you're still in, we need you to the lanes at this time. So again, we'll take round 4 to the staging lanes at this time, please.
So this is how we end up. Shades of blue and gray. I feel just like an empty bottle. My dreams are on delay. I just wanna climb on top of a hill and throw it all away, away. Take me far away before my mind spins off and I am all derailed, derailed. Just drive all the way to the rainbow's end. Just drive and we'll never turn our backs again. So this is how we end up. The game is set to play. Every day remains the same now. One decision we obey. I just wanna climb on top of a hill and throw it all away, away. Take me far away before my mind spins off and I am all derailed, derailed. Just drive all the way to the rainbow's end. Just drive and we'll never turn our backs again. Just drive. Narrow streets and dusty roads I've lingered on for far too many years. I wandered down the city taking pity on myself through my fears. All this place ever gave me was a boot upon my face when I was down. Give me back my liberty.
So again, we are taking sign-ups at the base of the tower for our gamblers races for this evening. The C2 Competition Converter and Machining Saturday Gamblers, the Artem Automotive Junior Dragster Gamblers. Again, we are going to finish our Tri-County Performance Speed Shop and Chrome gamblers tonight as well. We have a cornhole tournament happening. You can sign up for that at the base of the tower, and a pit vehicle race happening. You can sign up for that at the base of the tower as well. In order to run the pit vehicle race, you have to have a valid driver's license. Valid driver's license to run the pit vehicle race.
Stories about travel costs a longing to be born inside of me. And like an apple, I will soar through the air. I'll take you.
If you're on a quad or a scooter, it's going to be long sleeves, long pants, and helmet. So anything other than a golf cart, really, long sleeves, long pants, and a helmet. And the CC limit is 125 cc's for scooters, so don't be bringing that 500 cc scooter that runs 1130s in the quarter out here.
You were 3 years older, but you didn't seem to know where you belonged. Lay your burden onto me, and I will right you every way that you've been wronged. And like an apple, we will soar through the air. I'll take you with me from this place of despair. Take me out to roam the world again. Take me out to roam the world. Take me out to roam the world again. Take me out. Na 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 na
Drivers, let's get ready to go. I think we're coming out here in just a couple of minutes. Get ready for Marty's Garage round number 4. B&M Performance, main event Saturday, coming at you on Motor Mania TV, which is powered by Weldon High Performance and brought to you by this weekend by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Sons Incorporated. Those of you out there watching on Motor Mania, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out with us. You are watching from southeast Pennsylvania, in the beautiful woods and mountains of southeast Pennsylvania, Maple Grove Raceway. This is the second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout, presented by Saxon Sons Incorporated. Getting ready to run into, like I said, Marty's Garage round number 4. This being brought to you by JBrothers Promotions. Since 2006, Chris Culp at Dick's Radiator has been building the coolest radiators around. They can build any custom copper brass radiator you'd like from scratch, or they can repair your old one. Not only that, at Dick's Radiator, they do more than just cars. They can do motorcycles, farm equipment, industrial equipment, heater cores, even planes. Running an aluminum radiator and have a leak? Don't freak out. They can repair your aluminum radiator too. Best yet, They are a racer-owned business. You can catch Chris in the lanes with one of his cars, either the Cuda or the Arrow, which he's been here in the Little Red Arrow this weekend. So if you need help staying cool, give Dick's Radiator a call at 610-323-0860. That's 610-323-0860. Honestly, building the old school radiators is getting to be a lost art. So if you find somebody that can do it right, absolutely, probably will need them. Sachs & Sons Incorporated is a family owned and operated. They've been in business for over 50 years and specialize in providing services for the construction of new residential, commercial, and industrial projects, as well as for existing infrastructure maintenance. Sachs & Sons Construction offer a full range of excavating services, including grading, trenching, demolition. I like demolition. Site preparation, drainage, utility installation, and trucking. They also provide asphalt paving services for roads, driveways, and parking lots. Need your driveway repaved, or do you need a new septic system installed? They can do it all. They take on any job, big or small. Sachs & Sons is dedicated to providing quality and professional services to its customers and earn a reputation as one of the most reliable and dependable contractors in the area. And as always, this is another racer-owned business. Catch Terry Sachs in the lanes in his 67 Camaro. Give Sachs & Sons Incorporated a call for your construction needs today, 610-287-7393. Well, both these guys are doubled. One of them is about to not be. Nathan Mendenhall and Paul Werner. Paul Werner in that wagon, 721 dial-in, Sinking Spring, Pennsylvania, 1980 Malibu wagon. Getting a fixture here at Maple Grove. Always super tough. Won a bunch of rounds yesterday. Looking to go a bunch more today. Werner waiting on Nathan Mendenhall. B&M Racing 84 S10. Werner already in deep. A little gamesmanship at the starting line there. 10-19, both guys on point. Finish line comes up. It's going to be the win light going to Nathan Mendenhall. 618 with a 6 on the 616 dial. Werner 300s over his 721 dial. Steve McMillan and Stephen Dunn's. Soggy Dunn dialed in 623 to a 603. Soggy in set against McMillan. McMillan still running with 2 entries. Soggy's got 200s in the pocket against him. And McMillan down to 1. Soggy Dunn 625 with a 5 on the 623 and a 42 light. McMillan a little late letting go. 22th thou over the 603 dial, 18th thou behind. Todd Toman out of York, Pennsylvania. $635 in for Todd, coming up against Denny McCloskey, who $660 also sitting on 2 entries currently. Starting line advantage. It's going to go to the Firebird. Wind light will go there as well. 12 dead 1. Not even looking over at Toman. 34 dead 4 for Todd Toman. Next pair, Nick Beeler in the El Camino. $732 dial in for Beeler, $652 for Evan Paust. Beeler, a little swing and a miss at the start line, gonna cost him against Paust, who's having a pretty good day in that Vega wagon. He moves on. 14 and almost 7 over, getting the win light by 27 thou. As Beeler was a little late on the let go. Bob DeYoung, $590 dial in the second gen Camaro out of Connecticut. Penske side of the racetrack, Lucas Oil side, that is Tim Allenbach. Reading, PA, in the 68 Camaro. Juniors, need you to the lanes. Juniors, we do need you lanes for your final. Juniors, need you the lane for your finals, please. Juniors for your final. Win light going to go to Tim Allenbach. 12 light, had 400s at the starting line and 16th out at the finish line. Juniors will take you to the lanes for your final. Juniors to lanes for your final, please. Jeff Allenbach, 641 dial in. Allenbach Family Racing dialed in at a 641 out of Boyertown, Pennsylvania. The S10 coming against Mike Tell's Camaro dialed 707. Big starting line advantage for Allenbach, should be and will be him getting the win light. Scott Smith's Malibu now on the Penske side of the racetrack. 745 dial in for Smith. Going to roll in and knock the top bulb out versus Tony DiLeonardo. Williamstown, New Jersey, 79 Mustang dialed in 669. $5,000 red for DiLeonardo. Scott Smith moves on. Couple of mics getting ready to go at it here. Michael Block, Michael Beard. Block's Mustang out of Connecticut down 767. He'll be leaving first on the Lucas Oil side. Michael Beard out of Galloway, Ohio on the Volare, be leaving second with a 690 dial in. Beard needs a little miracle. Gets down to the top end, he gets one. Double breakout win light for Beard. He was late in 1 thou under getting the win light. Block 13, but took too much, took 45, needed to take 36 or less. Jenna Yarnall, 650 dial in for Jenna. Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, in the little red pickup truck. Coming up against Jamie Colon in the 68 Camaro Rally Sport, dialed in 672. Yarnell and Cologne all over at the starting line. 009, 674 with a 0 on the 672. Yarnell close to the dial, further from the reaction time, 28 thou behind. Jeannie Northrup, 592 dial in for Jeannie. 606 for Kurt Holland. Four red for Jeannie. Kurt Holland to be your winner. 607 with a 0 on the 606. She was 4 red, dead 5 over in the other lane. Again, we do need our juniors back to the lanes for your final. Juniors back to lanes for your final, please. Jonathan Gagnon in the 65 dart, 741 dial in. Going to have Kyle Gockley chasing him down. Dialed 585 in the S10. Gockley has 13th out the start line, gets the win light. Gagnon took 9, broke out by 9. He would have had to been dead 0 with some other numbers to get the win light. Gockley 20, 586 with a 3 on the 585. Mike Griner, the Griner Heating and Cooling, Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling, dialed in 586 to a 590 for Robert Smith. Smith on a pretty good tear right now. Goes too quick. Oh, boy, he took a lot of finish line. Mike Griner will get the win light. 62 dead 4. Gets the win because Robert Smith took 72 at the finish line. Should have taken 43 or less. Ray Barlow, Peach Bottom, Pennsylvania. 602 dial into the 691 for Andrew Bracuto. Nine to a 17. Good side-by-side race advantage. Bracuto win light. Bracuto, your winner. Ray Barlow, 33 pack, no good. Bracuto, 9 and 12 thou over his 22 thou over 31 pack. What a 2 thou margin of victory there. And here we go, folks, as we continue on with Marty's Garage, round number 4, Kevin Mendenhall. Denny Renninger. Denny, 003 red. Tough break for him. Good pass for Mendenhall, 17 to the good, 606 with the 1 on the 607. How about a little side-by-side fast door car action off the bottom bulb? Dennis Kessler, the Duster out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania, dialed 571. Also dialed 571, Richard Seidel from West Springfield, Massachusetts, in the 67 Chevelle. Seidel, Kessler. Seidel, 009 red. Kessler, 5 to the good. Gets the win light, 70 to the 6 and the 571. Seidel was 568 with a 7 on the 571. And bows out. Greg Myers. Myers Heating and Cooling Camaro down in 665. Myers Family Racing out of New Jersey, as is Joe Dukin in the S10 down 529. Swap down between Dukin and Myers. Win light will go to Joe Dukin. Myers got there first by 5 now, had to break out to do it. Dukin, 43 dead 4, gets the win light on his side. Paul Werner back once again. 723 dial in against James Forever Young, Mine Hill, New Jersey, 70 Camaro. Vance Tree Care. Both guys knocking the top bulb out. 002 to 008. Paul's mad. Gets down there, double breakout, gets beat, runs a 21 with a 4 and a 23. James Young gets behind, gets the W. 674 with a 6 on the 676. Tom Scrifignano and Marty Flegel, your next pair. Marty dialed in 566. Marty's garage ride on Marty's garage round 4. 684 for Scrifignano out of Middletown, New Jersey in the S10. Marty did not hit it there, but my goodness, there you go again. Pushing out his opponent as Scriff was probably holding a bit more than he should have. 11th thou under for Scriff. Marty Flegel, 2th thou under, gets the win light in spite of being way behind at the starting line. Steve McMillan and Everett Foley. Now McMillan started this round with 2, trying to hold on to one of them. .604 dialing, Everett Foley looking to put him out as, by the way, now that you're in this round, win or lose this round, you got money coming. Seventh thou wrong side for Foley, keeps McMillan in the game. Dan Casey and Denny McCloskey. Casey dialed 598. McCloskey still double, dialed 659. Yeah, McCloskey's going to be your winner. Dan Casey, red by 1. McCloskey stays doubled. Gerard Hamlick, Hampton Bays, New York. 616 dial in Penske side of the racetrack against Trish Witt out of Westchester, PA. Piling the yellow Camaro, the No-Box 660 Shootout car. Identical reaction times for Hamlet and Witt. Finish line comes up. Double breakout win light for Gerard Hamlick. 6:14 with a 3 on the 16. 17th thou under to 32th thou under. The 588 dialing for Trish Witt. 584.8. Your final pair going to be Nathan Mendenhall. 616 dialing, still doubled. Trying to stay doubled. Wade Quibicki, who, by the way, last round went trips. Looking to stay in. Starting line advantage gonna go Penske side of the racetrack. Win light gonna go Nathan Mendenhall, so we have two that remain doubled. Mendenhall, 24 dead, 2 gets the win light over Kubicki. Here we go, folks. Your Blittersdorf Automotive, Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling, Junior Dragster Main Event Final on our B&M Performance Saturday. Jordan Denny, Chase Miles, your final pair. Chase in the pink ride, dialed 796. On the Penske side of the racetrack, Two-Toe Joe, Jordan Denny on Lucas Oil side out of Nakesville, Virginia, dialed 8 flat. Folks, we are going to run anybody that's here that's a new entry time trial for our gamblers tonight. We know some folks have showed up. We will run you after round 5. So the final, Chase Miles, Jordan Denny in, flickered, set, ready to go. And the red light for Chase Miles. The win light, Two-Toe Joe. Jordan Denny, your winner. 793 with the 3 on the 8 flat and a 51 light. Congratulations for Jordan Denny. 21 red for Chase Miles. 795 with the 6 on the 796. A great run for Chase today, but we'll get the runner up to Jordan Denny.
Speak with clarity. 'Cause there's too much noise around us. Or maybe it's just me.
Hey, Ray Barlow, you did not win that last round, but courtesy of Marty's Garage, you're going to get some goodies from Marty's Garage. Those will be available to you at the base of the tower. Go see Team JBrothers down at the base of the tower. So, Ray Barlow, you are awaiting you at the base of the tower. Again, those of you that are in Newcomb need a buy run for the gamblers tonight, the C2 competition buy run. There'll be new entry time trials, new combo entry time trials for the C2 competition converters and machining gamblers race tonight. We're going to do that after round 5. We're going to do that after ISC Sales Master Corporation round 5. We will have that time trial. Once we get the racers in the lanes for round 5, we will give you a holler to get into the staging lanes as well. Again, we are awaiting our doubles. Once they're in, we'll call everybody else.
And we can't reverse the wheel. 'Cause I found when I've searched around lately, the world seems to be the same. There's no room for the privileged and sacred, yeah. Ooh, and I want to praise it. Will you stay with me? I'm lost in America. Will you stay with me now? 'Cause I'm lost in America. Stay with me. I'm lost in America. Stay with me now. Oh, yeah. Wide awake in an alien world, alien world. Wide awake.
Well, our doubles are in the lanes. We'll take the rest of you at this time. Our doubles are in the lanes. We will take the rest of you at this time. ISC Sales Master, round 5. ISC round 5. We need you to the staging lanes at this time, please. ISC Racers Tape. Need reliable packaging solutions or industrial supplies? Look no further than ISC Sales Master Corporation. Let me try that again. Need reliable packaging solutions or industrial supplies? Look no further than ISC Racer Sales Master Corporation. Their dedicated team of packaging consultants has earned the trust of manufacturers across the Northeast for decades. They know how crucial it is to prepare and protect your valuable products during shipping, whether they're headed to local markets or global destinations. At ISC Sales Master Corporation, they have a comprehensive selection of essential items to meet all of your needs. From boxes, bags, tape, foam, plastic wrap, bubble wrap, strapping pallets, janitorial supplies, ISC's got them all. Founded by Paul Northrup and currently run by Dave, Tim, Tom, and Dan Northrup. Also working for ISC are Sam and Madison Northrup, who've both been highly involved in the motocross scene, racing from young ages. Paul, Brad, John, and Jeannie are the esteemed drag racers who become familiar faces at the track. In terms of their history of drag racing, the Northrup family has raced NHRA Comp Eliminator for a long time, as well as Super Stock, Super Comp, and Super Gas. Check them out at www.salesmastercorp.com to place an order, see what they got to offer. Again, we'll take our round 5 racers to the lanes, please. Round 5 to the lanes.
me feel like you're here again. Like you're here again, here again, here again, here I can't seem to shake it. It's the same kind of feeling. I fake it till I make it. Yes, I'm rocking and reeling. Give it to me, mama. Give my love and beating. Hand it over, sister. Don't wanna have to see it. Now listen now, papa. What way I'm going? Look here, brother. I'm rocking and rolling. Is this all there is? Is this all there is? It must be more than this. If it ain't so, we might as well rock and roll. I woke up in the morning, eating for my feeling, longing and I'm yearning, 'cause I got what I'm feeling. The voice on the radio said the world is ending. You wanna hear what I say? Yeah, I'm tired of pretending. Is this all there is? Is this all there is? There must be more than this. If it ain't so, we might as well rock and roll. Is this all there is? Is this all there is? There must be more than this. If it ain't so, we might as well rock and roll.
Hey, new entry time trials for the C2 competition converter and machining. Gamblers, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. New entry time trials to 5 and 6, please. New entry time trials to 5 and 6. ISC round 5 getting ready to come out. Jen Willing needs you to the 50-50 ticket area. Jen Willing, we need you to the 50-50 ticket area. Jen Willing to the 50-50 ticket area, please. Going to start out with our two doubles. One of them about to lose one. Denny McCloskey, the Firebird out of New Jersey, dialed 659 against the B&M Performance 84S10 of Nathan Mendenhall. Again, new entry time trials will take you to 5 and 6. New entry time trials to 5 and 6. Double 07 to a 25. Starting line advantage for the Firebird. Win light going to go to Denny McCloskey on the double breakout. 5 thou under. Nathan Mendenhall was 22 thou under. Scott Smith and Kevin Mendenhall. Kevin heads down to the top end. Win light going to go to Kevin Mendenhall. 608 on this with a 0 on the 606 and a 12 light. Smith got there first by 5 thou, had 2 thou to play with. Couldn't close it up that tight. Scooting right along here. Tim Allenbach in this battle of 68 Camaros in the Lucas Oil lane chasing Soggy Dunn. Allenbach, 008 in the win light, dead 7-15 pack. Dunn, 31 dead, 9 does not get it done. Next pair, Mike Greiner. Greiner and Sons, or Greiner Brothers Heating Cooling. Sponsored Chevelle dialed in 586. Ever so slight head start against Marty Flegel. Dialed in 566 with the Marty's Garage. Finish line comes up. Marty goes too quick by 3 thou. Win light for Mike Greiner. 26, 87 with the 2 on an 86. Gets the W. Flegel was 18, took 23, needed to take 20 or less. Kyle Gockley, 585 dial in for Kyle. 652 for Evan Paust. Again, we will take new entry time trials, the rear staging for both our regular, for our big cars and juniors. Juniors, if you Have new juniors here for the Gamblers tonight. We'll take that. Kyle Cockley ripping it out from the roots. Gets the win light. 586 to the 0. 000 light for Kyle Cockley. Getting the win light over Evan Paust. James Young and Steve McMillan, your next pair. McMillan dialed in at a 6:03, 6:67 for Young. Young in deep already. Going to see some back-to-back deep stagers in that Penske lane. Young has the starting line advantage, and Young will continue on. 668 with a 2 on the 667. 104 miles an hour. 603 with a 7 on the 603 for McMillan. Ran the number, but was still 15th down behind. Next up, Michael Beard, Galloway, Ohio. The 1980 Volare dialed 689. Trick flow heads on a 408 combo under the hood of that on the Penske side. Jeff Allenbach, Allenbach Racing, dialed in 640. And the S10 Lucas Oil side. And Allenbach turns it red. Beard's 008 to the good. Beard going to the round of 11. 691, 101 miles an hour for Beard. 640 on 0. Dead 0 for Allenbach, but no good. Gerard Hamlick, Hampton Bays, New York, dialed in 616 to a 692 for Andrew Bracuto. Hamlick rolling up, Penske side of the racetrack. And 001 for Bracuto, 19 red for Hamlick, does him in for the day. And Bracuto will be your winner. 691 with a 0 on the 692. Joe Dukin, Great Meadows, New Jersey. Dialed in at a 529, 606 for Kurt Holland. Eight to a 31 advantage. Going to go to that super quick S10. He's going to be your winner. 530 with a 9 on the 529 and an 8 light. 31 light for Kurt Holland. 3 thou under his dial. And still 1 thou behind. Hey, Terry Sachs, we need you to the base of the tower to see Becky. Terry Sachs to the base of the tower to see Becky. Again, new entry time trials for our gamblers. Big cars to 5 and 6. Big cars to 5 and 6. Juniors will take you to lane 8. Juniors to lane 8. Big cars to 5 and 6. Juniors to lane 8. Nathan Mendenhall and Jamie Cologne, your next pair. Cologne dialed in a 673 in that beautiful Camaro. Lucas Oil side 615 for Mendenhall. Mendenhall, who lost one of the two entries. Now trying to stay alive in that S10. And he will. Jamie Cologne, 15th out, wrong side, 8 to the good for Nathan. He'll run it out 6'11", 111. 672 with a 5 on the 673 for Jamie Cologne. Final pair in ISC round 5. Going to be Denny McCloskey, Dennis Kessler. McCloskey, the last one doubled. Has that Firebird on point right now. And Kessler goes one red. Denny McCloskey stays doubled at 11. Hey, the lady who just bought 50/50s, please return to the 50/50 table. The lady who just bought 50/50 tickets, return to the 50/50, please. And again, we have called new entry time trials. New entry time trials. We have called you the staging lanes. Lanes 5 and 6 for the big cars, lane 8 for the juniors. Lanes 5 and 6 for the big cars, lane 8 for the juniors. Okay, Denny McCloskey will take you back to the lanes as soon as you're ready. Denny McCloskey will take you back to the lanes. Kyle Gockley will be sitting on the bye. He was all zeros in round 6. And junior gamblers, we're going to take you to lane 7 and 8. Junior gamblers, 7 and 8. Junior gamblers, we'll take you to 7 and 8. We are going to call round number 1 of our gamblers race after we run round 6. We're going to run round 1 of our gamblers race after we run round 6 of our main event. Once again, we will be calling our C2 competition converter and machining gamblers round 1. You're going to call you after round 6. After round 6, we'll call you to the lanes again. You can double, but there will be no buybacks. $80 gets you in. Chance at $2,000, paying back to the quarters. So get that opportunity. Again, we have called our junior gamblers to 7 and 8. Junior gamblers, round 1 to 7 and 8. And the high roller race will be run last this evening. That is the plan. The high rollers will be run last. Hey, Soggy, you did not win there. And sorry about that too, Soggy. You're such a good dude. Did not win there that round in ISC Sales Master Corp round 5, but you did win Best Losing Package. And your prize package can be picked up at the base of the tower, Soggy. So if you want to head on over there and collect that, feel free to do so. So again, junior gamblers to 7 and 8. Junior gamblers to 7 and 8. Junior gamblers to 7 and 8. And again, once we see Denny McCloskey in the lanes, we'll call the rest of you to the staging lanes. 11 entries left. Denny is 2 of them. Also remember, racers, not only do you have the gamblers race to stick around for, but later on today we'll have our Mission Barbecue Racer Appreciation Dinner getting ready to happen here in a little while. As soon as I get the heads up and can let you know, I'll let you know. But I hope you're hungry. It's great stuff. Actually ate at a Mission Barbecue for the first time down south last year. And So I've gotten filled in a little bit more. By the way, I was going to say, I ate at Mission Barbecue. They had a seasonal side of creamed corn that was probably the best corn I've ever eaten anywhere. Good stuff. That is going to be ready at 6 o'clock. If you're forming lines, folks, you're going to want to form the line down track. It's going to be in the pavilion where they park the tractors. That's next to the staging lanes, but we're going to have you line up down track, if you know what we're saying. Don't line up in the staging lanes. Please do not line up in the staging lanes. We need all the room. It's not safe for you to line up in the staging lanes because we are going to be actively racing the entire time. Again, our junior gamblers, we need you to the lanes, 7 and 8. Gamblers, junior gamblers is 7 and 8. Artem Automotive, junior gamblers is 7 and 8. And we'll take Denny McCloskey's in the lane, so we'll take everybody else to the staging lanes at this time. We'll take you all to the staging lanes at this time for round number 6 in our B&M Performance Saturday main event. By run is Kyle Gockley. Round 6 of the No-Box 660 Shootout going to be presented by CollectorTethers.com, Drag Race Solutions. Drag Race Solutions is the home of Collector Tethers and a game-changing just-in-time button. Drag Race Solutions, the ultimate destination for all your racing needs. With the coolest parts in the industry, Drag Race Solutions has earned a reputation in today's racing world. Their quality products have been proven time and again, going above and beyond to help drivers like you thrive in your racing career. When it comes to holding your headers together, look no further than the original Collector Tethers. These innovative solutions keep your exhaust system secure and reliable, giving you a peace of mind at the track. Actually seen a piece of exhaust come off a car today at the racetrack. Those things will get under your tires, boys and girls, so you don't want that happening. If you're looking for that extra edge over the competition, Drag Race Solutions has you covered with their mechanical trans brake buttons and much more. It's not just about the products, it's about the people behind them. Drag Race Solutions is a proud American company that is passionate about supporting racers like you. Their dedication to customer service and their commitment to helping your racing career grow sets them apart. Visit dragracesolutions.com today to explore their impressive lineup of products. Give them a call, 615-587-2027. Experience the Drag Race Solutions difference. Hey, folks, when we do start serving food at 6 o'clock, there'll be nobody at the base of the tower. So if you want to purchase a gambler's entry, I'd go do it now. Just saying. So again, once there'll be a little bit of a downtime as we're serving food. Again, that's starting with 6. So here we go. Drag Race Solutions round number 6. So here's a movie we've seen before. Funny how this stuff kind of rolls around on a daily basis almost. Previous round, first pair was Nathan Mendenhall and Denny McCloskey. And McCloskey undoubled Nathan, but remained doubled, and now here we are again with Nathan Mendenhall trying to undouble Denny McCloskey. McCloskey dialed in 658, the Firebird from New Jersey, coming up against Nathan Mendenhall. 614 dial in, B&M Performance, S10 out of Parksburg, Pennsylvania. McCloskey and Mendenhall, starting line advantage. Mendenhall, win light Mendenhall, and we are out of doubles. 34 dead, 7 for McCloskey. Next pair, Andrew Bracuto and Mike Greiner. Greiner Brothers Heating and Cooling. 70 Chevelle, dialed in 586, 692 for Andrew Bracuto. Advantage, Greiner trying to catch the Pontiac. Doesn't, but he doesn't have to because Bracuto breaks out. Bracuto took 6, needed to take 3 or less. Greiner, your winner, 21. 87 with a 6 on an 86, gets the W and moves to the quarterfinals. Tim Allenbach out of Reading, Pennsylvania. No-Box 660 Shootout, sponsored ride. Dialed 549 to a 529 for Joe Dukin. One of the rare times that this car in the Penske side is getting a head start. $5,000 between them. Great side-by-side race. Finish line comes up. Double breakout win light going to Joe Dukin. Man, from having all his troubles yesterday, having to change the transmission overnight, he's going to the quarterfinals. 528 with a 3 and a 529. 7th thou under. Tim Allenbach, 14th thou under. Taking 2 thou. James Young and Kevin Mendenhall. Young dialed in 668. The 606 for Kevin Mendenhall. $15 to a 4. Again, tight at the start line. Win light gonna go to Kevin Mendenhall. Lays down a 5-pack on James Young. Kyle Gockley going to take the bye. We do have one more pair in Drag Race Solutions round number 6. Got to wait for Denny McCloskey to get back after his first pass. And Kyle Gockley, 586, again on the 585, was not 000 that time. So again, we do have one more pair to come out in just a few short moments. Kyle Gockley getting that bye run. We are waiting on Denny McCloskey to race Michael Beard. So here comes your final pair. The white Firebird of Denny McCloskey down to 1, trying to stay alive, down 658. Up against Michael Beard, Galloway, Ohio based. Plymouth Volare. Whoa, whoa. Staging Light, the sponsor. He's selling logbooks this weekend. And I think he had a couple cases of oil he was selling as well. Coming out next are Junior Gamblers, the Artem Automotive Junior Gamblers, round 1 coming at you shortly. And little round there for Michael Beard. Wind light is going to go to Denny McCloskey as Michael missed it. He's had a couple of those lights today. Wind light for McCloskey, 59 with a 4 on the 58. Beard was dead 4, but dead late. Juniors, you will have the opportunity. Junior gamblers only, not the big car gamblers. Junior gamblers only, we are going to have the opportunity for you to buy back into round 2 of the gamblers. Once again, racers in the junior gamblers only will have the opportunity to buy back directly into round 2. Sam Harvanek. Harvanek, thank you. Dialed in at a 791 Lucas Oil sign. Michaela Woodward out of Culpeper, Virginia. Penske side of the racetrack. And it's going to be the wind light going to Sam. 6 light. 95 with a 5 on the 91. Again, opportunity, junior gamblers only. Mason Artem, Excuse me, nope, that's Michael Artem. Artem Automotive. Against Harvanek, win light going to go to Artem Automotive. Anna Willing dialed in at a 793 to the 790. Win light going to go to number 1916. Rob, yeah. Lucas Remick. Lucas going to get the win on the true start. Oh, actually, he didn't need true start as his opposition was a bit red. Mason Artem coming up in the Penske side of the racetrack up against Shane Connor. Lucas Oil side and the high roller. Connor out of Elkton, Maryland. B&M Performance hot rod. Win light gonna go. That's Shane Connor. And again, juniors, remember, if you don't win, you'll have the opportunity to buy back into round two. Hey folks, we're gonna do junior buyback. Junior buybacks will be done in the lanes. Junior buybacks will be done in the lanes, please. Got a lot going on right now. Junior buybacks will be done in the lanes. Junior buybacks will be done in the lanes, please and thank you. Gambler doubles. Gambler doubles to 3 and 4. Gambler doubles to 3 and 4. Gambler doubles to 3 and 4. Aaron Willing. Pennsburg, Pennsylvania. Gonna be the winner as Logan Anderson turned it red. 18th out early, letting go. And again, we have called Gambler doubles. Gambler doubles. We'll take you to the lanes at this time. Gambler doubles. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Charlie Blittersdorf, the Blittersdorf Automotive Machine here on the Penske side. Cue ball up against Abigail Martin. Abigail out of Eagleville, Pennsylvania in the half-scale ride. Dialed in at 793. Gamblers doubles to 3 and 4, please. And we'll also take our quarterfinalists to 1 and 2 for pairing. And win light will go to Lucas Oil side. For Abigail Martin. Paisley Anderson in the Nitro Fish ride. Paisley down in 895 to a 905 on the Penske side. Finish line comes up. Win light will go to Paisley Anderson. Gambler doubles will take you to the lanes, and we're going to take our main event to the rear for pairing. Got Kevin Mendenhall with lane choice over Kyle Gockley, Denny McCloskey with lane choice over Mark Greiner, and Nathan Mendenhall with lane choice over Joe Dukin. And you hear a lot of wamping down there. Win light Penske side. 806 with an 8 on the 8 flat. 18th hour margin of victory. Jordan Denny. Snakesville, Virginia, got in a different ride. Oops, that was the last pass. Never mind. Win light going to go on the Penske side as there was a red eye. We want to thank good folks from Safeco Insurance. Doing our racer dinner for us tonight. Access Insurance Agency. Access Insurance Agency. Again, Bob and Lee Ann Ormsby, we want to thank them for helping to support our Racer Appreciation Dinner. As you're down there getting your dinner, again, it's in that pavilion where they normally have all the tractors parked. If you're lining up, please line up towards the flow of the track, not in the staging lanes, please. But we want to thank them very much, Bob and Leanne Ormsby. So they have worked in the insurance industry for 35 years, started their own agency in 2002. So for 20 plus years, they have been your go-to. And every imaginable type of insurance you can need, they work with Safeco Insurance. And they're veterans, they're racers. Folks, if you want to be involved with a good group of folks, check out Access Insurance Agency and Safeco Insurance. Thank you to Bob and Leanne Ormsby for the Mission Barbecue Racer Appreciation Dinner. We really do appreciate it.
Been 20 nights and 20 days, lost without a friendly face. No reflection.
The round two potential junior bye will be car number 1409. And just a reminder, juniors, if you have not yet paid for your buyback, into round two, juniors, you can do that in the staging lanes. You can do that in the staging lanes. We'll get you there. As we again are ready to go with the C2 competition, converters and machining. Saturday Gamblers. Again, those of you that are involved in yesterday's Tri-County Performance Speed Shop, Zach Zimmerman, you're sitting on this Gamblers buy, by the way. Dave Dissinger and Dylan Moyer, your first pair. Moyer dialed in a 665. The Dodge Dart against the Monza of Dissinger. You've been watching on Motor Mania TV this weekend. You've seen a whole lot of this hot rod. And this is why. 002. 630 with a 0 on a 627. Moyer breaks out trying to get there. He's still behind. Next pair, Mark Schwallen, 519 dial-in, the 688 for Emily Core. Schwallen's having a good time, boys and girls. He is having fun on the motorcycles. I don't know how many he brought. I think he brought them all. Emily Core in the Hee-Haw car. Hadn't been in it all day, gets in it now, but does not get the win. Win light gonna go to Mark Schwallen. 521 with a 6 on the 519. Gets the W. Next pair. Let's say Kyle Murray. Up against Terry Sachs. (17 to a 16). Great side-by-side race. Win light gonna go to Kyle Murray. 641 with a 9 on the 641 at 17 light. Sachs 16 light, but took a whole bunch of finish line breaking out. Next pair, Ted Miley dialed in a 724 in the Malibu. Matt Richeza, the Mustang, dialed in 583. Light there, Matt Richeza, 590 on the 583. Miley struggling a little bit off the starting line, car bogged. Nick Beeler against the Northrop Racing Nova. Northrop turns it red. Beeler will be your winner. And remember, in this adult race, there are no buybacks. John Serra Jr., 692 dial in for John. 704 for Bill Wackerman. 2002 Camaro. Big time start line advantage. On the Penske side of the racetrack, the big white truck should be and will be your winner. Wackerman dead on with a 9 and still 52 thou behind. Brandon Carragweezen, Scott Carpenter, your next pair. Carragweezen, 721 dial in his Malibu. 584 for Carpenter. Carpenter pulls the trigger early. It's going to give the W. Carragweezen, 719 with a 0 on the 721. Carpenter bows out, 41 red, dead 8. Angie Moyer. Moyer dialed in 69.91 to an 845 for Rocco Ciccone. Rocco Ciccone Jr. on the Penske side and the street-driven Mustang. Moyer comes out of the hole, has start line advantage, gets the win light over Rocco. Mike Franek. Franek up against the no-box 660 shootout hot rod. Again, gamblers should be in the lanes. Our C2 competition gamblers coming down round number 1. Mike Franek gets the win light as his opposition turns it red. Once again, junior gamblers, we will be doing your buybacks in the lanes. Junior gamblers, buybacks will be in the lanes. C.J. Ketterer, Nikki Adams. Nikki had a 1-pack earlier today in that dart. Right now just hoping to get to round 2, but CJ in the Maverick has other plans. 651 to 2 on the 649. And Nikki gets beat. Andy Anderson, Dan Casey. How about this? These guys. These are your previous 2 NHRA Pro World Champions at the starting line. And Andy Anderson dropping all the fuel that was in the car on the racetrack. He gets the win, but that win that cost him a bunch. He just dropped a whole bunch of fuel on the racetrack. Gerard Hamlick against our buddy yard dart, Neil Cromwell. Cromwell in the Malibu, 642 dialing. Hamrick in the Camaro, doing the chasing, dialed 616. Finish line comes up, win light will pop on for Hamlick. Rick Lawrence. Lawrence down at a 546, 543. Harvey Fulalami. Heavy Harv, they call him. Harv rips it early. Way early. Win light will go to Rick Lawrence. Corey up the graph. 606 dial in for Corey. 683 Lucas Oilside. Up the grab has the starting line advantage. Going to be the winner over the S10, 009, 608 with 2 on the 606. Kyle Robb. And Ernie Zagar. Ernie in the vet dialed 624. Going to get chased by Robb's 66 Chevy 2 dialed 603. Kyle Robb gets back around him. 1 thou margin of victory. 604 with a 2 on a 603 and a 41 light beats a 25 with a 9 on the 24 and a 35 light for Zagar. Michael Block in the Mustang dialed 764. Lucas Oil side 577. Penske side. Scott Dreyer in the Chevette. Dreyer 009, and the vet gets the win light, 580 with a 6-110. 22 thou margin of victory. They're taking 24th out starting line. Brandon Skelly. Again, guys, our Racer Appreciation Dinner, head on down there. Racer Appreciation Dinner. It's at the big pavilion where they usually keep the tractors, right by the staging lanes. Go on in there, plenty of food from Mission Barbecue. I just had a plate of it, and it is good stuff. Mustang went redder. Brandon Skelly, win light going to go to Skelly. Mustang out there doing the sad parade. Kevin Core. Bob DeYoung. Win light going to go to Bob DeYoung by virtue of the red light. Vince Cusimano and Marty Fliegel. Marty. So Marty party 567 with a 9 on the 565, 11th out margin of victory. John Dixon, 66 Chevy 2, Rockaway, New Jersey. Come against Jim Young. Five thou between them. Finish line comes up, win light going to go by 9 thou to Jim Young. Kyle Core. Down in 630. Tom Monty in the Duster, 693. Gonna be Kyle Core getting the win, 10 green to 10 red. Shannon Fordyce. Joe Theodore. Joe dialed in at 591, 625 for Fordyce. Fordyce turns at 3 red. Win light going to go to Joe Theodore, Team EFR. 25 dead, 4 on the 591 dial in. Fordyce 3 red and 26 with a 4 on a 625 bows out. Jeremy Kleinfelter, Richard Seidel. They've got 8 down between them. Finish line comes up, it's going to be Seidel getting the win light. 29-71 with a 4 on a 70. Kleinfelter took 31, needed to take 6 or less for his win light to come on. Keith Lehman, the Hammer Time Machine. 593 dial in, going to have the Monty chasing him with a 573 dial in. The Hackley Racing Machine, going to be the winner. Now Scott Smith, Identical reaction times. Both of 32 at the hit. And win light is going to go to Scott Smith. You heard the big whomp. It wasn't a big enough one. Lucas Oil side taking a big chunk and breaking out. Roadrunner Race Fuels, round number 7. Round 7 of No-Box 660 Shootout brought to you by Roadrunner Race Fuels. If you're in need of top quality race fuel, look no further than Roadrunner Race Fuels. They're in the business of providing the best fuel options for racers like you. Whether you're participating in a professional race or hitting the track for fun, they have you covered. Jeff Strickler, the only owner and fellow racer, has been our exclusive provider of VP Race Fuel for many years. As part of JBrothers Promotions, we're delighted to have Jeff as our dedicated fuel supplier. In addition to race fuel, Roadrunner offers a wide range of Hoosier and Mickey Thompson tires for your car. They also provide refilling and selling of nitrous bottles, with Jeff's exceptional track record of supplying us with top quality products at best prices. Along with this outstanding customer service, we couldn't be more pleased. Conveniently located near our home track in Maple Grove, picking up your full tires is a breeze. Contact Jeff at 717-587-1693 to fill all your fuel and tire needs. Nathan Mendenhall, Joe Dukin, your first of 3 pairs in Roadrunner Race Fuels round 7, the quarterfinals. Dukin dialed 528, 611 for Nathan. B&M Performance Saturday, both Mendenhalls are still in. And Joe Dukin replaced the transmission on this vehicle yesterday in the purple and black S10. And he's going to be the winner, and Nathan Mendenhall is not going to be happy when he sees that slip. He is 4 red. Dukin is 62 and getting the win light. But Joe Dukin to the semifinals. Next pair up, Denny McCloskey and Mike Greiner. Greiner Brothers Heating and Cooling, Chevelle against McCloskey. In the Firebird, dialed 658. Same numbers, different order. 586 dial in for Greiner. Advantage McCloskey. He was the last man doubled, and he's still in. 660 with a 7. 3 thou margin of victory over Mike Greiner. Billy, we need you back to race control, please. Billy, need you back to race control, please. Billy, do need you back to race control. Kevin Mendenhall, Kyle Gockley, your final pair in Roadrunner Race Fuels round 7. Same numbers, different order, and that's not going to bode well for Kyle Gockley. Win light for Kevin Mendenhall. Gockley ran dead zero and was way behind. Kevin Mendenhall, your winner. Evan Poust and Brent Long, the Duster of Long. Top end win light going to get the win for Poust, though. Long could not run the number. Jamie Talbert dialed in 845, 597 for the third gen Camaro with the jewelry sticking out of the hood on the Lucas Oil side. Win light gonna go for the Camaro. Talbert might have lifted a little too early, and the Camaro got around him. Oof. 599, 106 miles an hour for the Camaro. Rob Zetterberg had some issues with the Monte Carlo a little bit earlier. Looks to have gotten them fixed. Out 6 flat to 620 for Rory Krupp. Puts the hammer down at the start line, gets the win light in the Penske lane. 14 light, 621.7 on the 620 for Rory Krupp. 39 and 2 thou under for Rob Zetterberg. Emily Allenbach and Tim Culp. Culp dialed in at a 579 in the Arrow. Allenbach, 69 Camaro, dialed 608. Start line advantage, ever so slight to Emily Allenbach. Yeah, who am I kidding? She gets the win light. Culp a little bit late for the Dix Radiator Arrow. Layla Gockley. Layla dialed in at a 729. Going to be chasing after a Jana Embley. Dialed 768. And Layla turns it red. Jana Embley will be your winner. $772 with a 1 on the 768 for Jana Embley. Dennis Kessler, 571 dial in the Duster. And Jordan Schmickel dialed in 754. Juniors will take you to lane 8. Round 2, the junior gamblers will take you to lane 8. And juniors, you'll purchase your buybacks in lanes. Remember, the junior gamblers is having buybacks. The adult gamblers is not. And 005 wrong side, Penske side. For Kessler. Schmickel will get the win light. Trish Witt and Evan Hartnaft. Hartnaft dialed in at a 737 to a 581. Trish Witt with the start line advantage. Trish Witt getting that win light. Ray Barlow it out in 603, 664 for the Dart on Lucas Oil side. Again, juniors will take you to lane 8, round 2 juniors. And again, juniors do have buybacks into the second round that will be purchased in the lanes. Also, we'll take our winners, our main event winners, back to the lanes. Denny McCloskey will get the bye in the final. Kevin Mendenhall with lane choice over Joe Dukin. Red light there for the Dart. Ray Barlow moves on. Dan Wally. Loose toy coming up against Andrew Bercudo in the Firebird. This is round number 1 of the C2 competition, converters and machining. Gamblers race. Seventh out between them at the start line, 19 to a 12 on reaction time. Bercudo with the slight advantage and the win light. Wally breaks out by a thou. Took 5, needed to take 4 or less. Mark Ketterer. Jenna Yarnall, it should be. Jenna, she'll be your winner. 8-thou margin of victory at the finish line. Jeff Allenbach and Emily Core. Allenbach in a world of hurt. The start line gets beat. Core will be your winner. Chris Gagne got 400s in his pocket. Should be Chris, and it will be. Pete Bushnell out 647. And Bossett 668. Bossett turns it red. Bushnell and the Mustang will be your winner. Andy Anderson. Tom Scriffignano, your next pair. Scriff dialed in at a 682 to a 573 for Andy. Win light there, Lucas Oil side. Andy Anderson 574. Kept all the fuel in it this time. Gets the win light. Dan Casey and Nick Bauman. Nick got the duster fixed. Six to an 11. Oh, it's going to be rough that somebody's got to lose this round. That somebody's going to be Bauman losing. 11, 75 with a 2 on a 74, 23 pack, 2,000 behind. Dan Casey, 006, 70, 97 with a 5 and a 596. Robert Reinert, Tanner Kutsaris, your next pair. The Crins Automotive 70 Camaro out 590, going to be chasing the 653 of Reinert in the Chevy Nova 66 era. Reinert gets the win light, 655 with a 201 miles an hour over Tanner Kutsaris. 13th out the starting line, 27th out the finish line. Now Soggy Dunn and Terry Sachs, your next pair. Soggy's down in 624 to a 654 for Sachs. Sachs out of the start line first. Can't make the finish line work though. Win light going to go to Soggy, 625 with a 7, and the Saxon Sons Camaro gets beat. Love truck. Camaro, the no-box 660 shootout. Carl, get your win, 551, the 9 on the 549. Dave Dissinger back up again. Sage Embley in the Crins Automotive Camaro. Advantage Dissinger. Oh, win light, Dissinger. Soggy done in what has become basically a test session for Side Piece. He said has very little experience with this vehicle on the racetrack, but steering box issues early this week might have put Sally away for the year, so he's going to have a lot of work to do. So Side Piece it is. He's kind of learning the truck as we are. Meanwhile, Mike Schwann, 554 dial in, Penske side of the racetrack on the bike. Been making a lot of laps this weekend. 7th hour difference between Schwann and it's going to be a win light for Schwann as Scott goes too quick. 6:59 with a 9, 101 miles an hour. Again, folks, the Safeco Insurance, Access Insurance Agency Racer Appreciation Dinner. Please make sure you get some food. If you're on property, make sure you get some food. It is outstanding. It's hot and it's ready. Dinner is served. Go on over there and get you some if you haven't had some yet. An outstanding barbecue from Mission Barbecue. Brandon Querguiz and Nick Beeler. El Camino versus Malibu, and it's going to be the Elko getting the win light. 34 with a 2 on the 732. 26 down margin of victory for Beeler. Jimmy Stack and CJ Ketterer. There's a couple team cars. Actually, if I'm right, these are both owned by Jake. They are both NAR items. Stack dialed in 553 and the Chevelle 650 for Ketterer. And one light will go up to Jimmy Stack, 554 with a 2 and a 553. Ketterer broke out by 3 thou, still behind by 8 thou. Ted Miley and Rick Lawrence. Miley in the boo, dialed 725. Rick Lawrence dialed 548. Good to talk to the Meyer family as always. Stopped by to say hi. I complimented them on at least from the tower of the car. Redo of the car looks amazing, and I've been told up close it's as amazing, if not more. Rick Lawrence turns at 10 thou red. Light will pop on. Gerard Hamlick, man, he has just been brutal. Jeremy Stoker, yesterday's runner-up, gets beat. 6 dead, 8. It beats a 26 dead, 7 for Stoker. Tony DiLeonardo. Jamie Talbert in the S10. 847 dial in. Talbert drops it red. And your buy run gonna be Zach Zimmerman. Then we go into the semifinals. Our B&M Performance Saturday, $10,000 to win main event. And Zimmerman, 674, 100 miles an hour. So here we go. Lancaster starting alternator round number 8, getting ready to come at you. So we got a pair and we got a buy. It's B&M Performance, main event Saturday. Here's Mr. B&M Performance himself. Pulling over onto the Lucas Oil side, that's Kevin Mendenhall. Parksburg, Pennsylvania, the 1966 Nova, coming up against Joe Dukin in the 87 S10. Fastest thing on 4 wheels this weekend. Dukin dialed 528. 605 for Kevin Mendenhall. Denny McCloskey will take us by, and that'll be setting us up for the final. Mendenhall and Dukin very carefully moving forward, if they're moving forward at all. Dukin goes in. And it's a true start red light. Kevin Mendenhall, 11 red to 14 red for Joe Dukin. Denny McCloskey on the bye. Now Denny looked at that. If he wants lane choice in the final, all he has to do is go up there and turn it green. So I'm going to guess Denny, well, I mean, Denny's a competitor, and Denny's one of the best there is. I'm sure he's pretty confident in his ability to turn it green or turn it double O green if he wants to. Denny will get lane choice in the final. Again, remember during our dinner tonight, I know we were selling some 50-50 tickets for the juniors for their Bristol trip. And we get ready. Again, our final in our B&M Performance Saturday main event going to be Mr. B&M. Take gambler doubles back to the lanes, please. 3 and 4. Gambler doubles. If you won the first round, you're still doubled. Gamblers doubles will take you back to the staging lanes at this time. Cross Racing, Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Moving up against the Pray Hard Racing team here on Penske side. So Aaron Willing, Penske side of the racetrack. Coming up against Haley Ludwig. And Haley Ludwig's going to get the win as Emily turned it red. Again, we need gamblers doubles back to the lanes, please. Gamblers doubles back to the lanes, please. Gamblers doubles back to lanes. If you won the first round in both your entries, we'll take you back to lanes. Lanes 3 and 4 for the gamblers. 3 and 4. Doubles only. We'll take the doubles only first. Gamblers doubles to 3 and 4. The rest of you are in a very short standby. Lucas Remick, Remick Racing, Penske side of the racetrack. Abigail Martin trying to work on the Lucas Oil side, and it's going to be Lucas Remick getting the win light. 795 on the 790. Had a big advantage at the start line. Gets the W, 13th down margin at the finish line for Lucas Remick. Jillian Kleinfelter moving up now on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Kleinfelter dialed 879. Michael Artem, as we are in round number 2 of the Artem's Automotive Junior Gamblers, dialed in 790. And they head to the top end. Win light is going to go to Michael Artem. Next pair. Daniel Spoots. Spots dialed in at a 790 against Jake Harbenek. Harbenek turns it red. Folks, we have a racer in need. Nick Bauman. Nick Bauman needs a bubble balancer. He's got to balance a rear tire. Nick Bauman needs a bubble balancer. If somebody has got a bubble balancer, Nick Bauman needs your help. Nick Bauman needs a bubble balancer if somebody can help him out with that. Again, we called Gambler doubles to the lanes. Gambler doubles. Let's get the rest of round two gamblers. Round two gamblers. Let's go. Round two gamblers. Let's go. Jordan Denny. Jordan, Two-Toe Joe, Penske side of the racetrack. Lucas Oil side. Anna Willing turns it red. Jordan Denny having a pretty good day. 798 with a 7 on the 8 flat. 79 miles an hour. Logan Anderson, Lucas Oil side of the racetrack for Logan. Logan's up against Mason Artem. Mason, Artem Automotive, sponsored ride, getting ready to move up as Logan awaits. Again, we'll take round two of our C2 competition, converters and machining gamblers. To the staging lanes, please. Starting line advantage. Penske side of the racetrack. Artem will be your winner. 791 with a 0 on the 790. Charlie Blittersdorf, cue ball. Coming up on the Penske side, dialed 790 against the high roller machine. That's Shane Connor. B&M Performance sponsored ride. Dialed 916. Again, we've called round two of the gamblers. Round two, C2 competition and converters and machining gamblers. Blittersdorf reeling in the top end, and I think a problem there for his opposition. So tough break for Shane Connor, who's been having some mechanical issues earlier today. Paisley Anderson. Paisley, the Nitrofish car on the Lucas Oil side. Penske sides, Jackson Griner, the Griner Brothers Heating and Cooling sponsored ride. Starting line advantage for Anderson. Win light for Anderson. Paisley, 894 with a 5 on the 93 and an 18 light. Nice pass for Paisley. Michaela Woodward, the Virginia native. Penske side of the racetrack. Up against Sam Harbenek from Cheswick, Pennsylvania. Red light for Penske side. Going to hand the win light to Sam Harbenek. Your final pair in the juniors. Levi Nahr, Boyertown, Pennsylvania. Penske side of the racetrack. Lucas Oil side. Going to be Paige Doney, Full Crop, Pennsylvania. Both of them dialed 1190. Levi bumps her deep. Levi turns it red. So now we have called round 2 of our gamblers. We need you there. Well, the guys came back and said, you know what, we're ready, let's do this. Robert's happy he's got food. Here we go, folks, our final. Here we go, our final. Getting ready to come at you. It is B&M Performance. Saturday, $10,000 to win a main event. And the guy that is B&M Performance, the guy that builds motors for juniors, for regular cars, does all sorts of work on them, is one of the two finalists, coming up against one of the baddest guys off the bottom bulb in the country. Two outstanding racers that I would expect to see in just about any final anywhere. Denny McCloskey pulling out over onto the Lucas Oil side. Denny, Neptune, New Jersey, the home base for Denny. And an absolutely immaculate Firebird. That is a family heirloom right there. That was his dad's car. And Denny spent a lot of time and a lot of effort to get that thing pretty much perfect. And it's been this weekend. He has been making tons of laps in that hot rod. He's up against the B&M Performance 66 Nova of Kevin Mendenhall. If you're watching on Motormania TV, presented by Dick's Radiator and Saxon Sons Incorporated and powered by Weldon High Performance, make your pick right now. Is it going to be Mendenhall in the blue Nova or McCloskey in the white Firebird? This is the B&M Performance Saturday $10,000 to win final here at the second annual Dick's Radiator 660 No-Box Shootout, presented by Saxon Sons Incorporated. Fourth out between them. Finish line game coming up. It's going to be Denny McCloskey, 33-0, gets the win light. Denny is your winner. Kevin Mendenhall, 29, he had fourth out advantage of the start line, got behind at the finish line by 9 thousandths of a second. Kevin Mendenhall gets the runner-up. Denny McCloskey, we'll see you for your pretty pictures in the winner's circle a little bit later on. We have called round 2 of our gamblers to the lanes. You should be in, ready to go. So again,
drifting out of space. I turn away from every sound, from everything that shook my ground. But slowly I will start to change. Feel the light within my range. The aberration time is due forever and ever.
and we'll take our juniors back to the lanes, please. Round 3 juniors, we'll take you back to the lanes. Round 3 juniors. Junior gamblers, round 3, we'll take you back to the staging lanes, please. Let's go, juniors. Meanwhile, get ready for round number 2 of our C2 competition Converters and machining. Saturday Gamblers getting ready to come at you. Folks, just a quick shout out. They're selling 50-50 tickets in the garage. Half of whatever is collected is going to go to the Maple Grove kids going to the Bristol Eastern Conference Finals. So if you want to help out with that, maybe get a chance to win a couple bucks, that is over there in the pavilion. Also, there's plenty more food, folks. If you're on property and you haven't eaten yet, please go eat. If you are on property and you haven't eaten yet, go eat. If you're not particularly hungry now, get some for later. It is great stuff. Mission Barbecue, courtesy of Bob and Leanne Ormsby of Access Insurance, Safeco Insurance. We really appreciate what they do, and they appreciate you as racers. Dave Dissinger and Mike Franek going to start things off. Win light going to go to Dessinger, 7 dead 5, throws a 12-pack. Now, Junior. Nick Beeler, Pete Bushnell. Bushnell in the green Mustang. 6 now advantage going to go to the Ford. And the Ford will be your winner. 36 dead 1. Mathematically eliminates Bushnell, who was dead on with an 8. Mark Schwall. 5:18 dialing for Mark. Penske side of the racetrack. His driving suit almost matches Kyle Core's race car. Core dialed in 622, going to do, these guys are putting on a showdown here. Core's going to do a big wheelie, and Schwall's going to be fast. Oh, it's James Bond reaction time versus the answer to the question of what is the meaning of life. 7 to a 42. Probably too deep of a reference to go there. Win light, Kyle Core. 625 of the 9 on the 622. Probably not a whole lot of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy references here. Evan Paust. Cam Murray. Kyle Murray, I don't know, it's a Murray. Finish line comes up, it's going to be the win light for Murray. 629 with a 0 on the 628. Paust had the better reaction time, got behind a little too much at the finish line. A little too happy with the whoa button. Jordan Smickle dialed 753. Brandon Skelly 649 in the Blazer. The black Blazer versus the white Blazer of Schmickel. Schmickel gets the start line advantage. 14 dead 6. Nice pass by Schmickel. 3 thou margin at the top end, and Skelly had to break out by 11 thou to be that close. Marty Flegel, 565 dial in for Marty. Kyle Robb dialed in 603. red light for Kyle. Legal will get your win light 573 on the 65, 107 miles an hour. Matt Richeza, 584 dial in for Cheese. 93 Mustang, dial 584 at Cherry Hill, New Jersey, the home base. Penske side is Corey Updegraff. Headers, Pennsylvania, dial 608. Difference. Advantage Richeza. Win light Richeza by 9 thou. Closes it down nicely and gets the win light on the Lucas Oil side. Angie Moyer's Duster coming up on the Lucas Oil side, 688 dial in for Angie out of Kutztown. She's going to be doing the chasing versus Ted Miley. The Malibu dialed in at a 728. Miley got a pretty nice chunk at the start line. 10 dead, 2 for 10. Miley, 93 miles an hour. Moyer, not close at the finish line. She was a 10th and a half off. The Chevette, Scott Dreyer against Zach Zimmerman's Denver, Pennsylvania based 95 Camaro. Zimmerman turned it red, and Dreyer in the vet gets the win. Again, juniors should be back in the lanes for round 3. Juniors back for round 3, please. Andrew Bercudo, Brandon Kerr-Guizen. $17 to a 14. Pretty tight at the start line. Win light will go to Bercudo. 1 thou margin of victory. Andrew Bercudo, your winner. John Cera Jr., Richard Seidel. Seidel take a little advantage at the start line. It'll be enough to get him the win light. 5 thou margin of victory. Cera dead on with a 0. Just couldn't make it work at the starting line in relation to Seidel's 17 light. Gerard Hamrick. Hamrick dialed in 614, 549. Lucas Oil side. finish line comes up. Win light will go to Gerard Hamrick. Hamlick, 6:15 with an 8 on the 6:14 for the Hampton Bays, New York racer. Jimmy Stack, Emily Core, your next pair. Core dialed in 685. The Hee Haw, Super B. Stack 64 Chevelle, Royersford, Pennsylvania. No-Box 660 Shootout sponsorship. And 002 for Stack, Win light Stack. 555 with a 5, all 5s across there. 113 miles an hour, 002 light. Core was 40, 685 with a 5 and a 685 on the dial, but still behind. Dan Casey down 596. Soggy Dunn down 623 in the Camaro. Starting to get on a rip. Dan Casey will be your winner. 597 with a 7 on the 96. 22 at the start line, 23 at the finish line for Dan Casey. Bob DeYoung, 590 dial-in for the second-gen Camaro. Gets the third-gen Camaro with the jewelry hanging out, down 597. Young turns it. 33 light, dials 597, goes 595 with a 6 in the Lucas Oil side. Scott Smith. Tony DiLeonardo, your next pair. Tony DiLeonardo, Leonardo, 669 dial in, 745 for Smith. All zeros for the Mustang. 673 with a 7 on the 669 and the win light. Going on the Lucas Oil side. Jenna Yarnall, 655 dialing for Jenna. Penske side of the racetrack up against the Nitro Fish S10. Piloted on the Lucas Oil side by Andy Anderson. Nine to an 11. Good drag race right here. 2,000 difference at the start line. Win light gonna go to Jenna Yarnall. And he did not get there. Might have let her go. 2,000 margin of victory for Jenna. Going to round number 3 of our C2 competition converters and machining. Saturday Gamblers. Ray Barlow coming up next against Joe Theodore. Barlow dialed in 603. Peach Bottom, Pennsylvania, the home base. Barlow turned it red. Win light will go to Joe Theodore. Under the dial-in, but the win light anyways for Joe. CJ Ketterer, 650 dial-in to a 620 for Rory Krupp dial-in up in the turquoise. Is that more of a seafoam color? The green on the S10, I do like that color. Finish line comes up. Win light's going to go to Rory Krupp. Chris Gagne. 17th down the hole against Amani, but he's going to get the win anyways. 26 dead, 5. 16th down margin of victory is the Monte Carlo. 009, but 76 went 8 on a 73. Couldn't stay close enough to the dial in to maintain the W. Emily Allenbach. 608 dial in for Emily. Reading, Pennsylvania, the home base. Robert Reinert out of Allentown, the 66 Nova. Lucas Oilside doing the leaving first. Now difference between them. Finish line comes up. Emily gets the win light. 2,000 margin of victory over Reinert. Trish Witt. Witt dialed in 665. Excuse me, 580. 665 for Jim Young. Jim, the advanced tree care ride on the Lucas Oil side. .006 to 008. And Trish Witt lays an 8-pack on Jim Young. 6 dead, 2 for Trish Witt. So, folks, here's what we got going on as we are finishing up the last few pairs of vehicles in our C2 competition converter Saturday Gamblers. We are going to call the remainder of round 2 from our Tri-County Performance Friday High Roller. Here's the deal. We had already had a couple pairs go down the racetrack. We'd already had a few pairs go on the racetrack. Those pairs are done. What we need are our 3 designated pairs. That's Jeremy Kleinfelter and Kyle Robb, Mark Schwalm and Jeff Allenbach, Kurt Holland and Nathan Mendenhall. They were all paired. They need to get paired down there. We had 4 random racers that will show up how they show up, and then Nick Bauman on the bye. We need those racers to lanes 1 and 2. We need those racers to lanes 1 and 2. We are going to run that next after our junior rounds. We're going to run those racers next. So if you were in last night's, Marco out of Kyle Murray or Cam Murray, and he's not going to get it. 12 dead one. Dave Dissinger, Gerard Hamrick. Gerard almost missed it. One foul between Dissinger and Hamrick. Hamlick gets the win, 6-17, 8 out of 6-14. So again, we need our So again, folks, what we're doing is we're picking up the high rollers at the point that we stopped last night. We had run a few pair, and then it rained. We still had pair in the water, pair in the line, pair in the water, and then we had some cars in the lanes. We need to get those cars so we can complete round two. If you won round two in the high roller gamblers last night, you're good for now. We'll call you to the lanes in a little bit for round three. Just let you know that we are going to start going back and forth between those races as we continue on. Got a lot of racing still to go. We have called our high roller. The remainder of round two high rollers should be in the lanes. I believe our juniors are coming out next. And here comes our junior gambler, round three. Arnham's Automotive, Gambler, round number three, getting ready to come at you. Lucas Remick pulling up on the Penske side of the racetrack. The Remick Racing ride against the Craws Racing sponsored rig on the Lucas Oil side. That is Haley Ludwig out of New Jersey. So here we go. Eighth now difference at the starting line. Ludwig and Remick. Light. So Lucas Remick moves on. Next pair. Lucas Oilside, Paige Doney, Full Crop, Pennsylvania. $11.90 all in for Paige. Going to make Charlie Blittersdorf wait a long time. Charlie. Lucas Oilside, or on the Penske side, again, $7.90 all in, 4-second wait on Paige Doney. Blittersdorf down to the finish line, gets the win light. Blittersdorf will be your winner, $7.97 on the 790. Sam Harvinek, Lucas Oilside. Sam up against Michael Artem. These folks met first round of juniors, regular eliminations earlier today. Artem had won that race. Win light there, going to go to Sam Harvinek. 797 the 4 and the 797. Getting the win light is Harvinek. Next up, Danny Spots. Spots out in 790, Penske side of the racetrack. Lucas Oilside rolling up is Paisley Anderson. Double 0-1, a reaction time. Now I got to play the finish line game. Paisley Anderson, your winner, goes double 0-1 and gets the W. Paisley Anderson continues on. Mason Artem, Penske side of the racetrack, the Artem Automotive ride. Up against Jordan Denny. Jordan, two-toe Joe. Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. Just 14 thou separate them. Lots of whomping going on there, and it's two-tote Joe. Jordan Denny getting behind and getting that wind light. Folks, we're going to close the food in 30 minutes. That'll be at 8:30. If you have not yet eaten, this is the opportunity to go get some. If you're looking for second dinner, might also be your opportunity. If you have not yet eaten, go get you some food. So we're going to pick up where we left off with round number 2 of last night's Tri-County Performance Speed Shop Friday High Roller. Jeremy Kleinfelter and Kyle Robb. Jeremy dialed in 673 to a 604 for Kyle. Robb trying to reel in Kleinfelter, gets the job done. Kleinfelter got there first, broke out. He had plenty of room to work with, just took a touch too much. Took 21, needed to take 17 or less. Mark Schwann, Jeff Allenbach, your next pair. Schwann dialed in at 518 on the bike. 639 Lucas Oilside for Allenbach. Allenbach took a couple, put them in his pocket, and gets the win light. 640 with a 0 on the 39. Schwann could not catch him. Marty Flegel, Kurt Holland, your next pair. Holland out 605, 565 for Flegel. Start line advantage going to go to Marty. It's a Marty party. 67 the 5 and the 565 getting the win light. 2,000 margin of victory, closing it up tight versus Kurt Holland, and Holland is bowing out in the Tri-County Performance High Roller. Gambler doubles, our C2 competition converter and machining gambler doubles will take you to the lanes right now. C2 competition converter and machining Saturday gamblers doubles will take you to the lanes right now, please. Man who just got runner-up, Kevin Mendenhall, Matt Richeza. Win light going to go to Mendenhall. Again, gamblers will take the doubles to 3 and 4. Doubles to 3 and 4. Everybody else is on short standby. Doubles to 3 and 4. Everybody else is on short standby. Mike Franick. Identical reaction times. Pretty close all the way down. Win light going to go to Mike Franick over Nathan Mendenhall. Your bye would be Nick Bauman. Nick's been struggling with stuff all weekend long. Bauman 5, red dead 8. Gerard Hamlick, we do need you to the lanes as we are waiting on you so we can call the rest of the round 3 of the gamblers. Again, folks, there are seconds. There are second helpings. If you're hungry, there are second helpings. About 20 minutes, they're going to close up. Go get some. Go get some for later. Go get some for the pit vehicle race. If you're still hungry, do not be shy. Go back and get some seconds. I got a pile staring at me right now that I'm going to make bad food decisions, as I always do. Yes, sir, Tony. That'll be tonight's gamblers. We run a guess tonight's gamblers. Then we're going to go to the juniors, and then we're going to go back to yesterday's high roller.
Sparkles 0294 by run 0294.
Hey, we'll take the rest of our gamblers, our C2 competition machining gamblers. We'll take you to the lanes. Gamblers to 3 and 4. Your buy run, car number 0294. Believe that is Tony DiLeonardo. That's the four-eyed Mustang. So again, we do need our competition, C2 competition, converters, and machining gamblers. Round 3 to the staging lanes at this time, please.
Telling it again doesn't make it real. I'm on the run, I am chasing light. I'm finally a part of the race for life. Chasing sunlight, racing for life. Breaking silence to master the lies. You can tell a story, but I can deal. Telling it again doesn't make it real. I'm on the run, I am chasing light. I'm finally a part of the race for life. I'm finally a part of the race for life. I'm finally a part of the race for life.
When lights go out, it's a beautiful night here where we are. Let's start, let's make our move tonight and ride to the stars.
Again, gamblers, round 3 will take you to the lanes. Gamblers, round 3, let's get you to the lanes, please.
Let's ride it easy now, ride into the night. Let's ride into the night starlight. Ride it easy now, ride into the night. Let's ride into the night starlight.
We're getting ready to pull out our round number 3 C2 competition converters and machining. The gamblers, our lights are on, folks. Your lights should be too. Everybody should have at least one functioning taillight on their hot rod. That is NHRA rule, IHRA rule, WDRA rule. Even the outlawiest of outlaw tracks ask for that to happen. So if you could please make sure you have your lights on, we'd appreciate it.
The ones who mark a new beginning. We are the ones of the spoken word.
Juniors will take you to lane 8. Juniors to lane 8. Juniors will take you to lane 8.
The ones who keep the planet spinning. Hey, yes, one day we will rule the world. We're gonna rule this world. We're gonna heal this broken heart. We're gonna rule this world. We're gonna make a brand new start. We're gonna rule this world. We're gonna rule this world. We are the grass and the flowers, the sun and the wind, unto entwined lovers. We are the ones who keep the planet spinning. Hey, yes.
Pete Bushnell dialed in a 647 to the 641 for Kyle Murray. The Dakota being shared between the Murray boys, still in doubled in round 3. Bushnell in the Mustang dialed 647. Connecticut versus New Hampshire. Murray in and set deep. 9th out between the two of them at the starting line. Great door handle to door handle race. Win light going to go to Murray. 42 of the 1 on a 641. They will continue on doubled. Our other double. Gerard Hamrick dialed at a 614. Getting ready to battle versus one of the toughest on 4 wheels, basically. Dan Casey dialed in 596. Hamlick in and set. (22 to a 6). Hamlick trying to stay doubled. Not going to happen. Win light going to go Lucas Oil side, Dan Casey. Joe Theodore. Mark Swan. Swan down in 5:55. $28 to a $25, 3,000 difference. Finish line comes up. Win light going to go to the bike. Swan, your winner, 5:56 with 1 on a 5:55. 22,000 margin of victory over Team EFR's Joe Theodore. Jordan Smickle, 7:53 dial in for Smickle. 5:75 for the Penske side. Scott Dre in the Chevette will be your winner. 5:79 with a 1 on the 5:75. Rory Krupp, 6:20 dial in for the Reading, Pennsylvania native. Penske side of the racetrack. The S10 going to be chasing after the Firebird of Andrew Bercudo out of South Plainfield, New Jersey. Last call for seconds for food. Go down there and get it. It's going to close in about 7 minutes or so. Free food. Good stuff, too. Win light going to go to Rory Krupp. Bercudo, a little bit late, then a little bit early. Still behind by 1,000. Dave Dissinger and Matt Richeza. Dissinger, your Darrell Tillman Realty Group Friday winner. This little Monza's gotten an absolute ton of laps, as has Richeza's Mustang. Basically, if we have a race going, these guys are in it. They are racers. $12 to an 11. Win light is going to go. Dave Dissinger. We'll take our high rollers to 1 and 2. High rollers, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2 at this time. High rollers to 1 and 2. Tri-County Performance High Rollers 1 and 2 for your quarterfinal round. Kyle Core, Ted Miley, your next pair. Miley and the Boo dialed in 727, 626 for Kyle Core. All zeros at the hit for Kyle Core. Kyle Core is your winner. 6:31 with a 201 miles an hour trip zip reaction time for Core. Jenna Yarnall. Jenna dialed in 656. Moving up here on the Penske side of the racetrack. Lucas Oil side 596. $12 advantage for the little red pickup truck. She gets it done. 57 with a 5 and a 656. Jenna Yarnall starting to get in a pretty good groove right now. Richard Seidel. Couple of fast Chevelles up there. Seidel 67, Chevelle down 570. Gonna get chased by Jimmy Stack, Royersford, Pennsylvania, base 64 Chevelle. And one light going to go to Jimmy Stack. Seidel spraying fuel the whole way down. 570 with a 2 on a 570 at a 006 red. Jimmy Stack 549 with a 1 on the 554. But again, lots of fuel all the way down the racetrack for Seidel. Again, we need our high rollers. High rollers will take you to 1 and 2. Tri-County Performance and Chrome high rollers, lanes 1 and 2, please. We are just waiting on Gerard Hamrick on the regular, on the Saturday Gamblers to make sure you get back, Gerard. Make sure you're getting back. Hey, folks, again, Gerard Hamrick, about 3 minutes. Got about 3 minutes, bud. 3 minutes to get back to the lanes. Marty Flegel, Chris Gagne. Finish line coming up. It should be Flegel. It will be Flegel. Trish Witt. Emily Allenbach, Reading, Pennsylvania, 609 dial-in, 578 dial-in for Jed Narr. Getting down to our last couple of pairs. And Trish Witt all over Emily at the start line. And 588 on the 578, the win light going to Trish Witt. Got a 1 minute warning for Gerard Hamlick. If you don't make it back, Gerard, we will go without you. Rick Lawrence, Cam Murray. We're also missing a junior. Should have 5 juniors back. We've only got 4, and the Murrays stay doubled. Hey, Jordan Denny. We have called juniors. Jordan Denny, we need you. So our final pair, round number 3 of the C2 competition, converters and machining. Saturday Gamblers coming out at us. Tony DiLeonardo, dialed 669. Coming up against Gerard Hamlick. DiLeonardo already up in pre-stage, waiting. .003 wrong side for Hamlick. Wind light going to go to DiLeonardo. 12 to the good. Dialed 669 goes. 671, 104 miles an hour on the 669. Hey, folks, just so you know, the Access Insurance Agency, Safeco Insurance, Barb and Lee Ornsby Racer Appreciation Dinner is done for the night. We appreciate all of you. Thank you to them very much for helping to supply the food for Mission Barbecue, which was outstanding. And also thank you very much to, Lee and Barb Ornsby for being part of that. Thank you, folks. That's our appreciation for you guys coming out here and hanging with us at the second annual Dick's Radiator No-Box 660 Shootout, presented by Sachs & Sons. It's an outstanding barbecue and some outstanding racing. Hey, Kyle Murray, we need your vehicle back to the lanes, lane 3 or 4. And once you're there, we'll call everybody else. Kyle Murray, we'll call you to the lanes, and we'll call everybody else afterwards. Penske side, as we're in our quarterfinals of our Artem Automotive Junior Gamblers. Lucas Remick, 790 dialing for Lucas. Coming up against Sam Harvinek. Harvinik's got 16 thou in the pocket. Got to play that finish line. Win light, going to go to Harvinek. Sam going to the semifinals. 8 flat on the 797. 8 flat also for Lucas Remick getting behind. He got on there and said, I'm not getting there. I'm going to get more behind. And it did not work. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how that works. Next up, Charlie Blittersdorf. Blittersdorf Automotive Ride. Penske side of the racetrack. Charlie coming up against Jordan Denny. Two-Toe Joe on the Lucas Oil side. .802 dial in for Jordan. I believe Paisley Anderson sitting on the bye. So Jordan Denny. Starting line advantage for the Two-Toe Joe. Jordan Denny gets the win light, 812 on the 802. Okay, Paisley Anderson taking that bye run. Dow's 898. See what kind of, after that 001 last pass. And he's got her lined up. .34 light for Paisley. Dial's 898. And finish line, win light 898. That's what that was supposed to do, right? Okay, we have a 50-50 drawing here. $115 to the winner. Tell you what, you pick one out. High rollers need you to suit up. The ticket number, 2202860. The winning ticket, 2202860. It's worth $115. $115 to you, $115 to help send the junior crew down to Bristol for the Eastern Conference Finals. Where can this be collected?
I will stand at the tower, the bottom of the tower.
And she's going to be down at the bottom of the tower. So if you got those tickets out, 2202860, that is your winner. And she'll be at the base of the tower awaiting the winner. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. Thanks for contributing. We really appreciate it. Hey, let's give a big birthday shout out. Jeremy Ketterer. Happy 24th birthday, Jeremy Ketterer. Oh, I feel terrible because I actually said happy birthday to this young lady on Facebook this morning. Happy birthday, Doris Nar. Y'all have seen her all this weekend. She's working harder than any of the boys combined. Doris Nar, happy birthday. Everybody go see Doris and give her a happy birthday. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. She'll love the attention. So happy birthday, Jeremy Ketterer and Doris Nar. I am remiss to have not mentioned that earlier. Happy birthday, Doris. If it weren't for Doris, JBrothers may not exist. Well, probably not. Here comes your quarterfinals. This is the Tri-County Performance in Chrome High Roller. Started on Friday night. Mother Nature intervened. And we said, now we got this. Kevin Mendenhall, fresh off a runner-up in our B&M Performance main event tonight. Looking to get down to 4 in this winner-take-all affair. 605 dialing against Kyle Robb dialed 603 and the 66 Chevy 2. And start line advantage going to go to Mendenhall. He's been on a pretty good rip tonight. He'll be your winner. Kyle Robb dead on with an 8, but the 300's behind at the hit. 12 light, 605 dialing, 6076 on the 605 win light going to Mendenhall. Scott Dreyer. Little Chevette has been starting to get in a pretty good groove tonight. He's up against tonight's winner, Denny McCloskey. Again, the Mendenhall and McCloskey both looking just to maybe keep this party going a little longer for the two of them. Dreyer trying to put a hamper in that with that wild little injected Chevette. Denny turns it red. He'll click it off. Dreyer let her eat 575 with a 7 and a 14 light, 118 miles an hour. Gamblers to 3 and 4. Gamblers will take you to 3 and 4. Gamblers, C2 competition and converter. Gamblers will take you to 3 and 4. Mike Franek. Franek dialed in a 622 to a 638. Jeff Allenbach on the Lucas Oil side. 18th thou advantage going Penske side of the racetrack. Winlight, Penske side of the racetrack. Mike Franek going to the final four in the high roller race. Marty Flegel, Nick Bauman, your final pair. Bauman going to knock the top bulb out. And Bauman turned at 19th thou red. Marty is your winner. And we'll return to the semifinals. Hey, racers, as soon as we're done, we're going to do all of our winner circle stuff at the end of racing tonight. So if you won last night or tonight, we'll be doing our winner circle pictures and interviews immediately following racing. Yeah, the cornhole tournament's going to be at Rory Krupp's trailer. It's going to be at Rory's trailer. If you're in the cornhole tournament, that's where it's going to be. And we have called our Saturday gamblers. We know there's a little bit of crossover. Hey, folks, we are going to have a pit vehicle race tonight. In case those of you are still wondering about it, we will have a pit vehicle race tonight. We'll have a pit vehicle race tonight. Have to have a valid driver's license to be a driver in it. If you're on anything other than a golf cart, you need to have a helmet, long pants.